Yeah, team meeting.
No, that all depends on where we are. I'm still trying to think of this song.
You can get your phone up if you want. You can
I'm
find
getting my
one on
phone up.
Spotify. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like it's a very heated question.
Oh my goodness.
This is so good. This is just a perfect encapsulation of your indecisiveness. I warned you hours ago that we need one song.
I didn't know it was meant to reflect who I am.
No,
It can just be whatever you've been listening. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to.
Okay. I'll show you my last listening to.
Okay.
It's actually Finest Wine by 660.
Great.
There you go.
Let's do it. All right. Well, thanks so much for your time, for reliving that pain. Next year,
Sorry.
Sky Blues are going to win the Origin for sure. But thank you for that, and good luck for the Tigers this year in 2024.
No worries, guys. Thank you.
Bring me a glass of finest wine. I want to dance till morning time. Bring us the food that feed our minds. Drink and laugh till we feel alright. I'm just too blind to see the sign. We're losing what we've made. Know that I'll wait until I'm old and gray just to see your face again. Know that I'll wait till I'm old and gray just to see your face again. Oh.
Bit of 660 for you just there from Kezi Arps. You hear just the desire to win a premiership. I can still see her sticking around in the NRLW for a number of years to try and chase that dream. So massive thanks to Kezi, even though we made her relive trauma.
We apologise for making you relive that trauma. Thanks for talking to us.
Go for it!
I win!
Connect
2.
Go for it!
Sing along, lads.
2.
It is our game, Connect 2. Fun game where you get to play along at home as well. 2 names get thrust into your mind, and you need to find a little connection, or 12, to try and link those 2 names. And Lavender, it is my time to give you a challenge. After last week, you basically copied mine the week before, because now I'm finding out you're not a good listener because you didn't even know I was a Bears fan. Far out. So I've got a good one for you. It is hard, but it also can be done because it's 2 Australian sports. Like, you could find lots of ways to it. I found a simple way, which you probably won't get, but I reckon there's a lot of ways.
Oh, I have a bit less confidence in me, Declan.
Lance Franklin.
Yep.
And Ricky Stewart.
Okay. Ricky Stewart, Canberra. Who plays for Canberra? Canberra. Jack Whiten played for Canberra. Jack Whiten now plays for the Bunnies. That's got me to Sydney. You're not giving me any insight with your face right now. Is Anthony Albanese a Swans fan? Okay, so...
I don't know if he is. He's not. No, I would say he's quite clearly a Bunnies fan, but he hasn't shown the same level of love for the Swans.
Okay, so... Latrell Mitchell plays at the Bunnies. He used to play for the Roosters. The Roosters are in Moore Park. The Swans are in Moore Park.
No, that's not cutting it.
Okay, so now I'm at the Roosters.
All right, we might have to, time is getting away from us here.
Okay, so Jacinta Franklin, Miss Universe, Jennifer Hawkins.
Hey, didn't she marry... Oh, no, she married a Sparky, didn't she? Jennifer Hawkins goes for the Knights, right?
I think so. Oh, yeah, Jennifer Hawkins. Why can't I think of a single person that's got...
Oh, there's a easy Knights Canberra connection. Millie's husband, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Mr. Millie.
Lance Franklin, Jacinta Franklin, married. Jacinta Franklin, Miss Universe. Miss Universe, Jennifer Hawkins, Knights fan. Knights, Adam Elliott. Adam Elliott used to play for the Raiders.
Yep.
Sticky Ricky.
There you go. We got there. Well done. So
I feel like I didn't get that that was a team effort.
Yeah, that was a bit of a team effort, but we got there. And that's one way. Another way is Buddy's sister is married to Matt Giddo. He went to the same school as Ricky Stewart. So that's a really simple one that I didn't think you'd get. But the other one I thought of, Ricky Stewart played with Mal Meninga, who coached Queensland Origin. Billy Slater coaches Queensland Origin now. Hamiso Tabuai Fido, who plays Queensland Origin, his hero was Lance Franklin.
You cannot go.
He came out publicly before the Origin and MCG and said, this is a dream to play the MCG and feel like I'm getting my buddy moment. But you got it.
Okay,
well done.
Cool. I'll remember that for next week.
Sorry, you went to Jennifer Hawkins.
Also, one time in a dream, this person said that they had a dream That
All right.
Anyway,
Before we blew, what are we looking forward to, Lav? What do you got on this weekend that you are
I'm really
so excited for?
I'm really looking forward to the Knights girls have a trial game
Ooh.
against the Raiders. So NRLW season around the corner. Trial game's kicking off. Really excited to see.
Is it in Newey?
No, it's in Wagga.
Oh, okay. So you'll
I'm
be
not
making
gonna
the
go down.
drive. To...
No, I'm not going to
Absolutely
go
not.
down for it. But I'm really excited to see how they go.
Nice. Well, as I talked about earlier, I'm excited to see what the Wallabies can produce. Excited, nervous, apprehensive. We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping they can give a level of hope to Aussie rugby fans this weekend against Wales. As I said,
Fingers
here
crossed.
live on the ABC Listen app. Thank you, Lavender.
See you next week.
From
ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. Sir Keir Starmer is to be sworn in as the UK's next Prime Minister by King Charles III. Sarah Amir reports.
We did it!
The Labour Party is on course for a landslide victory, having won over 400 seats of the 650 in Parliament. Rishi Sunak's Conservatives are poised to suffer the worst performance in the party's history, ending 14 years of Conservative government. Sir Keir Starmer says change begins now.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change and start to rebuild our country.
Mr Sunak will travel to Buckingham Palace to formally tender his resignation before Sir Keir arrives for his first official meeting with King Charles, known as the Kissing of Hands.
Police are investigating a head-on crash which has left 2 people dead and a third person fighting for life in northern Victoria. Police say a man and his female passenger died in the collision on the Northern Highway near Rochester about 1:30 this afternoon. The female driver of the second vehicle suffered critical injuries and 2 teenage girls in her car were taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Police have described a violent car theft in Melbourne's CBD yesterday afternoon as opportunistic. Costa Haratos reports.
Officers are still searching for a man who ran over a 30-year-old man and stole his Ford Escape on Hardware Street at about 3 o'clock. Senior Constable Mark Hall says the offender was travelling through the area on an e-scooter.
He's seen the vehicle, which I believe opportunistically he's then entered.
The victim, who was unloading boxes from his vehicle at the time, was taken to hospital with serious upper body injuries.
I'd describe the victim as very lucky.
Police say he remains in hospital with serious abrasions to his body. The search continues for the offender, who was last seen travelling northbound on Elizabeth Street.
The daughter of a man who died in an arson attack in Melbourne's West earlier this year says she's desperate for answers as police continue to search for the person responsible for the blaze. Jade's father, Hyatt, was one of 2 men who died in February after a fire at a neighbouring panel shop in Sunshine North spread to the building they were sleeping in. Police say the panel shop was targeted in a deliberate attack. Jade says Hyatt was a loving and protective father and her family has had no closure since his death.
I don't know if it was a crime against my father or if it was a crime against the panel beaters or anything like that, so it's very confusing. And our family needs a lot of closure about what happened, especially because of how shocking the situation is.
It's hoped a new industry code designed to improve dating app user safety will protect people from potential sexual assault. Companies must now proactively escalate complaints where there is an imminent user safety threat and terminate users violating policy. 2022 Australian Institute of Criminology data shows 3 in 4 people were subject to sexual violence on dating apps in the last 5 years. University of Technology Sydney academic Dr. Lisa Portolin says it's important these apps step up to protect users.
People are fairly digitally savvy these days, so they do go about reporting things, they have mechanisms in place for safety, etc. But as much as that's great, it's not up to them to be protecting themselves all the time. The dating apps do need to put these mechanisms in place to ensure they are.
To sport, West Coast Eagles coach Adam Simpson says he's confident he still has the support of his players, following reports some within the AFL club want him gone. The West Australian newspaper says it's obtained text messages from several players who don't want Simpson in the job next year. The 48-year-old has 1 year left on his contract, but has overseen a dismal period for the club, which has won just 8 of the past 60 games. Last week's disappointing home defeat to Hawthorn has placed Simpson under mounting pressure once more.
We've got 15 to 20 players who don't get a game every week. We've got probably 10 players who
we'll be off the list at the end of the year. So there's always people that are disgruntled. It's just part of the job. So we can't apologise for trying to get better. But no, I think I've still got the players.
How do you know you still have the backing of the players?
Well, I'm with them every day.
And Sydney Swans key forward Logan McDonald has signed a new 4-year deal with the club. The 22-year-old West Australian had reportedly been subject to contract offers from Collingwood and Fremantle this season, but is elected to stay in Sydney. To the weather, partly cloudy and dry in the south, clear and dry in the north and southwest. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 12. After an overnight low of 4. Sunday, mostly sunny, 15. Monday, a shower or 2, 17. It's currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
The Parthenon of Athens is famous as a temple and a treasury. But is it also a crime scene? In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
It was a ransacking, I'm afraid.
From countries worldwide to museums and all kinds of strange places.
Join Mark Fennell on a new global quest.
It's about the theft of history itself.
The epic new season of Stuff the British Stole. Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
He's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are breathless.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
We're 2 months out from the end of the regular season. Round 17 opens on a cold Friday night in Melbourne, and yet it feels like there's a little more weight on the scales than just your average Friday night footy game in week 17 of the season. The epicentre of the footy world is the MCG again tonight, and the buzz that surrounds it for Collingwood and Essendon out to settle the score after the draw on Anzac Day. There is a whole lot in it.
It feels like we're at that stage of the season that every game from here is more important than the last. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. We've got the record breakers in the second row. Tim Hodges downstairs on the boundary, and a very special guest, the Pres of the Essendon Football Club, standing by to join us in just a moment. But first, Kelly Underwood is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Kel.
Oh, it just keeps getting better and better every Friday night, doesn't it? You and I, we get the front row seats up on the third level here. Beautiful evening, chilly evening in Melbourne, round 17, and the tension is ratcheting up. We are just all locked up in the middle of the ladder, and the jostle is on with 8 games to go. So from Sunday night, just 7 games to go in this home and away season, and they're all jockeying for the top 8 spots. So it's just such a pressure-packed finish to this season, isn't it? Like never before. And it just feels like you win tonight, you might probably finish top 4, you're in the box seat, and the losers can easily tumble out of the 8 when it comes to September. So can you imagine the Essendon fans? And you mentioned the Essendon president, who doesn't speak too often, but Dave Barham is going to join us very shortly. Can you imagine how irate these Essendon fans will be from third a couple of weeks ago if they were to tumble and stumble in these final 7 or 8 rounds, starting with tonight, and have another fade out? You remember that shocking fade out last year where they lost 5 of their last 7, and the last 2 losses were against, I don't need to remind you,
I was about to say,
West Coast and
I've just been working my way through it with some support, and yet now you're bringing it all up.
Yeah, it's all back again. So imagine if it does come back. But anyway, there's so much to look forward to. Can't wait.
3rd to 13th separated by just a game and a half on the premiership table. An unprecedented season so far. Never before have we seen the team in 13th place with a winning record this late in the season. The legendary Cat, Cameron Ling, is not with us tonight, but how could you get a more suitable replacement? We already have the guy with us who's coached more games in VFL, AFL footy than anyone else. So why not the man who's played more games than anyone else in the history of the game in Brent Boomer Harvey? G'day, Boomer.
G'day, Corbs. G'day, guys. Fantastic to be here on a Friday night. Don't get to do too many Friday night games, so really looking forward to this one, working alongside Mick Malthouse, of course. And the big question is, for me, 10 goals to 2 last week, the Bombers. Can they come out and fire up? Corbs, your mob, we know you love them. They've got to give us something tonight early.
Just there is no late change, so the key news coming into the night is obviously the 2 Collingwood lads are there despite their corkies. No such thing, Mick Malthouse's cotton wool, given how close the season is. Every game is high stakes, so both Braden Maynard with his cork quad and Josh Dacos with his cork calf will be out there tonight. Good evening to you.
G'day, Corby. Corkies. Fair dinkum. You don't miss training, let alone a game. So, is that right, Boomer? I mean, honestly,
getting soft, Mick. I'm with you.
Well, no, 450 games or something, or 550.
You just got to run it out, don't you? Jump on the bike, you'll be all right.
Anyway, g'day, Kel. How you going?
Yep.
I know you've been stirring up Corby all pre-match. Corby, it is great, and I notice that everything is the negative of what Essendon are going to do and how if they fall over and this and stuff. Just flip it a little bit and say, what happens with Collingwood if they get knocked over tonight too? Mm-hmm. And a few of their games are pretty tough games. And I think, yes, they won the premiership last year, so it takes the heat off. But I think both sides are in a very similar position, that they have been very hot and cold. There's no real consistency. I think Collingwood probably, with that little run of 4 or 5 games, helped it. But nonetheless, their vulnerability is through the midfield if it doesn't fire. I'll be very interested to see whether Dacos, and I'm saying Nick, gets tagged and see what Brad can do. I think they have to do that.
Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brent Harvey and Mick Malthouse in the box. Tim Hodges on the boundary tonight. And I'm very pleased to say we're now joined by the president of the Essendon Football Club, Dave Barham. Dave, appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
You were good enough in your days at Channel 10 to employ our own Kelly Underwood and Tim Hodges, and one other guy that you employed during that time was Peter Dacos. And I'm reliably informed that his little sons, and Josh and Nick, used to come into the commentary box back in the day, and now they're out here tormenting you as opposition players for the Magpies. What does that do in bringing back some memories from those days?
Can I leave now? Dakes caused me a lot of grief all my life. He kicked those goals as games against us. Then he beat us in the 1990 grand final. Then I employed him. We had a segment called Ask Dakes at half-time in the footy, and everyone loved him and asked him all these questions, and he always turned them into Collingwood answers. And then, of course, his 2 sons pop up, and then we're out here tonight stressed, worried about him, and, so every time I see him, I sort of say, Dakes, you've been haunting me.
Do you remember them running around the commentary box?
Yeah, I do remember them, and it's funny how it all turns out, it's funny how you see these kids, and next thing you know, they're beating you out on the ground.
Can I ask you about your first job before the job that, you decked out in the red and black tonight? You're a TV production icon in this industry going back many decades. The new TV rights kicks in, a new 7-year deal at the end of this year. Where will TV coverage be in the next 3 to 5 years? If you're in charge of Fox or you're in charge at Seven, where's the innovation come from, do you think?
Well, that's the big question. They've really got it's TVs in free-to-air TVs in freefall, to be truthful. And there was actually an interesting ruling overnight, or the Senate passed a legislation last night, I think, which is really going to hurt free-to-air TV and free-to-air viewers, where I think the way I read it is that free-to-air, you can only watch free-to-air big events live if you've got an aerial on your roof. Now, not many of us have got an aerial left on our roof. We're watching it through our smart TVs. So that's going to mean the fight for digital rights is going to be enormous. But it is going to come down to innovation. It's going to come down to how there's going to be even more competition. So how well you produce the game, how big your personalities are, that's all going to come. And I'm interested because I watch a lot of NFL. And I think the 3 best sets of commentators are in the NFL, and it's 2 guys. It's 2 people. And I think one of the things in footy we've got to do is we've got too many voices in a football coverage. Sometimes you're hearing you got 5 or 6 people involved in a coverage. You don't know who's talking. But they do a whole American football game. The guys, Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, do a whole American football game, and it's engaging because you get to know them. So I think innovation-wise, letting the audience get to know the people will be a big thing going forward.
Is that similar to EPL? So would you put the American stuff to EPL in regard to availability for the supporters? I mean, the supporters, they run the game, let's face it. So are we looking at something similar back here?
I just think it's like having you. I had you, fortunately, in one final series, right? And it was great, and it was fantastic. But I often felt when I'd get you in for a final series, you needed more time. You needed more time. We needed to hear more from you. So I think instead of increasing the number of commentators, we want to be bringing it back, because I think then you'll get far more information, you'll get far more detail, and you get far more personality, and someone like you can put more information out there, whereas you're all jammed in. It's a bit tricky the other way.
Just a quick one on video technology. I remember back in the early 2000s you were being hounded about that. I know the EPL, all the clubs voted whether to keep VAR for next season, and they agreed to keep it. Where do you sit on that and the fast that we have still in this game?
Well, I'm old, but I remember Ron Barassi saying we should have 2 goal umpires at either end. And that was in the mid-80s. The technology now is not good enough, in my view, to determine. I've watched thousands and thousands of hours of TV, and you can't tell whether a ball's going over the post or not. I couldn't tell, and I don't know how we actually got to that point. So I also don't like, what I don't like, and having watched sport all my life, it just makes umpiring impossible. If you know every decision you make is going to be critiqued on a scoreboard, and then you're shown up to be wrong 10 seconds later, I don't like it in cricket. I don't like cricket having umpires being second-guessed. I just don't like it.
Well, they're scared to make a decision now, aren't they? They're in or out by a metre, and they still call for it.
So if you're a goal umpire tonight, it's a close call. You're going to hang yourself out there? No, you're going to say, I'm not sure.
David, do you feel robbed from last week?
No, not at all.
Can I just jump in as a former coach, and I know what Brad would be like, thinking that you're on the charge, Draper should have been a mark, should have been a free kick, should have been anything. No guarantee you'll kick it, but 10, 15 metres out, goes in the other, and you find yourself 2 goals down. The ball started to deflate. Then another really shocking decision jumped in. Then you're 3 goals down from what can be conceived to be or perceived to be really bad decisions, and your young players, and for that matter, a lot of senior players seem to drop their head and you lost total momentum. So you don't reckon that had any bearing on your game?
Oh, it did, but it's not the reason we lost. And in my view, and I know you've been big on this over the years, I don't like excuses. Yeah. I don't like clubs making excuses, and I don't want our club to be a club. We had the chance with 3 goals down. We've got back from 3 goals down before. I can't see why we couldn't have got back from 3 goals down. Now, it was disappointing, and I think the lesson that we learned out of it out at the club, and what Brad told me and the guys told me, was that, they lost the plot and they couldn't get it back. Well, to me, that's a big lesson in what we've got to do going forward.
Yeah. I was going to just follow up on that, the umpires. Do you see 4 being... I know Barras said 2 goal umpires and stuff, and a lot of sports do have 2 when you've got posts like that, rugby, for instance. Do we need 4? And I'm saying that because we've got 9 games per week, and I know some double up and this sort of stuff. Do we really need 4? Because I just see some training wheels out there that are no good training at this level because it costs you games.
I think it's hard to know, but I think it's hard for 4 to have the same view. I think that's really difficult. But what I do think though is it's the hardest job. It's one of the hardest jobs. I think it's more about having more people involved in getting us to understand what is holding the ball. Is
it harder than being a president with a board that you're quite happy with the whole board that you've got there? Is that a hard job?
I know you're referring to one of my ex-teammates, but and he can be tricky at times. But no, I grew up in footy, and I was lucky. I grew up in the television side of it and I knew Dennis Rich and I knew these umpires, and they were terrific people. They were really, really good people, and I got to know them really well, and so I got a lot of respect for them. So I think their job is incredibly hard.
Dave Barham, the Essendon Press, with us on ABC Sport across the country. Dave, when you took over, it was tumultuous time, as often happens when there's a board spill and everything else. You had a bit of a mulligan out of the gates with the CEO, but since then, it feels like with Essendon and Carlton, when times are a crisis, at a crisis, it feels like it's hotter there at those clubs than it is in just about any other team in the league. And yet, it's been pretty smooth sailing as a board. We've heard less and less about what's happening in the back room at Essendon. How have you been able to keep some of those outside influences away from the football department and the club, as well as you seemingly have over the past 18 months?
Oh, I think we're building confidence, and I think everybody's building confidence in what we're doing, and I think you've got to have great leaders. This comes down to leadership. It comes down to having great leaders. So the minute Brad Scott came in the door and took over running the football department, and Craig Vozzo as well came in and started working as the CEO, we brought in 2 what I would say are outstanding football leaders. So both of them know the game intimately. We wanted to focus on football. We brought in 2 people who had that, and really knew their job. So they have provided really good leadership. So when you've got really good leadership, and then you've got alignment. So Brad, Boz and I are really close, and we talk all the time. So we have the same opinions, which is lucky.
Yep.
We all believe the same thing, and we all understand what we're doing, which is building for long-term sustained success with no quick shortcuts and quick fix-ups. We want long-term success built like what Sydney have, like what Geelong have got, and that means everything has to be done properly. So the fact that we're aligned and we have good leaders has helped us restructure everything.
So you talk about the direction of your football club. You bring in Gresham, Goldstein, McKay and Dersma last year. Clearly you went to the free agency pool and had a look. Will that be the same direction, or is it now time that you've got those guys and go to the draft now and bring in some youngsters, or it's just a mix of everything?
Well, it's not my decision. That's Brad's, and Voz will decide that. And we're doing a lot of work at the moment on our list management, list strategy, the way we do things. But again, this is part of building for long term. We've got to have the right processes, the right structures, you've got to understand where you're going to be and how you're going to look. But I'm listening to Brad. I don't see us giving up first round picks. He believes in talent and young players. I don't see him doing that.
So you talk about long term. It's all about long term. But these fans are frustrated. They want short term success. So round 17 last year, you were 5th, and you completely fell apart. Lost 5 of the last 7. You finished 11th. Currently, you're sitting 4th. You could win more in your final 7 games this year and still finish 11th or 12th. So how do you define success? Is not making finals still a good year?
Well, see, it depends, Kel. So what we're looking for is improvement the whole time. We are focused on improving across the club. Improving.
So 11 wins last year. So 12 wins this year. You're happy. You're happy with 12 wins.
No. I'll give you a scenario though. But you're saying making finals. What if we win 13.5 games and we don't make the finals?
Yeah. So you're happy with that? That's success.
Are you saying 13.5 wins would be a poor season?
And it doesn't matter about what I think.
Well,
it's about
if you
what
ask me, Kel, I would say if we won 13.5 games, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's a pretty good year. But of course, we want to make finals. We want to win a premiership. Don't forget about making finals. We want to win a premiership. We're not actually in this to make finals and win a final. Like, we're trying to win a premiership.
But you're telling the Essendon fans out there that if we win 13.5 and we're unlucky and we missed the finals,
Well, I don't think we would.
It's still a successful season.
I don't think we would. What I'm saying to you is this has never been... Look, right now, you've got a game and a half between 3rd and 13th. And the team in 13th has won 4 straight, and you wouldn't want to be playing them now. And they've won 8 out of 15 games. So they're 13th, and they're on the ladder, and they're 8 and 7. Can't get in the 8. So what you've got is this competition. We only used to have 12 teams in it. The 13th now can't even get close to the 8 because it's still one more that's lost. So we're in this incredibly competitive position, but we've put ourselves in a great spot. We've won 9.5 games out of 15. We've had I would say we've had 4 bad quarters out of 60. I call that improvement. I call our consistency, I call our competitiveness, and I call that significant improvement. And if you ask Essendon fans what they wanted to see a team that was competitive, turned up every week, and they knew what they were doing.
4 bad quarters, 2 of them came in the last game. You got the pointy end of the season to come, and you're up against teams in the top 8 that have the belief and confidence, and your team hasn't been there yet. So are you nervous at all?
No, it's a great opportunity. It's the greatest opportunity of all time. We want to be the ones that, win the final, win the premiership. What a great opportunity. I'm not worried about all that. What a great chance. How exciting for us to be in a position where we can correct something and do something like that.
Is it a burden, though, the fact that you haven't won A finals in 20 years?
No, it's not a burden at all. I don't think, personally, Mick would know better than me and Brent, but a player doesn't run out on the ground and think, oh, my God, we haven't won for it. They go to get the ball. They're not worried about that. I don't think that. I think this is something that has been great theatre for all of the other teams' fans and stuff like that. But I would say our group and our club is excited about the opportunity, and we've set ourselves up for a good chance.
The Anzac Day this year, you went in as underdogs, come out with a draw. Probably could have been spun the other way. And I'm not going to stick up for you necessarily, but Essendon supporters that I've seen just love the game style compared to what it was. It is highly competitive. They've got a competitive coach. I think you said it before about Corby about the board. You don't hear about it, so that's something that we're not used to at Essendon. And as I say, I don't want to jump in, David, but I can see, as a former football coach, I don't know about you, Boomer, it's a different look. The side looks differently. You get excited, Corby.
I do. But you can't just wish it into existence, can you? These things take time. And just last one, Dave, on that. So Kevin Sheedy joined us before the start of the 2022 season. So obviously a whole lot of upheaval at the end of that year with Ben Rutten going as coach. But he said then, I feel like we're 40 games away from being a really, really good team. And obviously there was a lot of change and that set you back and everything else. You talk about not just wanting to play finals, you want to be contending to win flags. When do you see that happening? When do you look at this group and what Brad Scott's putting together and feel like they'll be in premiership contention when?
When we've done everything properly, when we've built our list properly, when we've trained them properly, when we've developed them properly, when we've got the right amount of blokes on the list.
So you're not going to do a Brendan Gale and say 3 in the next 5 years?
I don't know. But what I do know is if we don't do everything properly and we don't get all the right processes in place and we don't do all this stuff properly, we'll never get there. So people kept saying we've got to do this and we've got to do that. I'm going, yeah, okay, but what we've got to do first is do everything properly. And that's the key to success for me.
Dave, your time's greatly appreciated. I absolutely mean this. All the best tonight and for the remainder of the year. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Dave Barham, the president of the Essendon Football Club, as his Bombers burst through the banner. They're the first team out on the ground. It is their away game, and yet they're in the black shorts tonight in their traditional jumper, all in black, with the mighty red sash, and the Collingwood Football Club, who are wearing their jumper from Sir Doug Nicholls' round, given the fact we are on the doorstep of NAIDOC Week, which starts on Sunday. The theme this year, to keep the fire burning. This jumper, of course, designed by Uncle Trevor Davis, the father of Leon Davis, of course, one of your former players, Mick, and healing is the theme on the jumper. Just one word on Dave Barham's visit. What did you think?
I think a great settler. He's a man that's not chasing headlines, and I think that's important for a football club. Let the doing be on the ground, not off the ground or boardroom.
Yep. It feels quieter at least, and I'm not sure if that's the on-field performance, but as I said during the interview, it feels like Essendon and Carlton in particular, when their house is burning, it's hotter there than it is at any other footy club.
Yeah. I've been at one of them.
Yes, absolutely. Here comes Darcy Moore. He's been under a little bit of heat himself this week. He's had a couple of knees, which have caused some damage, and then his own form has been questioned as well as the reigning All-Australian centre-half back, the premiership captain with the Pies. And he leads his Collingwood Magpies out onto the ground for this almighty clash on a Friday night. The full preview coming up in a few moments. The good news for Collingwood fans, I can see Braden Maynard and I can see Josh Dacos. So they are both out there. They're two premiership players, despite struggling with corkies during the week. They are playing, and there is no late change. The sub for the Magpies is Ned Long. He's on club debut tonight. He played 5 games previously for the Hawthorn Football Club across the last 2 seasons. So he's in today, 35 days after being picked up in the mid-season draft. And for the Bombers, Nick Hind is going to start as their sub tonight. Oh, there's a whole lot of talking points to work our way through. More Nick Dacos. Is the aura gone from the Collingwood Football Club? Is their defence a little leaky? While for the Bombers, they're coming in with just 1 ruck. Their percentage is sub 100. They haven't got a win over a top 8 team. Can that change tonight? Full preview next.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang!
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
They could not be split on Anzac Day. They are back to settle a score tonight and establish some hierarchy in the top 4. Who belongs there and who does not? That's what we'll find out this evening. Essendon and Collingwood under the Friday night lights. It is 10 degrees, and yet you wouldn't want to be anywhere else but the mighty MCG tonight. High-stakes footy to start round 17. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood in commentary. And on the boundary, we have Tim Hodges to Hodgie in just a moment. But our record breakers tonight in the second row, Brent Harvey, the man who's played more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL footy, and a man who's coached more games than anyone else in Mick Malthouse. Set it up for us, gentlemen. There are no late change. Josh Dacos and Braden Maynard both out there for the Pies. The 2 tactical subs, Ned Long for the Collingwood Football Club and Nick Hind for the Bombers. What are we in for tonight?
Boomer, a couple of things. One, I've just looked at, well, I didn't have to look at this, but you know this. Clearances. Nick Dacos, 107. Closest to him is 60-something.
Yep.
All the team ratings. The big one. Scores inside 50. Collingwood 3rd, Essendon 17th. That is probably the only big difference in the teams, but it's significant. Now, I know you're a great player, and you were a great player, don't deny it. And you would have been tagged a million times when you're on fire.
Yep.
Dacos surely would expect to be tagged tonight.
You would think so, and you hope so. There's not a team that shouldn't tag Nick Dacos, Bontempelli, all these stars of the competition.
Absolutely.
And in particular, tonight. But the question is, who goes to him?
Well, someone's got to go to him.
Well, you just mentioned the clearances, Mick, right? So he is nearly doubled the next Collingwood player.
That's right.
So you have to put time into him. But what he does, he wins the ball in close. He's great at getting a 1-2, and he spreads so hard. I watched him. I sat up here a couple of weeks ago, and I just watched the way he worked and ran.
Yeah.
And he did
But
so
there are
much
players
running.
that can run. All right, and we've seen players actually knock him over.
Yep.
Now, this will surprise you what I did one day against Essendon. I was so sick of Joe Mercedes getting the ball and being tagged, I put 2 players on him at every stoppage because we knew that they were going to hit the ball to Joe Mercedes. We ended up taking him out of the game. They won the game.
Yep.
But then you've got to readjust again. So, there are methods of tagging players and reducing their effectiveness.
We saw Sam Durham have success on Marcus Bontempelli earlier in the year. Obviously, different kind of players, but 2 superstars in their own right. Would you put Sam Durham to him? Is he the kind of guy you can see going with Nick or not?
Oh, I think the battle of the midfield tonight is going to be crucial and huge.
They'll win the game.
Now, if Durham goes to Dacos, does that take too much away from
them?
So what I like around taggers is someone that's not as talented. And if they can break,
Do you believe that?
If they can break even, No, so I'm not saying a tagger is not talented.
Lingy,
I'm just saying...
Lingy's seat's still warm and you sit out there and come with these kind of statements.
You kicked him out.
Pick a player who you're going to get something out of, but not huge. Yep. Not on Nick Dacos' level, and there's not too many people in the competition can do that, mind you. And just break even. But you just said something before, Mick, around his disposals. He's probably going to have 20 to 25, even if he gets tagged tonight. Yep. It's how he uses that.
Yep.
Every time he gets the ball, is he going to ground? Every time he gets the ball, is there a hand pulling his jumper down as he's kicking it?
I totally agree.
Because if you don't, he cuts you up. He is one of the best users in the competition.
Yep.
He is going to cut you up going inside 50, and you just can't allow that. Allow him 25 touches, but don't let him have the efficiency.
What about Darcy Moore? So he's been under a little bit of heat this week. He's had the errant knees, which have caused some damage to Christian Petrarca and Jared Witts, but more so his form's been questioned as the leader of this side, premiership captain in the back half. How do they get the best out of him tonight?
Well, he's smart enough to be able to go to a player like probably Wright, stay on him, but I'll say this though, Corby, he has got away with murder as a key back for a long time, as did the lad from Brisbane,
Harris
Andrews.
Yep.
They intercept a lot when their side's on top. When the team start to even up a bit and their forwards lead up and get hit all the time, Andrews always stood behind. Darcy Moore stands behind, gives them a 3 or 4 yard break. If they're prepared to give a 3 or 4 yard break against a side that now with Merritt, who's a very good user of football, Shield, if he can get hold of the football 15, 20 times, Darcy Moore's going to have to be right up next to him. Otherwise, he's going to be left. There's a lot to be said about your wingman. And I'm not talking about a wing football. I'm talking about the flight, let's say the back pocket. Murphy out of the side means it's like Andrews, when he had a good back pocket playing next to him, he was able to intercept and do all this. You take away their right-hand man and it exposes them. I think Darcy Moore's been exposed. He has to clean it up himself. He's got the speed. He should have the responsibility. He's captain.
2.5 intercept marks he's averaging this year, the lowest for a number of years. Yep. So he needs the Jeremy Howells to come over and chop him out. I seen Hawthorn do something here last year when they beat Hawthorn, where they dropped the eyes because they knew that Murphy was going to be goalkeeper. They knew that Darcy Moore was going to go there. They dropped the eyes and hit about 30, 35 out, and they beat him that day.
Yep.
But they smashed him in clearances as well, so hand in hand.
Do you subscribe to the notion that Collingwood's aura's gone?
Look, I've picked them a long way out that they could back-to-back premierships. I think Carlton have probably gone past in the way Carlton are playing, but we've got 8 weeks to go. Sides can fluctuate in that time. They've still got the skeleton, if you like, of a very good football side. It's what you can add onto it because when you've won a premiership, everyone comes at you.
Yep.
Darcy Moore's no accident that he's not playing that well. They know full well, don't kick the ball high because he's going to get to it. He's got speed. So kick the ball out in front of your forward. Kick the ball even on the ground in front of you. Dacos is the exception because what they've done so far, there's only 1 or 2 players been able to take him out. So whilst he's there and DeGoey then slots in and Pendlebury's jumped up again, then they've always got replacements. And this is where the opposition can't only have a good tagger, they've got to have good ball getters to put pressure back on those.
Correct.
6 times they've trialled at three-quarter time this year. They've won only 2 of them. Of course, last week they reeled in the deficit and then were ultimately passed at the death. The Bombers tonight, no Todd Goldstein, your former teammate missing Boomer. So 1 ruck. Essendon this year, when they've gone with the 1 designated ruckman, they are 6 wins, 2 losses. They're dead even when they play the 2. 3 wins, 3 losses and a draw.
No, I don't mind it. And Goldstein's been in exceptional form this year for an older guy. He's been fantastic and a great pickup. What that allows them to do is play another proper forward. Like Nate Caddy comes into the team tonight, and he's a genuine forward. So whereas when Goldie's playing and he's resting up forward, he's not a forward. He can pinch hit and maybe take a mark and kick a goal, but he's not a proper forward. So I like the 1 ruckman.
And against Collingwood in particular, because they've only got 1 ruckman themselves.
And Mick, quick one, scores per inside 50. Essendon are ranked 2nd last.
Yeah, 7. We just spoke about that, yeah.
Is that something you can change week to week?
Well, you can't change it week to week. What you have to do, you have to work on it by getting the ball differently taken in or by going in and staying in. There's a big question mark. Does Stringer put enough pressure on this? Goldstein put enough pressure on? So you take one away, perhaps these other... You've got to keep the ball inside your front 50 to score.
You're welcome to keep the aeronautical puns going too, given it's Essendon playing tonight and the Bombers. I like what you're working with there, Mick. Brent Harvey and Mick Malthouse, our record breakers in the second row. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. The coin toss has just happened, and Tim Hodges, the best boundary rider in the business, is with us in the front row. Hello, Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, crew. Nice to be with you. Darcy Moore, an early victory, winning the toss. The Pies will kick to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're home watching on the telly, listening to us. Another spectacular stage here at the MCG. A mighty crowd. We're on our way to 85,000 plus. I will say it's complete and utter chaos outside getting in. The car parks have been closed with the weather. There's basketball. There's Disney on ice across the road. So I would think, honestly, there's still probably 10 to 15,000 people outside trying to get in for this game. And an amazing crowd considering how cold it is this evening. It's currently 10 degrees. It's going to be a low of 8 by the final siren. The good news, it's clear, but gee, it's cold. No late change, so that means Maynard, Josh Dacos, and worth noting, Darcy Cameron are all playing. Cameron left the training track on Wednesday. The subs for the Pies, it's Ned Long, the debutant for the Bombers. Nick Hind, a massive stage, massive stakes. You don't want to be in the losers' rooms tonight. Hope it's a great game, guys.
Geez, Tim, I thought it was winter.
Thanks. Thanks, Hodgie. He's into you already. Quick tip, Mick.
I think Collingwood, probably.
Yeah, I think Collingwood just tonight.
Kel?
Collingwood.
Yep. Hodgie?
It's not worth asking. Matt is 1-0.
Corbin? Yeah, I'll take the Dons just to split the shutout. Let's see what we get under the Friday night lights in round 17 to settle the draw from Anzac Day. The Pies and the Bombers. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it was a crooked bounce. It didn't favour either ruckman. Durham's gone straight to Nick Dacos. So we'll get the guys sitting behind us to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, the umpire's blowing his whistle, said it's a free to the Bombers. So Caldwell takes it, flares it wide with the kick. And taking the mark uncontested is Jones, Harry Jones. He goes short. Perkins marks. They've got it just underneath the Shane Warne stand. Another short, sharp kick to Martin. Barely the required distance on the outer wing. Inside 50 for the first time tonight. Needed to be precise to Jones, and it was. And Harry Jones has taken a mark. He was sandwiched in between two Collingwood players. It was Markov in front and Cameron closing late. But those long arms reached up. And it's a tough kick. The distance won't be a problem, but he's a step or two in from the boundary, left forward pocket at the city end.
Boomer, short kicks, keep it away from the air at this stage.
You've got to drop your eyes, and that's how you beat the Collingwood defenders. Just a really quick one too, Cal. Durham doesn't look like it's a super hard tag.
Your first kick can set up your night for the youngster Harry Jones. On the approach over 50, shanks it. It's a shocker. And Essendon fans hope it's not a sign of what's to come as the Pies take a mark on the last line of defence.
Work it out of the defensive arc, kick up the side bottom. He takes the mark from young Dean. Oh, wants to move it quickly. They're in strife here. They've coughed up the footy. Got it away to Markov. He was mowed down. Collingwood wanting to go quick, and Essendon trap it in their front half. Jones, another touch early for him. Goes out wide to Gresham, who takes the mark. He's 55 metres out. It was David further inside the forward 50, and Merritt marks against the boundary line at left half forward.
Yeah, same spot. Left foot this time. It was a really mongrel kick, that first one. Came off the boot terribly, but I'm not 100% sure this is the right kick either, a right play to have the ball. It'll be a great goal if he kicks it, but I think you should start to dart the eyes around again.
Opens up the angle a little for him. The left footer, left peg against the fence. That is a perfect tone setup for the Bombers. The skipper from a sharp angle kicks the first of the night. 2 minutes in, Essendon 1 straight 6. Collingwood yet to score. And the Bombers with the opening goal. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The record breakers, Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey.
Yeah, spot on, Mick. They've dropped their eyes. That's 2 inside 50 straight away where they've dropped their eyes and made the Collingwood defenders defend. But that was on the back of great pressure on the way out.
Yes,
Side bottom had the ball. Collingwood tried to move the ball really quickly. Essendon were onto it. So it's a great start by Essendon defensively and offensively.
Remember Anzac Day too, they kicked 4 goals in 7.5 minutes.
Yes,
To start the game.
Yeah. I think that'll be probably it's how long you can stay with your game plan. And because Collingwood will come at you, they'll change it around, this sort of stuff. So, right now it's 8-2 possessions. So, and one of those possessions resulted in a free kick for incorrect disposal.
This is the perfect bounce. Thuds into the turf. Cameron in a wrestle with Draper. Caldwell charges off after it. Durham missed it. Tough ball to be won. Great smother by Merritt on Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos tries to go in and win it again. And wrapped up in the tackle is Perkins. Ball up on the edge of the centre circle. Here we go again. The ruckman tussle. This time Draper straight down to Nick Dacos. Gives it to Lipinski. Over to Maynard. Got a bit of run about him. Wobbly old kick. It bounced and then went straight into the chest of Martin. A give and go and they're off. Via hands here for the Bombers on the wing right in front of us, Corbin.
Caldwell to Cox and now to Guelphy. Feeds a hand pass over halfway. Big Peter Wright's got it, but he's got to go. Kicks a high bomb into the forward pocket. Young Caddy's down, leaps at the footy, no mark. Ball spills out, still half forward for Essendon. Langford, hand pass to Martin, back to Caddy. Right foot against the boundary line. He kicks goalward, but puts it out on the full.
So I reckon Cordwell's going to Goey. I just see little marry-ups all over the ground at the moment. Maybe they're going to change.
Yeah, I think Essendon are backing their system. Under Brad Scott, he normally does that a fair bit as well. So Nick Dacos not really getting a ram with tonight.
So in the back pocket, it was Oleg Markov, short to side bottom. He goes sideways to Pendlebury. Scott Pendlebury playing game number 396 tonight. Uses it to Maynard, and then the kick was precise down the line. That's a brave mark by Schultz. He had to back, and he had Ben Mackay charging out. Gives it off to Quaynor. Quaynor inside 50. Howell's down there in a one-on-one with Laverty. He dropped it, but the umpire says it's paid.
Yeah, I think it was marked and
then knocked out.
Faked out.
So it was an interesting one-on-one, Mick. It was Howell, who's usually the defender, come forward in a one-on-one with Laverty, and he wins it. And he's going to set snap. He's not mucking around. 45 metres out, 30 metres out, 45-degree angle rather. And he curls it round for a lovely snap. And the Pies with the quick reply. And we're 1 straight 6 apiece here after 5 minutes of play.
Mick, the Collingwood football team right now look like they want to move the ball super quick.
Yep.
3 marks, 3 handball receives, running from behind. They want to try to get Essendon. They know that Essendon presses.
Yep.
They want to try to get the ball out the back. And I think it was Laverde then who had to run back to goal with his eyes not looking at the goal. So it's a ploy by Collingwood. And I'm going to harp on this. No one's going to Dacos. This is going to cost them. This is going to hurt Essendon.
Yeah, I think they'll probably let it settle, which is you've got to take the wind out of the sails early up. I'm with you, Boomer. The only thing is about that hard press is Essendon have been easily scored against. I'm just wondering whether Brad's going to persist with this, because when the ball goes in there, they do get scored against pretty easily.
A goal each after the first 5 minutes. Cameron won the head out, but straight to Caldwell at the Bombers. Hand pass to Merritt. Kicks to half forward. Headed up Markov. Left it behind. Stringer threw a boot at it. Knocked it away to Shield. He just whacks it into open space on the wing. Merritt's first one there. Collects for Essendon. Hand pass back to Ridley. Kicks across the ground, and here's Caldwell who marks backward at the logo. Friday night footy, a goal each. No late change, so Josh Dacos and Maynard both out there. And the kick goes wide to Stringer. Between wing and half forward, he can load up and go inside 50 again for the Dons. To the forward pocket. Punched away from the back by Cameron. Still alive footy inside the Bombers' forward 50. Side bottom, can't clear with that kick. Collected by Nick Dacos, and he's tackled. And a ball up, left half forward for the Bombers. 40 out from their attacking goal. Scores level. 1 straight 6 apiece after 6.5 minutes.
Ball up inside 50. The heart of the 50 here for the Demons. And tackled was Doug DeGoey. DeGoey just sort of shoveled his head straight into the midriff of Guelphy.
Yeah.
Umpire says another ball up. Draper trying to get it to Durham, who was charging past, and will reset and go again.
I reckon that's a free kick, Kel, when they've barged their head into someone else's midriff. They've got,
against DeGoey.
Yeah, they've got prior.
Okay. Neither ruckman win it in the air. Nick Dacos at ground level, but he's stripped of it, and it comes the way of Jones. Jones gives it to Draper, the big ruckman. He's in 2 minds, and he goes the snap, but it's offline to the left. And he's kicked some fancy goals before, big Draper, and that snap was just offline. 1-1-7 Essendon, Collingwood, 1 straight 6.
Maynard short to side bottom, marks the kick out. Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly, Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and the record breakers, Mick Malthouse. Most games coached, Brent Harvey, most games played in the commentary box, and credibility perhaps as much as you can ever get with you on ABC Sport tonight as the kick goes across the half-back line to Markov. He doesn't really know where he's going, gives it to Josh Dacos by hand, back to Markov. Hand pass back to Josh Dacos, but he's under siege. Whacks it away to Richards. Collingwood right on halfway. Richards the lefty, kicks down to half forward, not a great kick, and Ridley, something he hasn't done the last 2 weeks, takes an intercept mark at centre-half back for the Bombers. Essendon by a point after 8 minutes.
They want to move it quickly. And it's these slicing kicks. So Shields' real first significant kick and couldn't quite get it to his teammate, but there's enough Bombers there to regather, and Redmond goes down the line on the southern wing. It's knocked out of there. This ball comes down to Guelphy. Off to Draper, runs into trouble, gets the handball back to Durham. Now a quick little kick by Gresham to a 2-on-1, top of the goal square. Hind does well, comes back a quick snap from Langford, and Langford's snap is offline. It was Martin rather than with the little feed off to Langford off a step directly in front, 30 metres out, and he misses. Nick Hind, the sub tonight for the Bombers, and Long is the sub for the Pies.
Maynard's off and running from the kick out, gets all the way to half-back, short kick to Crisp. Game number 230 on the bounce for him tonight in succession. Only 14 away from Jim Steins' record. Goes short to Majacek, who marks on the wing. Hand pass to Degoe. Over halfway, the Pies. Kicks inside the forward 50. Goes to a one-on-one. It's Kelly and Hill close to the boundary line. They let it bounce, and it rolls out in front of the pair. Boundary throwing 30 out from the Pies goal.
I don't mind that matchup. Bobby Hill, Kelly's gone to him. He will get him, and he's a holder. So he'll just try to hold and not let Bobby Hill run and jump at the football.
Look dangerous though, Collingwood, don't they, in that forward line? They just got...
The ball's going in quick, isn't it,
It is too quick. And not overly crowded it is at the moment, but...
Draper v Majacek. Majacek goes to ground, and Draper just takes it out of there easily. Gives it to Chris, and this time Chris snaps. And he buries it for the Pies. Draper's given it straight to the opposition, and you'll never see an easier snap than that from Jack Crisp. And after Essendon produced the opener, Collingwood's gone bang bang. 2 straight 12. Essendon 1-2-8 after 10 minutes of play.
It's an interesting one, Cal. He certainly didn't get a clash of jumpers there, did he? Because they're nothing alike, but he handballed it to him like it was his own player. And an easy goal from Chris, just right foot snap from 25, 30 out.
I think he just got... Because he had so much time and so much room. At the first contest... Yeah, it's interesting. Draper off now. Just be interested to see. It's Peter Wright going the ruck, has he? Yes, he has. So that's the change, and that's good moves that to bring Wright up the ground. So he's not just locked into a forward line either.
Dons kicked the first goal. Magpies with the next two. Cameron in the middle, palms it down in front of Nick Dacos. Couldn't take clean possession. Whacks it to Pendlebury. The veteran hand pass in front of Crisp. The running man, the Iron Man, kicks goalward. He's got two in a minute. And the Collingwood fans are roaring inside the G. All of a sudden, the Pies setting a brisk early pace. 3 straight 18. Essendon 1-2-8. 11 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse, Brent Harvey.
It's a clearance, Mick. Another clearance.
I was just about to say, anything that's where you don't have a lot of players, centre bounce, you only have the 4 players each. Your ruckmen have already come together, so you've got virtually 3. If you don't protect the ball, this is what's going to happen. And particularly if you allow a player to run out of the centre square with the football. So there's the danger. And Essendon won the first one, but they went sideways.
And Nick Dacos gets his hands on the ball from a clearance again. Gives it to Pendlebury. Pendlebury over the top, goal. It's a simple game sometimes. This is where Essendon's got to they've got to lock down. You can't let these calibre of players do it.
Perfect bounce this time. Right. Couldn't quite affect it in the air. Little dribble kick from Nick Dacos. They come in from all angles. Oh, Crisp is running hot. He's got orange boots on. He should have red boots on because he's red hot. He gets it to Howe, and then Howe gets over to his teammate and snapping, but almost not quite there was Harvey Harrison. And it's run over the boundary line in the right forward pocket at the punt road end.
As I said before, they looked really dangerous in that forward line because Essendon just seemed to be on the back foot, trailing their players in. No real clean hands either.
2 consecutive kicks, two straight goals for Jack Crisp after the handball to race up play. He's got it again here. Sharks at the stoppage. Jack Crisp is red hot. Hooks her a third. He's got 3 in 2 minutes.
He's got a hat-trick on the MCG.
He's a fire that can't be put out at the moment, Jack Crisp. 4 straight 24. Essendon 1-2-8. The Pies by 16 points after a dozen minutes.
And did I hear you call 2 kicks, 2 goals? Now it's 3 kicks, 3 goals. He hasn't a kick in between, so he's had 3 kicks for 3 goals.
His last 3 kicks have all been goals. He's had 5 touches, 3 clearances, 3 of them contested, 2 inside 50s and 3 straight.
That's not a bad start at the 13-minute mark of the first quarter.
Well, the other thing was, if you marry it all up, 2 of those come directly from stoppages. So there's not enough work done at the stoppage by Essendon. If you just have a close look at this stoppage again, they're all looking at one player. They allow the other player, who's the free player, to have access to space. You've got to crowd it out. Even if you bring wingers down, you have a winger back and forward of that stoppage.
Perkins standing next to Chris, but this centre bounce. Bodies flying in from all angles. No one can clear it. Caldwell handled it out. Pendlebury's involved. Oh, it's a tough ball to win. And it's a jump ball in the end. About 5 players over it. Darcy Cameron eventually hands it back to the umpire. Just inside that centre square. Cameron easily beats right. Straight down the throat of Nick Dacos. Gives it to side bottom. Kick. Kruger was there. Couldn't control it. Good hands. Martin getting involved, and now back to McGrath, the milestone man. He kicks wide, makes it tough for Caddy. Had to take it on the bounce right in front of the interchange gates. Does well. Handballs back to Jones and then curls it around, but still side bottom. Is easily able to chop that one off, and he spears the pass to his premiership, his 2-time premiership good mate in Scotty Pendlebury.
Well, they're so aggressive, Collingwood. They're going through the middle. They're just chewing off. Everything that they chew off is coming off.
Pendlebury wide to DeGoey, links up with Howe, kicks inside 50, Harrison. Just a lights-out start for the Magpies. Essendon have had 47 disposals for 1 goal, and Collingwood only hitting their 42nd disposal now. They've already kicked 4 straight, could be 5 here.
Everything they do, it's been quick. We mentioned their first goal came from handball receives. That one then, there was 3 marks, but they all turned, faced the game and went straight away.
Yeah. And catching Essendon out, they're not manning up, they're not filling up the gaps. It's really bad by Essendon at the moment.
Collingwood's rising star to make it 5 straight. It's their first blemish of the night. He misses near side. The Premiers are 4-1-25. Essendon flat-footed now, 1-2-8. Collingwood by 17, halfway through the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Little dazed and confused, the Bombers out there at the moment. Ridley on the kicking duties. Shorts it to Kelly and then back to Ridley. They're not outside the D50 yet. Spears the pass down the line on the outer side, looking for Langford. Got his hands to it. Well done by Darcy Moore. He kills it over the boundary line, and warm applause for the under siege skipper.
Well, right now the clearances are 6-3, so Collingwood have doubled Essendon's clearances. I know it's only early in the game, but Essendon don't want the ball to go out of bounds, Mick. They just want to play a kick-mark style of game, just for 3 or 4 minutes. Take the sting out of it.
Yeah, well, they've got Draper on now against a non-ruckman, so this is where they've got to clear it, and they still can't clear it.
Draper palms it down straight to his opposing ruckman, Kruger. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos, gives it to Pendlebury, back to Josh on the wing. Hand pass to DeGoey, back to Josh Dacos a 3rd time. Kicks across the ground, stretching up Jones, takes the intercept mark. Craig McRae, there's a lot of chat during the week about, have Collingwood's aura. Has it been diminished coming from behind at 3/4 time? Well, there's one way to avoid that, and that's to play in front. Don't worry about having to play catch-up. They've kicked 4 of the first 5. It's the change McRae was hoping to see to get a hot start and protect a lead.
I like the way that Draper has come on the next time, because then he's going to catch the first ruckman out. So Campbell will be off the ground.
Draper down to half forward, no marks. Bills to DeGoey. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kicks into the middle of the G. Ball hits the deck. Kelly cops an unkind bounce. Won't sit for Harrison either. He'll get a second look at it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Crisp. Met in the tackle from Merritt. Side bottom soccers it out to the wing, and Howe will collect on the hop.
Cool customer, the veteran, on the bounce. He kicks it to Myercheck. Breaks one tackle, wheels around, skies it inside 50. Leaping is Bobby Hill. He played for the free and the push in the back. The umpire was having none of it. And in the meantime, Mackay has taken the mark, and he's kicked it straight down the throat of Josh Dacos.
I looked at Mackay when he marked that, and he had eyes for one position, one player. Now, I'm not privy to what he was looking peripherally, but he could not have seen the 2 Collingwood players that were within 1 yard of it.
Well, there's not many with flashy green boots out there, Mick. And Josh is one of them, and then, that's poor manning up. Dersma's been caught short, and taking the mark there for the Pies is Joe Richards.
Not only Dersma there, Cal, but it's the rest of the Essendon defenders, the midfielders that didn't get back. They just thought that Josh Dacos was going to have a shot at goal from 45 metres. Completely switched off. This is not a great start, Corbin, for your mob. This is very, very poor.
Joe Richards playing just his 5th AFL game from Wangaratta. He knows how to kick a goal in the AFL, but not on this occasion. 3 in his 4 games so far. And that set shot just slews off to the right. He hangs it out. So 4-2-26 Collingwood. They've kicked the last 4 in the game. Essendon 1-2-8.
The Bombers were on top early if you've just joined us, and then we saw Jack Crisp explode in a 4-minute stretch, kicked 3 goals, 3 straight with 3 consecutive kicks. Amazing burst here at the G, and that's the gap in the game. Collingwood by 18. There's many minutes gone in the opening quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bombers trying to find an exit out of their defensive half. Kelly goes back to Ridley. Short kick to Shield. Just his second game for the year. Tries out the southern side. Hits up Benny Mackay, who marks defensive side of the wing. Handball out wide to Dersma. No way forward. Hand pass back to Mackay. Kicks over the head of Langford. Cold turnover, and Hoskin Elliott takes the intercept mark for Collingwood.
Tries to centre it but couldn't quite hit up a target. Well done by Durham. He was able to knock it down. Work its way to Merritt, and they go round to Langford. Quick handballs. Merritt kept running on his left. He's usually beautiful. And Caddy could have easily taken the mark, but he was interfered with chopping of the arms against Jack Crisp, who was out of position. And Caddy with the free. 45-degree angle right on 50. He will have a set shot to see if he can stop this run of 4 consecutive goals.
Well, the difference between that first part of the this play and the second part was slow, now quick.
Top draft pick, promising player, first-year player, set shot, offline. 1-3-9, the Bombers.
Too close to the man of the mark.
Yeah, he was a little bit close, wasn't he? Knowing Benny Mackay so well, he will go into his shell now with ball in hand. So he'll still go for his marks, but he'll want to handball the ball when he gets it.
4-2-26, it's Collingwood by 17.
Pies want to move it fast, more marks, and then immediately played on. Tackled by Langford, and the umpire says, yep, holding the ball. So free kick for Essendon, and they can go back inside their forward 50. Not with great efficiency all season, and again tonight, Collingwood electric inside their attacking arc. Essendon not so much. Langford lays it up, crowded forward 50. Jones leaping at it, had a fair piece of it, no mark. Spills to Durham, kick smothered. Draper trying to soccer it through, more saves the day. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Hoskin Elliott clears out towards half-back. Myercheck the target, spills the mark. Falls down to Martin for the Bombers. Short kick, got it to Perkins, told to keep moving. Hand pass to Cox inside 50. Runs into trouble. Caught, holding the ball. Free kick for the Magpies. Crisp and Pendlebury in the 2-man tackle, and the Collingwood veteran Pendlebury will get it at half-back. Pies by 17 as we tick into time on opening turn.
They're on the Pies. They are all over Essendon at the moment.
I think a goal back, though, Kel, just might settle nerves a little bit.
Pendlebury short to De Goey. De Goey goes long. Target is Myercheck. Draper in front. Uncontested mark, easy pickings. Takes it right in front of the Essendon bench.
Should hand pass this. Don't worry about kicking a big drape.
He's going to ignore you, Mick. And he's going to go long. Right to where the 50 is. Pack of players. Skittles like 9 pins. Durham with a quick handball to Caldwell and then to Shield. Now to Martin. Uses Kelly on the left. Flips it inside 50 out in front of Dersma. He's got to lose his opponent, and now he's got to try and tackle Hoskin Elliott, who was able to trap it to Josh Dacos. Happy to see it over. It's a free kick going Collingwood's way.
Well, this is what they do very well, the Pies. They're bringing the ball back through the corridor very quickly, so they've got a lot more room then to move the football as opposed to being locked into a flank, into a pocket, or into the wing.
A short kick to side bottom, short to Markov. He's got it still at half-back for Collingwood. 22 minutes into the opening term. Pies by 17. They've kicked the last 4, including Jack Crisp. He kicked 3 goals in 4 minutes of footy. Incredible burst in this opening term. The 2 vets, side bottom and Pendlebury, short to Crisp.
They can't defend this, can they, the Dons?
Well, it's 5 uncontested marks. They're going to have to change. They're playing back shoulder. They need to flip around and get in front, make them kick them over their heads.
The lefty long out to Cameron. He leads Draper to the footy and takes the mark. Right half forward, 55 out. Dabs the kick into the pocket, and Langford back, couldn't take the mark. Falls to Richards. Hand pass inside to Harrison. Another one. And the Magpie Army are roaring in this opening term. 5 in a row for the Premiers. Collingwood 5-2-32. Essendon stuck on 1-3-9. And the Pies are setting the pace in this opening term. 23 minutes gone, the Pies by 23. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Mick, that was just a big build-up, wasn't it? There was 5 or 6 uncontested marks in a row. So what's happening is Essendon are playing back shoulder. Collingwood realise that. They're hitting up at the ball. 15-metre kick. They're getting handball receives. Sometimes they're giving it, or they're turning and facing the game and hitting the next one. They've just moved the ball 150 metres through 5 uncontested marks.
Yeah. It's quite damning. And I'll say this about just an isolated incident. The player who took the first mark out on that wing out on the half-forward flank, I'm not sure who it was the Collingwood player, but the two Essendon players went to the mark. One Essendon player on the mark had to tell the other player, no, get back on to the next opponent. Now, that's damning.
Margin is 23 points. Pies lead it. There's about 4 minutes before quarter time. They break out of the centre through Merritt. There's Skipper. Stabs the pass out in front of Gresham. Takes the mark in front of Darcy Moore. Wheels around. He's too far out to score. Gives it off to Merritt. Stabs that pass beautifully. Silver service. It was a bullet that came into Dersma. And Dersma with a set shot. So what is he? About 5 metres in from the boundary line. Left forward pocket heading to the city end.
Well, it goes without saying, to have to pull this game back into some sort of contest, Essendon have to score in the next goal, whether it be this kick or whatever.
They've had a couple of set shots from this exact point, haven't they, Mick?
Well,
and
they've
they've
missed
two.
Shot.
Yep, so this is the third. Can Dersma put the arrow straight through the big sticks? It's going to be touched over, and it is. Didn't quite have the carry or the distance.
It's only 45-metre kick at best, so...
1-4-10 Essendon, Collingwood 5-2-32, Collingwood by 22 points.
Peter from Adelaide off the SMS. Living in Adelaide, it was refreshing to hear an AFL president who doesn't want to blame umpires. Rather look internally about how they lost the game. Obviously speaking about Dave Barham, who joined us pre-game. Nice to have him with us as the exiting kick-out is a turnover from Hoskin Elliott, and Dersma takes the intercept mark. 0437 774 774 the SMS. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dersma from 70 out, kicks to the top of the goal square. Draper in the pack, hits the deck front and centre, scooped up by Caddy. Hand pass to Perkins, handball away to Caldwell. Can they get a shot out the Bombers? Hand pass to Guelphy, snaps goalward but misses near side. They're behind, so Collingwood kicking them at one end, Essendon missing at the other. 5-2 to 1-5. Pies by 21 points after 25 minutes.
Maynard catches the Bombers' defence napping on the kick in. He goes long and strong to Chris. That's the first kick he's had, I think, where he hasn't kicked a goal. Kicked 3 already. He hits up Schultz and then goes to Nick Dacos. Beautiful delivery. 70 out to Howe. Jeremy Howe wheels, turns into the left forward pocket. Out of bounds on the full. Eyes lit up. He just blazed away, Jeremy. Got a bit too excited. And it'll be an Essendon ball.
Mick, you mentioned Essendon's efficiency once they're inside 50 was 17th in the competition.
Yeah.
It's because their shots at goal. Tonight, they're 4 shots at goal. 3 of them have been set shots 3 metres in from the boundary, and that was a rush kick by Guelphy next to the boundary as well.
Yeah.
2 to go before quarter time. Laverty to a pack. It's punched out of bounds. Half forward for Collingwood. Nick Moldhouse and Brent Harvey in the experts' chair. The record holders. Most games played, most games coached.
90 possessions to 77, and I'll surprise you, it is Essendon, and that's the mucking around with the short ones, and as you say, the wide ones, Boomer, whereas Collingwood are just going straight through the corridor as often as they can, setting themselves up.
Draper palms it down. Nick Dacos being held without it by Durham at the stoppage. Free kick Collingwood. And the preternatural Nick Dacos can kick to centre half forward. Howe's the target, the aerialist. Climbs, can't take the mark, falls down to Pendlebury. Hands it back to Howe, who started forward. High up and under into the pocket. Sprawling mark, not reeled in by Myercheck. Bounces out of bounds. And a throw in right forward pocket for Collingwood. They led it by 21, time on opening term.
Side bottoms had it 11 times, Pendlebury 8.
Yeah, Sidebottom's got most of his in the back 50 towards wing, hardly any forward. He's been the 7th defender, done a very good job.
Right forward pocket here for the Bombers, rather for the Pies. Draper down to Merritt, he scuttles away, and then his kick looking for right. It'll be a free kick though going Pies' way, and Mark was paid in front to Darcy Cameron, marking in front of Peter Wright. Would go sideways and short to De Goey, ignores that. Stringer right alongside De Goey. Haven't called Stringer's name so far. Cameron goes high. Draper's in there. So too was Kruger. At ground level, it's flicked up by Nick Dacos. But the Bombers with some quick active hands work its way to Redmond. Redmond, oh no, he was looking for Dylan Shield, who was caught looking the other way, and Oleg Markov has picked it off the turnover mark and shorts it. Just skirting the perimeter to De Goey. De Goey with a lovely sidestep, delivers to the top of the goal square. Bombers in the air. Oh, that's a mark paid. Wonderful mark. Taken down there by Dersma. Double grabber under pressure.
The problem with the last exit by Essendon, Collingwood was set up unbelievably well with 3 spares behind the ball. They just couldn't go anywhere. They looked up and they had to kick it sideways. They got intercepted.
You've got to be able to run the ball though, Boomer. If you run the ball at a back line that's got 3 up, pressing hard, you'll get the ball over the back.
Short Dersman to Ridley and now to McGrath in his 150th. Essendon's number one goes long down the line, spills to Caldwell, took on the tackler and he was caught in his tracks by Nick Dacos and Markov, and a ball up in front of the Essendon bench. Ticking towards quarter time. Pies with the last 5 in the game after Essendon kicked the first. Collingwood by 21. Down to Caldwell from the ruck contest. Hand pass to Shield. Hooks a kick inboard. Guelphy, hand pass to Gresham. Gives it to Merritt. In middle of the G. Short kick to Langford. He marks right on the 50. Time ticking down. Langford kicks to the goal square. Stringer marks. 45-degree angle. 15 metres out as time expires on the opening quarter. And Jake Stringer will get the last kick of it.
Would be one of the biggest calls. This is a much-needed goal, Mick. You said they had to kick the next goal, the Bombers, and they didn't. Well, if he doesn't kick this, it's hard to come back from.
Well, this is what you get paid for, Boomer. 15 metres out.
Yep.
The under 14 kids could do this.
Fair to say it's a must-have. Jake Stringer. Essendon's first goal came in the opening 2 minutes. Their second after the bell, but he sneaks it through and tries to lift the Essendon supporters off their chair as he pumps up the crowd after kicking it through. The problem for the Bombers, the minutes in between, have been controlled by Collingwood. Jack Crisp in particular, he's kicked 3 in the opening quarter. They all came in the space of 4 minutes in an incredible burst. At one stage he had 2 consecutive kicks in the game and popped them both through for goals. In fact, in that particular stretch, 3 out of 4 kicks went through as majors. So out of 4 kicks in one passage of play, 3 of them were goals for Jack Crisp. An extraordinary start. Meanwhile, singles for Harvey Harrison and for Jeremy Howe. Zach Merritt kicked the first of the game, and as you heard, Jake Stringer the last for Essendon. It is Collingwood by 15 points at quarter time. The Pies 5-2-32, Essendon 2-5-17. Quarter time Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And off the SMS, as an old Don supporter, I want an ethical club, a decent club with strong values, not what it became. Decency matters from Anne, as I said. Nathan, who's up in Darwin, says, "G'day team, listening to the call live from Amsterdam. Go the Pies." Nice to hear from you. Hi, ABC Sports Radio. This is from John in West Footscray. Collingwood are the home team. Why are they wearing white shorts? The Pies tonight are wearing their Sir Doug Nicholls jersey. So this is a club selection. They've decided to wear that given NAIDOC week is around the corner. Starts on Sunday. So this is the jumper designed by Uncle Trevor Davis that the club wore earlier in the year. So as a result, they're the predominantly light team wearing a white base jumper with white shorts. And Essendon, as a result, they're predominantly dark team in black with the red sash. 4 entries and 3 easy goals. A worried Bomber. That's from Luca at Port Adelaide. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. But coming up next, the thoughts of our 2 experts. The most games played, the most games coached in the second row for us on ABC Sport tonight. Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey coming up next on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Sam Hawley here. ABC News Daily is a 15-minute podcast that's not just the latest headlines. Each weekday, I take one thing that's big in your world and dig deep so you can truly understand what's going on. It's never too long, didn't listen. It's just 15 minutes of powerful information delivered directly to your ears. ABC News Daily, your daily dose of news knowledge. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Gresham, who takes the mark. He's 55 metres out of this. Dab it further inside the forward 50, and Merritt marks against the boundary line at left half forward. Opens up the angle a little for him. The left footer, left peg against the fence. That is a perfect time setup for the Bombers. The skipper from a sharp angle kicks the first of the night.
Draper v. Myercheck. Myercheck goes to ground and Draper just takes it out of there easily. Gives it to Chris. And this time Chris snaps. And he buries it for the Pies.
Dons kick the first goal. Magpies with the next 2. Cameron in the middle, palms it down in front of Nick Dacos. Couldn't take clean possession. Whacks it to Pendlebury. The veteran hand pass in front of Chris. The running man, the Iron Man, kicks goalward. He's got 2 in a minute. And the Collingwood fans are roaring inside the G. 2 consecutive kicks, 2 straight goals for Jack Crisp after the handball to restart play. He's got it again here. Sharks on the beach.
No.
Jack Crisp is red hot. Hooks through a third. He's got 3 in 2 minutes. The lefty long out to Cameron. He leads Draper to the footy and takes the mark. Right half forward, 55 out. Dabs the kick into the pocket. Langford back, couldn't take the mark. Falls to Richards. Hand pass inside to Harrison. Another one. 5 in a row for the Premiers. Fair to say it's a must-have. Jake Stringer. Essendon's first goal came in the opening 2 minutes. Their second after the bell, but he sneaks it through and tries to lift the Essendon supporters off their chair as he pumps up the crowd after kicking it through.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening term. Collingwood's quarter, 5-2-32. They lead Essendon 2-5-17. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts about record-breaking pair. Most games played, Brent Harvey. Most games coached, Mick Malthouse. Stu Baker's been at it on the calculator too. I'm informed 1,324 games between the pair of you as well.
It makes us old.
Makes for a pretty good average across the 5 of us too, so I'm happy to take a few of those from you.
Very nice, very nice.
Boomer and Mick on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, just off air then, we're just saying Essendon are actually in the game, and there's a number of reasons for it, and you'll touch on it as well, but they've both had 7 scoring shots.
Yep.
They've both had 12 inside 50s. Essendon started okay. It was just their lack of pressure out of their forward half. They weren't switched on. That Josh Dacos one told me a little bit of a story where he had a shot from 40 out and they just switched off and he got it to another Collingwood player with nobody around him. But, gee whiz, Collingwood, in particular, Crisp, at one stage the clearances were 8-4. Dacos has got 4 clearances and Crisp has got 3. Yep. 7 out of the 8. So they've just got to stamp them at the stoppages if they want to be in this game, the Bombers. And Collingwood, gee, they moved the ball quick. Whether it was by hand or foot, they just went, and they went quick. And the Essendon defenders, Mick, were under the pump.
Absolutely, and they've been under the pump. When they get beaten, that's how they lose games of footy. But if there's an Essendon revival, they've done well in the contested possessions. I love the contested possessions. Yep. It just tells you about where you get your hands dirty.
+8, Essendon?
+8. Now, that's a lot. But what you've got to do, you've got to stop the rot around the area that they dominate. And Collingwood dominated the stoppage.
Yep.
So game still on, Mick?
Oh, absolutely, it's on. Right, it is right on. You would want another Jack Crisp getting 3 goals, though.
Pies by 15, start of the second term. Draper wins the hit out. There's a whistle on the play, though, and it's a free kick for Collingwood. Cameron's going to take it, set a high fend off the umpire, and the Pies are going to go running away. Around the back is Nick Dacos, arches the back, burns off one, puts Durham on skates, and now kicks inside the forward 50, punched away by Jones, getting back to support. The ball trickles out of bounds, right forward pocket for the Magpies. So Collingwood by 15 points after Stringer's goal after the quarter-time siren. Early stages, second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, there's another clearance.
Nick Dacos, incredible, wasn't he? Tossed back in, deep inside 50 here for the Pies. Draper knocks it forward, unable to control it over is Joe Richards. So another boundary throw in. Let's get down to the first row in the MCG. Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Kel, I was expecting Brad Scott to be the most animated one. I think Craig McRae was at quarter time. The second quarter has been the Achilles heel for the Pies, especially the last 2 weeks. So I think he was really into them to make sure they made it count for the next half an hour.
Mychek takes it out of the ruck, gives it to Lipinski, who throws it on his boot, charging at full pace to the top of the goal square, and he misses.
That's the ease. Too many clean positions in their front 50 column.
So not enough pressure from the Essendon defenders.
Not enough setting up. The setting up is dreadful.
Okay.
Well, that one comes from a clearance as well, and that was a set play because Lipinski left 3 seconds before everybody else, and Mychek, who was a forward ruck, he knew exactly what was happening.
Pies to the city end in his second term. Redmond takes some ground and then drives the kick out all the way up to the wing. Collingwood win it back. Josh Dacos, hand pass to Hill. Kick into the forward pocket. Touched on the way through. Howe cleans it up. Hand pass back to Bobby Hill. Got boot the ball. Trickles away though. Straight to Durham. Essendon with it. Hand pass to Ridley. Handball to Mackay. Sweeping Polyfarmer. Hand pass away to Kelly. Back flank for the Bombers but under pressure. Gives it to Jones. Handball to Stringer. Extra hand pass. Finds Merritt. He can kick down the wing. Guelphy the target. Back with the flight. Moore breaks it up for Collingwood. Hand pass goes straight back to the opposing skipper in Merritt. Handball to Caddy. Bombers 70 out half forward. Kicks inside 50. Langford takes the mark out wide at left half forward. 48 metres out.
He's had a good movement. Good movement by the Bombers out of the back line. Now, you don't always do it by hand, but they had a player there available each time.
Well, Brad's mythology around that is if the opposition press, you come up and press behind them. Usually you stand there, you think you're clear, but the next Collingwood player will be a train reaction and will just chain reaction and take him out. So they come up behind the pressing player.
Now, if he misses this will be the test.
Yep.
If he misses this and Collingwood break through the back 50, that means that Essendon's set up, they're expecting a goal and they really haven't put their mind to it.
Langford arcs out to the right. Drop punt is not going to get there. It'll land inside the field of play in front of the behind post, and Darcy Moore leaps up, whacks it through for a rush behind. They're not getting much use of the corridor, the Bombers.
No.
So that's another one, Mick. That's another one why they're 17th in the league.
Yeah, exactly.
Pies by 15, 3 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Been really impressed with Nate Caddy's start too. I think that's his 6th possession for the game.
Hoskin Elliott goes for a bit of a trot and then kicks in front of the Bombers bench. Cameron's able to wrestle it clear to Quaynor, who just skies it, charging late and getting a fist to it was good was Kelly for the Bombers. Bombers with possession. This is Jones, forced to handball backwards. Martin, wheeling around is Kelly, and able to spot up Caldwell, who had to really stand his ground with Quaynor bearing down.
This is where Collingwood do their best job, and this is where Essendon have got to pick up.
Jai Caldwell, he's kicking and he's looking for Big Draper, who made it a contest. It comes to ground. Merritt on the left, tucked in the left forward pocket. It'll take a miracle. He needed a miraculous bounce. It bounced and sat up, but didn't fall through, tumble through the two big sticks through for a minor score.
Where do you kick that point from, Mick?
Yeah, another one from the boundary.
Moore wants to go quick from the kick out. Hand pass to Pendlebury, gives it back to Moore. Now it's centre half back for Collingwood. Kicks wide. Richards and Jones. Jones spoils it away, but straight to Quaynor. They keep it going forward, the Pies. Handball to Schultz. Kicks down to high half forward. Here's Lipinski, who marks about 70 metres out. And he kicks it on as the lead of Howe. He's going to put it right on his head. He shakes Redmond, and Howe takes the mark anyway. Never took his eyes off it. He's got it right forward pocket, 25 out.
Yeah, and they, again, as I said, that's come from a point kick-off. Essendon can't stop stoppages, and they're not being able to stop Collingwood with the football, and that's not great. You've got to be able to stop the side and start again. Make the ball come back and forth, not just keep going in the one way.
Jeremy Howe is a forward come All-Australian calibre defender. He's back up front tonight for the Pies. Starts it out to the right, just bends it back beautifully. Kicks the first to the second turn. A couple for Jeremy Howe, and Collingwood restore a 20-point break. 5 gone second quarter. The Pies 6-3-39. They lead Essendon 2-7-19. 9 scoring shots each, and yet a 20-point gap in the game to Magpies' way. Brent Harvey, Mick Moldhouse, ABC Sport.
Mick, that's the stat that gets shown on a Monday. How many times the opposition can rebound you in your 50 to their 50 and score. Now that is, Essendon again didn't touch the ball, I don't think. That was a transition goal. So that's a rebound 50, their inside 50 goal, which Collingwood are nearly the best in the competition at doing, but Essendon's just got to be a little bit more switched on. And you mentioned it, the way they actually switched the play and used different lanes of the ground, Essendon just weren't ready for it. They thought they were going to go up the corridor the whole time.
Yeah. So kickouts are responsible for, 2% of scores, aren't they?
A little bit more. I think it's a little bit more called.
Right, probably a bit more now since they've dropped that 10-metre stuff.
Collingwood with 6 of the last 7 goals, and they lead it by 20 points. Pendlebury slides in on Durham.
But not much anyway.
No,
it's not a lot. It's the smallest. It's the smallest.
By a long way. You only score 3 ways.
Holds the ball to his chest, so it'll be thrown up in the air. This time, Darcy Cameron gets his hand to it. Durham on all fours tries to scoop it out. Topo it off the turf was Merritt to Guelphy. They've got some run. It ends up in the hands of Caldwell. He could go for goal. Instead, tracking back was Langford. He had to get on his bike. It was a real hamstring stretcher. He's taken it a metre out. He's played on his goal.
I don't know if that's. I know it's a goal, but
it's been paid a goal, Mick. You worried that he didn't come back over his line?
Well, the umpire's setting a mark. What are the Collingwood players supposed to do? If they go at him, they give away 50. I just don't get that. That's not good umpiring. He probably would have kicked a goal anyway.
6 points count, and the margin is now 14 points. Collingwood 16-3-39. Essendon 3-7-25. Early stages of this second term.
And Mick, you just mentioned the 3 ways you can score in football, in case people were wondering. From turnover, from stoppages, and from kick-ins.
That's the only 3 ways you can score.
Yep.
Last week there was another one, 4th one was umpires, but we'll take that.
I might jot that one down. 4th way, umpires.
Brent Harvey, Mick Moldhouse. 1,324 VFL AFL games between them. See Mick as player and senior coach, and Boomer as having played more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. Back in the middle, Kruger palms it down and then follows up. Got a hand pass out to Crisp. He's gang tackled and a ball up in the middle of the G.
I hope they counted our international ones, Boomer.
Yeah, I'm not sure they did there, Mick. Yes. Well, captain and coach there too, weren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
Up it goes, back in the middle. Pies by 14. Wright wins it down, but straight to Goey. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Hooks a kick out to right half forward. Chase on. Bobby Hill, first one there. Collects. Little sidestep. Turns Kelly inside out. Goes boundary side. 60 metres out now. Hill pokes it inside the forward 50. Redmond attacks it. Collects on the half volley. Hand pass to Martin. Handball to Dersma. Slick hands to Kelly. Half back. Short kick inboard finds Perkins. Still at half back for Essendon. Pies by 14 after 8 minutes. Quarter number 2, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Perkins just looks straight ahead, sets it up for Caddy, who rises high. Langford's there, keeps it in play, moves it to Guelphy, flicks the handle over to Caddy. Trouble's coming in, still side bottom, met him heavily. Still they go Langford. Oh, he thought the gate had opened up before Hoskin Elliott closed it down and made sure he put him over the boundary line.
If we had a leg race, a foot race between these, I reckon Collingwood are quicker. Just watching Essendon over the ground, just don't look that quick.
Boundary throw in 40 around from Essendon's goal at the punt road end where the cheer squad is. Wright takes it out of the ruck. He drops it cold. Nick Dacos picks it up. His kick was smothered. Ball to be won here. Nick Dacos, is that kicking in danger? He toe poked it off the turf. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle, and now there'll be a stoppage because of tangle of arms and legs.
You're right, Kel, it was.
Half back for the Magpies.
I'm hearing we can get you another 15 between you for your Australian rep games for international rules.
There you go.
You can add them to your 324. Back on the wing, comes out towards Harrison. He's tackled straight away by Nick Martin. Collingwood fans wanted a hide, none forthcoming.
Series in Australia, or was it in Ireland?
Both.
Okay. Got a couple of stories for us at half-time?
Good stories.
Well, I'm sure they are.
Ball up on the wing, right, palms it down to Caldwell. Hurried kick forward and side bottom jumps in the hole, takes the mark at centre half back.
Well,
Ties by 14.
That's a surprise with Sidebottom jumping in the hole. He's a master of doing that.
Here they go. They drop in their eyes again. That one to Pendlebury. Pendlebury will kick this one short somewhere.
10 gone, second term. Collingwood by 14 points.
Yep.
Does just that. Short to Maynard. Right onto it. Brennan Harvey with us tonight on Friday Night Footy, ABC Sport. Long kick now out wide to Hoskin Elliott. He marks on the halfway southern side. Jack Crisp had a burst in the opening quarter. He kicked 3 goals in the space of 4 minutes, which Collingwood kicked 5 in a row in that opening term, and as a result they've led most of the night, protecting a 14-point buffer here. 10 gone, second quarter. Markov marks the kick, and now he's off and running. High kick into the forward pocket. Howe's down there, punched away from the back and out of play, and we'll have the boundary throw in. Ridley credited with the spoil. The boundary throw in half forward for the Pies, kicking to the city end in this second term.
So a goal apiece in this second quarter. Langford for Essendon. And Howe for the Pies. Flick back in. Comes the way of Nick Dacos. He's going to bomb it long in the right forward pocket. It bounces. Harrison is there. So too is Hill. Hill scoops it up, tries to get it to Josh Dacos, who was pushed off it. Well done by the Bombers defenders, although the kick was looking for Stringer. He slides over. Ball goes loose. Side bottom goes in. Toe poke by Martin. Off to Merritt. Down the broadcast wing they go. A chance here for Perkins. Can he find Caddy top of the goal square? He can.
That's great play by the Bombers. That is Collingwood's run.
Yep.
Coast to coast it was for Essendon, and Caddy's got it at the top of the goal square.
Fast ball movement, wasn't it? Just break a line, 1, 2, 3, get the ball out the back. Caddy sitting there with the Collingwood player running at him.
So Nate Caddy, who'll dab this through right in front of the Bombers cheer squad. Look at the red and black. All up in arms. All up on their feet at the punt road end. And they close back within 8 points. 4-7-31 to 6-3-39. Collingwood. Mick Malthouse told us at quarter time that Essendon was well and truly still in the game, despite the fact that Collingwood led by as much as 23 late in that first term. And the margin is now just 8 points.
Yeah, they've tidied up a little bit around the clearances. They've also running the football. Collingwood are closing them down on that. It's just really top-class hand passing that's got Essendon out of trouble, but also then put into an attacking position. And then because Collingwood, Boomer said that Essendon are very aggressive on the back lines. Collingwood have always been very aggressive, and you can catch them out, and they rely on sides giving the ball up before it gets down to that back line.
Bombers with back-to-back goals for the first time tonight. 12 and a half gone, second term. Pies by just 8. Back in the middle, Nick Dacos again, first possession. Handball away to Pendlebury. Hand pass out to the wing for Hoskin. Elliott gives it to Nick again. And Dacos off and moving. His kick chopped down by Caddy, the goal kicker. Ricochets away to go. He's still with it, high half forward. Handball to side bottom. Gives it to his mate Pendlebury. The old veteran gets a kick away and he gets it there. Draper tried to effect the kick, but the old veteran found a home for it. And the Pies put it back to double digits. Collingwood 7-3-45, Essendon 4-7-31. The oldest player on the ground, Scott Pendlebury, at 36. That's his name for the goal kickers list. 13 minutes gone, second term. Pies by 14. Brent Harvey, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
So, Mick, when do you call it now? So, Nick Dacos has had 12 possessions, 7 clearances.
Yeah, and each one of them has resulted in a score of some description. You call it before the game, Boomer.
Collingwood's had 14 clearances. Nick Dacos has had 7.
Yeah, but we spoke about this before the game. There's pig-headedness.
Yep.
And there's reality that says, you know what, if Dacos gets it, we're going to suffer. We've got to put some work into Dacos. I just am amazed that there hasn't been a really heavy tag on him.
Scott Pendlebury said before the game he's confirmed he's in talks with the club already about extending for another year. Due to join Boomer Harvey's 400 club in a couple of weeks that involves Sean Burgoyne and Kevin Bartlett and Dustin Fletcher. Free kick to the Pies out of the centre. And they work it towards McGrath on the southern wing. Martin zigzagging by boot to Dersma.
Yeah, that kick there should have been play on and an unsettled backline, but now it's all settled.
Have you got a call yet, Boomer, to say, hey, just keep that week free in the calendar? We may have a...
we have spoke, yes.
Yes,
we have spoke.
The 400 Club WhatsApp chat's gone on?
Oh, not quite a 400 Club WhatsApp, but it might get to that in a couple of weeks.
It's against Carlton, I think, in a couple of weeks' time. So Essendon still with possession. They're mucking around. They've gone from the southern side to the northern side. Caddy launches high. Gee, that's an impressive mark. Great spring. And those long, skinny arms outstretched takes the mark. Couple of kicks out from goal, so he shorts it. This is to Cox.
Yeah, that's that other angle, though, that Boomer had been talking about. They're getting...
Cox plays on. He closes to 50. He doesn't go for home. He's going to kick it in that right forward pocket and floating across in front. Wonderful mark, Harry Jones. Timed it beautifully.
Mick, I know this has worked out, but the call before, they had the ball in exactly the same spot 45 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
If you can kick it to an uncontested mark and you can just wheel and go, like Collingwood are doing, you're one-on-one back there.
Yeah, and not only that, Boomer, the backline players generally trying to find you.
They're scrambling.
That's right.
They? Yeah, I agree.
It defies... Look, if this will bring him right back into the game.
It certainly will. Again, to the punt road end, only 20 metres out. And that is cash in the bank every day of the week for Harry Jones. He's now kicked 12 goals, 7 this year. He's been accurate, and the margin again is 8. They are coming. 5-7-37. Collingwood 7-3-45. We've gone 16 minutes in the second quarter. And on the boundaries, Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Oh, I was going to talk about Darcy Moore, who's just on the ground, but he replaced Billy Frampton, and Craig McRae is as animated as I've seen. Honestly, I said before at quarter time he was animated. He just went up to Billy Frampton and said, punch the ball, rather than let Harry Jones mark. I was just going to ask Mick, McRae has spent a lot of time with his captain, Darcy Moore. He's clearly out of form. He hasn't had a great night so far. They spent a lot of time talking. What sort of things would McRae be saying to Darcy to try and get him back and get some confidence?
Timmy, just go back straight to the basics. You're a backline player. You're not kicking goals. You don't even have to have the football to be a good player. What you have to be is consistently at your man.
Pies by 8. Zach Merritt, the telling touch out of the middle. Sockers it to half forward, but side bottom there to pick it off. Kicks down the wing. Crisp the target. Broke it up. Could spoil them away through from Merritt. Forces it down to McGrath. He's off and running. Kicks to Caddy, who leaps up. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Langford forward pocket for the Dons. Hand pass back to the hot spot. There's Shield. Hand pass to Gresham. Walks in another. And the Bombers are one score away from hitting the front. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 in this game, and the Dons have liftoff. 6-7-43, Collingwood 7-3-45, and now the champs look a little shaky. 17 and a half gone, quarter number 2. Brent Harvey, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Who made the big spoil down the other end?
It could have been.
Did you?
On the wing?
Yeah.
Andrew McGrath, was it?
Merritt. Set up
Merritt. Outstanding. Outstanding. That was almost going to be a mark had he not left and just... There it is there. I'm just watching on the replay now.
Yep.
And he had backup. And the fact was that he had backup meant that they were able to create that 1+1 player and then put Collingwood under pressure because Collingwood again are very aggressive on the back line.
He's added that to his game from being just a ball winner and a beautiful user of the ball to being aggressive with his tackling, his spoiling and leading from the front.
Now, someone might have gone to Dacos here.
That's Merritt.
So he's going to work together.
Punched down by Cameron. Charging out was Harrison. It spills clear. Draper tapped it straight to side bottom. Gives it to Cameron. Cameron wheels around. High, 1-on-1. Interesting battle between the two players down there. The umpire let it go. Redmond was involved, and so too was the youngster Richards. Richards tries to get involved again. It's a loose ball at half forward for Collingwood. It's picked up by Crisp. Crisp, a bouncing ball, slipping over his shorts, firing out the handball. Ridley gives it over the top to Dersma. Quick hands. Here's McGrath trying to dance his way out of a pickle. Handballs backwards to Jones. Grubbers the kick to the outer wing. Side bottoms, able to pounce on it. Handballs to Maynard. Gives it over the top to his teammate Hoskin Elliott. And now Dacos inside 50 straight to the ruckman Draper. They've lifted the Bombers.
Well, they lifted all right, and they're starting to cover up that corridor too, Kel.
Draper by hand to Redmond, kicks to Ridley. Back pocket, he's off and running. Hand pass back to Redmond, out of the defensive arc. Handball to Cox, couple free on the wing. Uses Stringer. Stringer can kick up to the front half, and Peter Wright is all alone. 2-metre Pete takes the mark, off and moving. Lifts a hand pass, it's not a good one. Wanted to get it to Martin, turns it over. And side bottom for Collingwood. Grubbles he kicked to De Goey. Now it's the Pies on the counter-attack. Long kick down the wing to Richards. They all stream back towards the Collingwood goal. Richards perfectly weighted kick onto the chest of Jack Crisp.
Peter Wright was in two minds, had no idea what to do. He should have just probably kicked the torpedo as far as he can and had a shot in the end.
Boomer, I think all Essendon fans
in
slow-mo put their hands straight to their heads going, what's he going to do?
Crisp arcs out to his left, kicks to the top of the goal square. Hills down there, went the climb, and Draper swats it through for a rush behind. Saves the day for the Bombers. Collingwood by 3 points. We got a game. 20 minutes gone, second term. Friday night footy at the G. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport.
Do not blame Big Peter.
Right.
Look at Nick Cox and ask the question, why doesn't he chase? Why does he just watch players go straight past him and open up? And Collingwood were unlucky not to use the spare player. It was terrible play by Nick Cox.
McGrath to Jones, back to McGrath to Gresham, and now Dersma. He's got it in front of the Shane Warne stand. Short, sharp kick brings it back inboard. Taken by Merritt. He flares it backwards, retreats all the way to Ridley, and now they're going to bring it round the northern side through Martin. All uncontested this. Works his way to Redmond. Quarterback flaring it left. Instead he goes right to Durham. The give and go, and what about the important delivery inside 50? And all by himself, but he didn't jump Perkins. He left it for what was coming behind, and what was coming behind was a Collingwood player, and Cameron sliding in and taking the retreating mark.
Maynard arcs in the back pocket. For some reason he's getting jeered as he kicks from the back pocket out towards half-back. Hands on it from Hoskin Elliott. No mark. Somehow got boot the ball. Trickles away to Josh Dacos under pressure. Dispossessed in the Gresham tackle. Ball spits out. McGrath hand pass to Merritt. Good kick. Hits Gresham on the chest. Who marks it right half forward. He looks into the pocket. Caddy's after it. Takes the mark against the boundary line. And I know he's not your traditional key forward. He might be a little smaller and a bit of a tweener, but is there anything more exciting in the game than the emergence of a young key forward for the crowd to get behind?
Well, I think he's just on 200 centimetres, isn't he?
No, 193. It says
193.
Yeah, we don't know their weight these days, but...
Caddy, right foot against the boundary line. He misses near side of behind. In for his third game tonight. He picked 10 in last year's national draft. Pies by 2. 22 gone second.
I'll give you one.
Blake Lawton was 193.
Who is?
Like a locket.
He's got a bit of size on Nate, doesn't he?
Well, he might have the odd...
I'll give you one tip. Nate's taller than 193, I know that.
Oh, right. Yeah, we don't get the weight, Mick, but definitely big beanpole, youngster. Collingwood to Maynard. So I'm not sure what the whether it's just a generic "we don't like you" in general, or the jeers are for Maynard. To Josh Dacos, short. Oh, really make Bobby Hill work for it, did McGrath, and cocked him high.
Can he play key forward then, Boomer, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Once he puts on another 6-7 kilos and he can actually hold his own, he'll be a really good... You can see he can run and jump at the football. If he doesn't lose that through his weight, he'll be a really handful for opposition.
Hill's got it across half-back, kicks to a big pack on the wing. Pouncing on it was Harrison, tackling Redmond to the turf. So 46 plays 44. There's just 2 points in it after Collingwood led by 15 points at quarter time. Dersma under the pump. Cameron's wrapped him up, breaks the hands free, gets the handball out to Gresham. Dersma again effective. Caldwell, bouncing ball. Harrison takes it on the bounce. He's tackled by Maynard, had to get rid of it. Nick Dacos emerges with the footy, and the kick was just over the head of Harrison. Here's a chance for Hoskin Elliott. Dribbles it. The tackle affected the kick. Spills the way of Mackay. Mackay to Guelphy. And Essendon can set themselves up now after the turnover.
Oh, handball to Stringer. Put his fist or his palm right in the chest of the goal. He kicks quickly forward. No mark. Team does well to bring it to ground at fullback for Collingwood. Saves the day, settles it down and kicks wide to Hoskin Elliott. Big fend off from Stringer right onto the chest of Degoe. Now trailing Richards as Hoskin Elliott hits him up against the boundary line, right half back.
This is where I see where Essendon, if they're feeding about some of their players, when they see Collingwood players run past them, are they putting enough pressure on?
Time on second term. 2-point lead for Collingwood as we close in on half-time. Richards long to a pack. Off hands, it spills down to Ben Mackay. Hand pass to Ridley. Kicks in the middle of the ground. He misses Dersma cold. Trouble for the Bombers. Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Bobby Hill. Steps his way around McGrath. He's got options aplenty and they can raffle it. Schultz marks and walks it in for an easy Collingwood goal. And the Bombers get torched on the turnover. And the Magpies back out by 8 points. 25 gone second term. Collingwood 8-4-52. The Dons 6-8-44. They have no one to blame but themselves there. Mick Malthouse, Brent Harvey, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
That's one of the ways you turn over.
Well, it's the main one, Mick.
Well, yeah, it depends on, I guess, what teams you're playing. But a turnover that is unrelated to pressure part, Boomer, is something that you just... It's horrible. Because if you get bumped, grabbed, scragged, and you get your kick in and it goes to the opposition, well, you know, sometimes you put up with it, but when it is something that is just horrible like that is just a miscalculation, miskick, and quite frankly, the wrong option.
Yep.
Totally the wrong option. He had players in front of him, which he wasn't prepared to use. Okay, you run into a brick wall, but now you've got to get it one back.
3.5 minutes to go before interval. Draper and Cameron tangle. Kick comes out of Essendon, breaking clear. Here's Perkins, handballs over the top to Stringer. Can he provide a moment of magic? He breaks the tackle of Maynard. He handballs to his teammate Caldwell, who was under the pump, into space. Diving on it was Durham, but it's Collingwood with the jumpers that emerge with it. Degoe in the bullseye, handballs to Nick Dacos, who kicks out wide. Howe couldn't quite get there to get down low enough to mark. And now Essendon across half-back controlling the ball.
Collingwood by 8 points, closing in on the half. Dersma, another cold turnover, kicks it straight to Pendlebury, who takes the intercept mark southern wing. Told to go as he steps up his line. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. He's got a trailing bomber and Nick Martin trying to get past him. Gets a hand from the ageless one, Pendlebury, who collects. Forward of halfway, kicks down to half forward, and Mackay up strong, takes the intercept mark. Got the little clip on the back of his head for his troubles. And goes back to Redmond.
And takes the easiest kick he possibly can. He doesn't want to make a big decision, Benny.
Redmond goes back to Ridley. He turned it over last time, cost him a goal. He finds Cox here, who marks at half-back. 2 minutes to go before half-time. Collingwood by 8 points. Cox feints to hand pass, kicks along the line. Frampton spoils it away from Guelphy and out of bounds. Hits the neutral ball result he was after. Boundary throwing right on halfway. That's 2 to play before half-time. Collingwood by 8.
Timmy told us that's what the coach was after as well. Just spoil, punch.
He just rushed
he's
himself.
Jumped up McRae and he said, well done, Billy, as he ran past.
Cox just rushed himself there. He didn't need to be so quick.
Collingwood by 8. There's a boundary throw in right in front of the Pies bench. Handball. It's rushed out of there to Cox. Clever little kick to Jones. The youngsters combining, and now the kick down the line, and it's marked by Langford, who had a little separation on Darcy Moore. 2 kicks out, wheels around, into the pocket he goes. He's looking for Stringer down there. He's in a battle, a one-on-one with Dean. Stringer, handball over his head. Cameron there filling the hole, skies it. Almost Nick Dacos marked it in a couple of Bombers players around him. Ricochets back to Dacos, sharp pass.
Unbelievable.
To De Goey. Just the decision-making is exceptional. De Goey's kick was awkward for Pendlebury. He had 2 Bombers coming either side. And now the turnover. One of them was the skipper in Merritt. Gives it off to Martin. Martin striding clear of Pendlebury. All-important kick inside 50. Moore's up there. Moore's claiming the mark. Umpire says yes. Took 3 bites of it and he's taken it.
The Pies by 8. 28 gone, second term. Kicks it to Nick Dacos. Why wouldn't you? With that weapon at your disposal, short to Lipinski and a short kick to Markov.
14th possession for Nick Dacos in this quarter.
He gets a split from Caddy, doesn't get the hand pass around the back, and Markov kicks it himself wide to Lipinski. So final minute here of the second quarter. Collingwood by 8. Bombers did draw within 2 points earlier in the quarter. The Pies settling it down with the last. Lipinski to Crisp. They've got a few jumpers all alone. What an opening quarter he had. Jack Crisp picked 3 goals in the space of 4 minutes at one stage. Down to half forward. Myercheck shoved off it and Mackay back to lend a hand. Marks at half back for Essendon. Is there time for the Dons? He goes short to Perkins. Perkins chips it to right. Final 20 seconds, they got to go, the Dons. Or perhaps they'll be happy to sit on an 8-point deficit. Back in the slow play, Peter Wright with a contest kick down the wing. Dean and Frampton fly for it. Frampton spoils it from his own teammate. Hits the deck, Caldwell, hand pass to Durham, handball to Merritt. He's tackled by De Goey right on the half-time siren. Collingwood by 8 points at half-time. It is the Premiers 8-4-52. They lead Essendon 6-8-44. Half-time. Friday night, genuine blockbuster at the MCG. The goal kickers in that first half of footy, Jack Crisp has kicked 3. They all came in that 4-minute burst in the opening quarter, as mentioned. 2 for Jeremy Howe and then singles for Schultz, Pendlebury and Harrison. While for Essendon, 6 goals, all individual goal kickers with 1 each. So Langford, Merritt, Gresham, Jones, Stringer and Caddy, all with 1 each to half-time. It is Collingwood by 8 points. Off the SMS, Mary and Jim, thanks for keeping us company on the long drive from Hobart to Burnie. Nothing beats ABC footy. Thanks, Mary and Jim. Nice to hear from you, and safe travels from Scott. How about this as a way to tune into Friday night footy? Listening on my way to LA from a plane over the Pacific. Well worth the $8 airborne Wi-Fi cost.
Stop it.
What a way to take in Friday night footy. Nice to hear from you, Scott. And I'm glad you spent the $8 on us.
Yeah.
To be able to listen to the Bombers and the Pies on a Friday night. Keep them coming off the SMS. Can someone please explain metres gained as a statistic?
Well, if you stand on the ground, let's say you stand in the middle of the ground and you kick the ball to the end of the 50-metre square line, that's 25 metres. If it goes straight, it's 25. If you come outside...
Yep.
If you come wide and you come out to the wing, I don't think it's registers. I think it's all to do with advancement.
Yeah.
If you hand pass back, they'll give you a negative.
Yep.
There's a few players, particularly big ruckmen, who don't get a lot of the possession. Say hand pass back for play-ons, it actually becomes a negative.
Also, if you run with the football, so if you get the ball from X marks the spot and you run 15 metres and take a bounce, you've gained 15 metres. Then you kick it 40, you now have a 50 plus 55 metre gain.
Which Essendon have got 130 metres more than Collingwood as we speak.
Right. But they trail where it matters most. Collingwood by 8 points at half-time, 8-4-52 over the Bombers, 6-8-44. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly Underwood calling the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary, along with about 80,000 others in the house tonight. Crowd upwards of that for this genuine blockbuster. But at half-time, the thoughts of our analysts, the record breakers, Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey.
Well, we said about Nick Dacos, and you've been harping on it all night, Boomer. 10 contested possessions, which is the highest, Cordwell 11. So he's got the second highest on the ground. That means you're doing a lot of hard running, hard work. You're getting a ball under contest.
Doubled any other Collingwood player.
Absolutely doubled. 7 clearances out of 15, which is unbelievable. Tackles, 2 inside 50s, 289 metres, which is just under Merritt. Merritt's done very well. 354. So you've got Merritt on 20, and you've got Dacos on 19. We've harped on Dacos, and rightfully so. But I think and we thought that Essendon could come back.
Yep. They got themselves back in the game.
Too right they have. And they're right back in the game. They're right back in the game. Do Collingwood now have a look at Merritt and go, well, hang on, he is absolutely their best player. Cordwell's a 6 and 12 player. Who else is on the ball? There's not enough good players on the ball. Whereas Collingwood have got a lot of players who can go through that middle.
But both teams don't notoriously tag, do they, Mick? So is that going to upset?
Bad?
Is that going to? I think it's bad. You cannot let Nick Dacos do what he's doing.
No.
And you probably, if Essendon to win, Mick, Zach Merritt's going to play a major part.
Well, he's had 20.
And if Collingwood win, Nick Dacos is going to be the major player.
Exactly.
So what happens if you're the coach? So you're Brad Scott sitting up there now. Your midfield coach comes to you and tugs your coat and says, we need to do something about Dacos.
Yeah, well, you could have done it before the game. I would have been doing this on Wednesday night Wednesday afternoon when you're going through the teams and going, no, every indicator says Nick Dacos, not only is he a ball getter, he's a ball user.
Yep.
And when he touches it, they get 2 possessions, his and the one that they kick it to. So I'd be sitting there going, okay, what boys, come up with the best option because we're not going to go with this. Look, I know this is some time ago. We tagged Josh Franco, looking to win he was in line to win a Brownlow, didn't win it, but I think he might have been second or something. Going into a final, Paul Lucuria tagged him. Paul Lucuria had 42. Now that's Paul's work rate because we worked on the one theory. Just go at him and get off him. And Paul Lucuria not only cleaned him up, we won a game that we weren't supposed to win, went to the prelim final. You've got to come up with something other than Merritt doing the stoppage work and it becomes 50-50. You've got to go, no, we don't want a 50-50 because if we go 50-50, Collingwood are going to beat us.
Yep.
I think Craig McRae was sitting there going, if Merritt keeps going and they sit on Dacos, guess what? They'll win the game. So I reckon both coaches, I know Collingwood probably won't do it, but Essendon are behind, and this has been a story right throughout the year. When Nick Dacos gets tagged, Collingwood struggle to win the games.
Well, because you're taking half of their clearances. He's had 7 out of 15. You take half of their clearances.
Yeah. But
straight off them.
They're crisp, though. They just like he finds a target. He's so brilliant left and right side of the body. Now, you said pre-game, if he gets scragged and he still has his 25 and they go in the air or hit the ground or...
You can live with that.
Absolutely live with it.
Yep.
Now, we tagged Andrew McLeod, who had the same number of possessions as he had the previous 10 weeks, but didn't let him run with it.
Yep.
We had a player who didn't let him run with it, and we cut down the 500 metres to 300 metres or 250 metres. Our player did the job, and that was Brad Dick. I remember many years ago.
So if he ends up with 38 disposals, and the rate he's currently going at tonight, and Essendon lose the game, they'll walk off the ground thinking,
why?
We didn't do it, we couldn't stop him, and we didn't even try, and ultimately it cost us the game.
And then you go in on the Monday and do the what-ifs. What if we had done this? What happens if you had to tag Nick Dacos?
Yep.
Like Mick said, on Wednesday. Let's put that in our preview, not our review.
And you give it to the coaches, and you work through it, and you do little exercises. Look, and follow their last 4 to 5 weeks, which we always did. This is his tap area. This is his tap area. And when they tag him, this is where he goes to, and this is where DeGoey will now go to. Okay, we need to address that. So every player in that middle goes, right, this is what he's doing, this is what we do. So
it looks like Durham's going to him at stoppages, but you would say at halftime, look, you're the trailer, you're with him the entire, wherever he goes, you're with him.
Well, if he's with him at the moment in stoppages, it's not working.
Yeah. Corbin, I seen it from the very first bounce. They started together, and they were pushing before the bounce. The ball went up.
He lost him.
Right. Durham thought Essendon were going to win and went forward.
Yep.
So straight away I watched there and know that this is not going to be a hard tag. He's started on him, and then he's going to try to work off him. That doesn't work with Nick Dacos, unfortunately.
Durham has had 2 and 9. So you've lost nothing with him, saying to him, listen, son, you become his second skin. And that ball may be looking like, if it's at your feet, get it. But if it looks like going 20 metres out, guess what you're going to be?
Arm across.
You are with him because when they come back out, they're going to look for him. And we take him out of the equation. You just don't give... Look, if Lingy was here or Paul Lucuria is here or Drew Banfield or Dwayne Lamb, they would have all the same thing. You come off with your skin worn off your shoulder by rubbing it up against his shoulder so hard, and he knows that he's got a shirt full of sore ribs because you've got your elbow in his ribs all day.
It's been an amazing start to his career, Nick Dacos. 63rd game tonight, 21-year-old. And yet we're talking about him again as the gap in the game and whether the Bombers can do something to stop him in the second half and whether they can get out of here with the 4 points. It's all in front of us. Collingwood by 8 points at half-time. 8-4, they lead Essendon 6-8. Entertaining game of footy to half-time, one in which Collingwood have had their nose in front for most of the night. Your thoughts off the SMS coming up, 0437 774 774. We'll update you on the Sunday teams, plus another key signature remaining at his club. So one of the young stars from the Sydney Swans deciding to stay. We'll tell you about that next. But first, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
Tim Wharton with ABC News. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has apologised to Conservative voters in the UK after he lost the general election. The Labor Party, led by Sir Keir Starmer, is heading towards a landslide victory and is on course to hand the Conservatives their worst defeat in a British election. Many of the party's big names have lost their seats, including former Prime Minister Liz Truss and House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt. Mr Sunak says it is a sobering verdict.
There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he hopes to welcome the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, to Australia in the coming months.
I do look forward. Sir Keir Starmer and I have had discussions about the potential, obviously, for him to visit this part of the world, and I would expect that will occur in coming months.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton also says he's looking forward to working with the new British government. Federal Education Minister Jason Clare says he backs Australian cricketer Usman Khawaja's criticism of Peter Dutton after the opposition leader voiced concern about the makeup of the future government. Mr Dutton said that if Labor forms a minority government at the next election, it'll include the Greens and Muslim candidates from Western Sydney and will be a disaster. Khawaja has slammed Mr Dutton's comments, fueling Islamophobia from the very top, but the opposition denies this is the case. Mr Clare says Khawaja's view is right.
What Peter Dutton said was despicable and shows once again he's not fit to be the Prime Minister of Australia. Every time he's got the chance, he tries to divide Australians by race or religion or the colour of their skin.
New South Wales Premier Chris Minns says state Labor MPs who go against party policy will be treated in the same way as former Labor Senator Fatima Payman. The 29-year-old West Australian senator has quit the Labor Party and will sit as an independent after falling out with the government on a matter of Palestinian statehood last week. Mr Minns says the principle of caucus solidarity has been critical for Labor since its creation, and state MPs who decide to buck the system won't be tolerated.
Not because we're bloody-minded, not because we don't want people exercising their consciences, but we are responsible for the state. We've been elected to be the government of New South Wales, and if we had all of our scores of MPs decide to run in a million different directions on every single policy issue, you would have chaos in the state, and that's not going to help anybody.
The Palestinian Health Ministry says 5 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli military attack on the West Bank city of Jenin. In a statement, Israel's military says its forces encircled a building where militants had reportedly barricaded themselves in and that an Israeli aircraft had struck targets in the area. Abigail Disney, an heiress to the Disney fortune, says she'll hold off on donations to the US Democratic Party until Joe Biden steps aside from the presidential race. The BBC's Peter Bowes reports.
The Democrats are closely watching the response of its wealthy donors to the president's disastrous debate performance. In a statement to CNBC, Abigail Disney said she would stop any contributions to the party unless and until they replace Biden at the top of the ticket. He was, she said, a good man who'd served his country admirably. But the election stakes were far too high. The consequences of losing the election, she said, were genuinely dire. Mr Biden has said he has no intention of pulling out of the race.
The Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute says very few public housing tenants earn enough to pay the market rate. It follows a notice handed to one tenant indicating that their market rent will increase from $270 to $500 per week within weeks. Dr Michael Fotheringham has told ABC Radio Melbourne rent for most public tenants remains capped.
All public housing tenants, 25% of their income is the cap.
They don't go above that. If their income goes up, this is a second ceiling, that if they're earning really good money, the most they'll pay is the market rate.
The AFL is facing a Sherrin football shortage amid pay disputes at the company's factory. The United Workers Union says 15 staff are responsible for making about 250 footballs each day. But the union's Godfrey Mose says those production targets could be at risk if the workers don't receive a pay deal.
The workers are really just looking for their fair share. They have a claim where they want to get 5% each year for the life of the agreement. And given they make the football that is a unique part of our game, they really just want a fair share of the wealth that they help create for the industry.
You're up to date with the latest in ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Generosity of spirit.
Harmony and activism.
Supporting vulnerable children.
What does it take for someone to become Australian of the Year?
Educating with art.
Caring for country.
Tackling substance misuse. Mental health advocacy.
Keeping language alive and strong.
These are just some of the ways that we became Australians of the Year.
Anyone can nominate an Aussie who inspires them.
It's so easy. So come on.
Nominate now.
Go to australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Jeremy Howe back up front tonight for the Pies. Starts it out to the right, just bends it back beautifully. Kicks the first to the second turn. And Collingwood restore a 20-point break.
Wealthy. They've got some run. It ends up in the hands of Caldwell. He could go for goal. Instead, tracking back was Langford.
Ooh.
He had to get on his bike. It was a real hamstring stretcher. He's taken it a metre out. He's played on his goal.
De Goey still with it, high half forward. Handball to side bottom. Gives it to his mate Pemberbury. The old veteran gets a kick away and he gets it there. And the Pies put it back to double digits.
We've got to put some work in today because I just am amazed that there hasn't been a really heavy tag on him.
McGrath, he's off and running, kicks to Caddy, who leaps up, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Langford forward pocket for the Dons. Hand pass back to the hot spot. There's Shield. Hand pass to Gresham. Walks in another. And the Bombers are one score away from hitting the front. To Ridley, kicks in the middle of the ground. He misses Dersmacold. Trouble for the Bombers. Josh Dacos, hand pass to Bobby Hill. Steps his way around McGrath. He's got options aplenty, and they can raffle it. Schultz marks and walks it in for an easy Collingwood goal. And the Bombers get torched on the turnover.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. It is Collingwood who lead it by 8 points at half-time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemouse, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our record breakers, Brent Harvey and Mick Malthouse. The NRL tonight, there's been an upset. So the Cronulla Sharks losing to the Gold Coast Titans in Coffs Harbour. So selling that home game, and it's cost them. The Sharks going down by 4, so 20-16 the full-time result. Half-time between the Broncos and the Panthers, and it is the Bronx who lead at 6-4 at half-time. Sunday teams are in. No real shocks, but just to take you through them, Melksham's back for the Demons, so he hasn't played a single VFL game, comes into the seniors, as we knew last night. Christian Salem's back, as is Jake Bowie. Petty's out with a hammy. Kynan Brown's been dropped after being the sub the last 2 weeks, and Tomlinson loses his place again. Jake Williams back for the Eagles. Jack Hutchinson also returns the number 2 pick in the mid-season draft. Flynn and Marrick are the two that are out. Flynn hurt his ankle and Marrick has been omitted. For the Saints, Howard, Burns, Phillippo, Membry, Patton are the 5 ins. Out goes King with a knee, Caminiti with an ankle, Dow with an ankle, Bonner with a foot, and Campbell omitted, so 4 force changes out of the 5. Fox and Roberts back for the Swans. Cunningham and Cleary lose their place in the team. And then the last game of the round is Brisbane and Adelaide. Payne in for Joyce, and Brodie Smith comes in for an injured Will Hamill. Finger injury, so as a result, he's not playing.
Melksham,
yeah.
No reserves games.
No, so straight back in.
Interesting.
I noticed the best newsbreaker in the business is just wandering around in the box. I don't know if there's any chance we might be able to just throw the headset on him very quickly here. This is a little cheeky of me, I know. He's here working for 7 tonight, but we love chatting to Mitch Cleary. Mitch, you were in the Collingwood president's function beforehand. Jeff Brown got up and spoke. Can you just give us a little insight as to what happened pre-match when we were chatting to Dave Barham here on ABC Sport?
Good evening, Corbin. It felt like this one's been brewing for a little while, Jeff Brown. He's almost got Andrew Bassett, the St Kilda president, in his sight. So he's hit back at all those suggestions that the father-son bidding system needs an overhaul, saying that a lot of the other clubs saying that clubs need to pay more for these players. Of course, Darcy Moore, the two Dacos boys out there playing tonight. To quote Jeff Brown, he says, "I sincerely hope that common sense will prevail both at head office and amongst some of the noisier clubs, and that we retain the father-son rule in its current form." So a bit of toing and froing between the clubs at the moment. We're waiting officially in the next few weeks from the AFL as to how they'll handle the father-son, the academy bidding going forward. But Jeff Brown just having his say on it in response to a few of the, what he says, noisier clubs.
And very quickly, Mitch, Logan McDonald re-signing today.
4-year deal takes him through to free agency. Had big offers to go back to Perth and play for Fremantle. They got 3 first-round picks. They've been in the market for him. The Pies also showed some interest late in Logan McDonald, but it means the big 5, they've all ticked off at the start of the season, have signed at the Swans. Errol Goulden, James Rowbottom, Will Hayward, Logan McDonald, and there's one other that I'm forgetting.
Did we say Rowbottom?
I shouldn't have started to name
Hang
them.
on.
But,
we've got Goulden, Hayward, Florent, Rowbottom, and now McDonald.
There you go. Pretty good work from the Swans list management team.
Thanks heaps, Mitch. I apologise. He'll never come back and visit us again. I'll just rope him in and throw him on air. But there's Mitch Cleary, the best news broker in footy. What do you got for us, Cal?
A couple of good texts here. I know Mick would like a couple of these, so just skipped up. I've missed it. All right, this is the one I like. Darren, this is from Darren. Loving the coverage and insights of Mick Malthouse. Enjoying the game, sunshine, and a beer in a cafe in, guess where he is, Mick?
Paris.
Aix-en-Provence near Marseille.
Oh, wasn't far off.
Was France. You were close.
In the same country.
He's having a beer in Aix-en-Provence.
Yeah, in Marseille.
Wow. Yeah, what a lovely little spot that is. A heartwarming call on a cold, dark winter's night. Thanks, team, from Jay in Hobart. A couple of other good ones as well. So thanks for all the texts.
Best of ABC Sport folder in the podcast store or through the Listen app. You can find our full interview with Dave Barham from the pre-game. So best of ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, just keeping an eye on Sam Durham. He spoke to the physio on the way off the ground at half-time. It's a right shin. He's really proppy. I just watched him during that warm-up thing. He cannot get going here. So he'll be a real watch in the first few minutes of his second half.
Well, that could impact their plans, Mick, if Durham is the man set for Nick Dacos, if he's got a little niggle. Thanks, Hodgie. It's Zach Merritt who stands alongside Nick Dacos here.
Well, Corby, it was going to be done. It was going to be done before the game.
Yep.
So it looks like they're just going to set and try to run head-to-head, which is quite amazing.
High-stakes footy to open round 17. Second half action on Friday night on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood. Pies
They
by 8.
renew their tussle in the ruck as Draper and Cameron flicks up to side bottom. First real possession, kicks it into space at half forward. And it spins and it bounces into the lap of Martin, who delivers down the line to Caldwell, marking uncontested on the southern wing. A couple of spare seats right up the very top in the third tier, the nosebleed section. He kicks to a pack. Caddy was there. It was spoilt down there by Moore. And now to go, he took an extra step, gave side bottom a hospital handball, and he's gone.
Well, Collingwood deserved to get out of there. They had a great setup. Essendon had no one in front of that pack.
Great tackle by Caldwell. He was rewarded, and he gives it to Jones. And Jones flares it wide to Merritt, who's had a good first half.
Merritt down to half forward and hitting up Langford. Takes the mark right on the junction of the 50 in the boundary line. They're queuing up inboard, and Stringer jumps in front of Perkins to mark. Left half forward, he'll kick from 30 out.
Mick, that's so much better.
Speed.
Yeah, speed on the ball. He turned, he knew he was going to come back inside. He had Essendon players there. And then I think it was Pendlebury, he just couldn't get back in time. So that's speed on the ball. And when you play like that, it's so much harder to defend.
Believe me, as a former backline player, but not only that, when you coach players like that, no matter how good they are, they're getting caught watching the ball and the man.
Bombers haven't led since the 10-minute mark of the first term. Jake Stringer, drop punt, misses. Out to the left and behind. Stringer 1-1 his evening, and as a result, it's Collingwood by 7 About 90 seconds into the third term, but they left that one out there, the Dons. They're 6 goals, 9. Collingwood are 8-4. Pies by 7. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
And the Sherrin's in the hand of Maynard at the city end. He's delivering to Cameron. He got caught under the ball. Draper right with him step by step, and then it tumbles over the boundary line right in front of Hodgie.
Cal, the Bombers have confirmed to us it's a corked calf with Sam Durham. He's next to Nick Dacos here. Boomer, just watch him for a little bit. He's really struggling to keep up with him. He's going to be a watch to whether you change him because he's struggling so much.
Twirling ball back into play. Half forward here for Essendon, but it's Collingwood that wins it. Quick hands, Josh Dacos, Markov, Maynard, side bottom, fumbling, bumbling. And they're surrounded by Essendon players. Merritt was good. Over to Guelphy. Now to Perkins. Can arch the back. Can straighten up and go for home and miss.
Had their chances.
They have.
But they're getting the ball and they're putting pressure on Collingwood coming out of the back line, which is a bit different from the first part of that first quarter.
Markov short the side bottom. Side bottom kicks to Quaynor at half back. Takes the mark. So Collingwood by 6 points. 3 minutes gone. Third quarter. Cold night at the G. High stakes winner in the top 4 tonight. Loser back in that mid-table treadmill. Long kick down the wing, and Laverty just wins that one-on-one hands down with Myercheck. It's been quiet tonight. Kicked 3 in each of his last 2, Brody, against the Bombers. Back to half forward. Moore goes for a climb. Can't complete the mark. Hands it off to Quaynor. Dispossessed in the tackle. Comes out to Martin of the Bombers. Hand pass inside to Goey. Took on the tackler. He's caught holding the ball. Great work, Harry Jones. Stuck the tackle. And De Goey penalised trying to take him on.
And well done to the umpires. The umpires tonight have been rock solid on getting it right.
Got an experienced quartet tonight. Foot, Stevic, Broadbent, Fleer. Jones 60 out, lays it up to the hot spot. Cameron in the box seat. Draper spoils him. Pack forms at his feet. Extracted by Schultz. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Oh, look away handball. Picked up by Howe. He's tackled. Ball held in. Gresham locks it to him. And we'll have a ball up half forward for the Bombers. Collingwood by a goal.
You're right, Mick. The pressure by Essendon this quarter, the start has been enormous. But you're right, it's only 4 minutes in.
Draper takes it out of the ruck, curls it down to his boot, but his kick's gone straight to Maynard. Handballs to Josh Dacos, handballs to his younger brother Nick. Awkward little half volley here for Schultz. Couldn't trap it. It's picked up by Durham. It's sent forward. Caddy couldn't control it in the air. Stringer bearing down. Pye's not out of the trouble yet. Chris takes it on the bounce and then just hacks it out of there. And right place, right time is Harvey Harrison, who takes the mark. Centering kick. Hills, De Goey's getting involved. Flicks the handball up to side bottom. Streaming down inside 50. The kick goes towards Hill. Good spoil from Ridley. Caldwell under the pump to pick it up. McGrath mops it up beautifully. And gathers to Laverty, who kicks backwards to Ridley, and Essendon can reset.
Man, they call the Riddler. Goes across the goal face to Cox. A long kick out to half back, and Nick Martin settles it down. Don's back into a slow play. Oh, wow. Momentarily, there's a 50-metre penalty call.
Well, didn't pick that up.
He just stood over the mark by half a metre. Very, very little in it.
Lockie Schultz.
So Nick Martin will be moved down to high half forward. Man on the mark stands right on the corner of the centre square. That's not a good kick. Martin turns it over. And the intercept mark will be paid for Darcy Moore at half-back for Collingwood. Now, neither of the subs used. Ned Long on club debut, the former Hawk, picked up in the mid-season draft 35 days ago, playing for Collingwood tonight. And Nick Hind for the Bombers, who's had a pretty good year. Off contract, short Moore goes to Maynard. That's dangerous. Inside on the 45, and Caldwell picks it off for Essendon. Looks inboard. That too touched on the way through. Lipinski breaks it up. Merritt got it to Gresham. Hand pass to Redmond. Goes back to Mackay. Hand pass trying to get it back to Redmond. Does so. He's got to run the gauntlet through the centre square. Kicks across the ground. And Caldwell takes the mark for Essendon.
Essendon, the only scorer so far in this third term. Just the 2 behinds. After we've gone nearly 7 minutes of play. Inside 50 kick from Ridley. Couldn't quite hit up his target in Langford. And again, it was wide in the pocket.
Glad to say that, Kel. We'll just make this comment on that. Because they're kicking from the wing to that position, not getting the ball into centre half forward, then can work the ball in the corridor. They're kicking from a long way short of that 50-metre line.
Darcy Moore with the spoil on Langford. Toss back in. Draper in front position. Spills the way of Stringer. He's surrounded by 4 Magpies. Pendlebury tackles him over the turf. And it'll be a boundary throw-in.
sort of safety there, you reckon, going to the boundary there, Boomer?
Yeah, I think, and Brisbane used to do it as well, or Melbourne did it the most. When you kick the ball inside 50, if you don't mark it, the ball goes out of bounds and you get another stoppage. But I'm not sure Essendon want stoppages tonight when they're losing clearances.
10 metres around from the Bombers' goal, holding against Draper. It'll be a free kick to Darcy Cameron, and it'll be 50 because it was kicked away.
Stupidly kicked away. That ball was... That's undisciplined by Essendon. This when you've got Collingwood locked into the forward line.
It's Matt Guelphy who kicked it away. So Darcy Cameron wins the free kick. He's on the behind side of the centre circle. He goes wide to Maynard on the left. All important inside 50. It was a one-on-one. Rising high was Mackay up against Lipinski. And now Essendon will able to win it. Well done by Gresham. Drew a couple of defenders. Handball to the loose player who was Jones over the top. And now it goes to Caddy. Caddy inside 50. Draper's back there. He's the target. He's standing tall. He was taken high. And he wins a free kick.
Is that Zach Tui?
25 metres out on a 45-degree angle. And the big ruckman will have a set shot.
It's a fair call, Mick, because it was very similar to last week, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought it was just different colours.
So he wins the free this week. Does Draper. And this to level it up. The last time we said it was level between Essendon and Collingwood was that famous Anzac Day Classic earlier this year. Can Draper get it done? He can. We're all tied up at the 8-minute mark of this third term. For the first time this evening, Collingwood 8-4-52, Essendon 7-10-52. Essendon kicked the opener. That's the only time they've led since then. It was all Collingwood. They got out by 23. And they've just crawled their way back into this one, Essendon. All tied up with 9 minutes played in the third.
Mick, you said at the 4-minute mark that the pressure was good, but it was only 4 minutes. We've now played nearly 9 minutes, and their pressure is still good. Contested possession, 12 to Essendon, 7 to Collingwood. Clearances, 6 to Essendon, 3 to Collingwood.
It swung right around.
And inside 50s, 2 to Zip. I think Essendon, Collingwood might have just had one there, but is that inside 50s? That can't be.
No, 8 to 2.
8 to 2, sorry. 8 to 2 inside 50. So controlling this game.
After 6 quarters and 10 minutes, there's nothing between them. In 2024, the Bombers and the Pies. Scores level, free kick in the middle, and Draper's getting it again. Following up after his hit out, taken high. Draper, the goal kicker, can launch Essendon inside the forward 50. From 23 down at one stage. Kicks to the hot spot. Peter Wright. The juggled mark is paid. And 2-metre Pete will have a look from 20 out straight in front.
Yeah, it was a very poor attempt to was it Frampton down the back end? Yeah, just really has to launch into the body. He's trying to stay on the ground and hit the ball. That's not going to work against 2-metre Peter.
Collingwood threatened to blow this game wide open in the opening term. They led by 23 points. That lead is gone. Now for an Essendon advantage. Wright's kicked it. The Bombers are in front. Lead change number 2. And they come more than 2 quarters apart. At the 11-minute mark of the third term, the Dons by 6. 8-10-58, Collingwood 8-4-52. The record breakers, Brent Harvey, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Mick, there's a stat in football called inside 50s, and we just touched on it. That's 9 now to 2. There should be a stat, good inside 50s. Now, you've hit this a few times. Essendon kept going to the boundary. In the first quarter, they're having shots from the boundary. They were kicking from the wing. They only had one spot to go, down the wing, and it was going out of bounds. That one, then they attacked the goal face.
Yep.
No coincidence. One-on-ones. Peter Wright's too big and gets a set shot 20 metres directly in front. That's where you want to have your shots from.
Yeah, you've got to expose the weakness. And Collingwood Frampton is not Murphy, and Darcy Moore is still trying to find his form.
Storm back into contention and now have stolen the lead. The kick from Shield off the turf. It's all Collingwood. Guelphy with the tackle, rather. It was Caddy, sorry. With the tackle. And it'll be a ball up half forward here for Essendon. They're creeping closer to goal again. And that's a free kick to Draper again in the ruck.
Well, they just shepherded him off.
He's 55 out. He wants to move it quickly. He's kicked it into the hole. There's no one there. Which way does it bounce? Oh, right. It's just about decapitated. Young Dean down there. and Dean wins a free kick. He wants to give it quickly to Sidebottom, who was peeling off round behind him. Sidebottom has plenty of time. He dabs the Sharon on the turf. He assesses the options. He kicks down the line.
Beautiful kick by Sidebottom.
Mark has been taken by Harrison at half-back.
He's such an important player because he gives them the 7th defender, Steele Sidebottom, and his use is outstanding.
Harrison short to Hoskin Elliott, not 15 long. Kick down the wing. Howe climbs, but standing in front is Harry Jones. He's taken some good contested marks tonight. That another. He goes back to Mackay. Back flank for Essendon, and the switch is on. A dozen minutes gone, third term. Essendon by 6, having trailed by 23 in quarter number 1. Shares it with Kelly and now to Merritt. And the captain goes short to Durham.
I reckon, you know what, I think Merritt is being tagged.
Durham short kick to McGrath. McGrath goes back to Durham, and Durham goes all the way back to Merritt. 12 and a half gone, third quarter. Essendon by 6 points. 2 lead changes coming 2 quarters apart. After Collingwood hit the front early in the opening quarter, now the Bombers back on top in quarter number 3. Now the daring kick. Redmond to Durham. Over the head of the umpire. Got it to him. Kicks inside the forward arc. Frampton knocks it away. Ground ball inside 50 for the Bombers. Stringer collects. Quaynall's got him. And a ball up 25 metres out from the Essendon goal at the city end. 13 gone, third term. Bombers by 6.
Wasted no time. Thrown up in the air. Draper really getting on top in the ruck. He smashes it down, and then the ball hits the grass, and they all jump on top.
It was a good build-up by Essendon that last inside 50. They went slow, switched the ball 3 times, and then came back through the middle.
20 metres out directly in front of the Essendon goal. Draper, it's off hands, and then Gresham picks it up with a snap, and he's missing across the face.
Well, that's the change in the game, is Essendon's ball movement plus the stoppages.
They are peppering and peppering. 8-11-59 Essendon. Collingwood 8-4-52.
25-7 marks this quarter. Essendon's way, controlling the football.
Depending on how far you want to trace it back. Oh, that's a shot in kick out. Moore turns it over. Caddy jumps in front of Dean and takes the intercept mark forward pocket for the Bombers.
That's not going to do Darcy Moore's confidence one bit of good. Well, that's only a 25-metre kick, and he misses the target. Now, Caddy, when he launched them, did he hurt his leg?
Land awkwardly, didn't he? Looks like that left leg got planted on the way down. He's already kicked one. The only teenager out there. His drop punt misses near side. Bombers by 7 points, or in fact 8 points now on the back of that miss. 14 and a half gone, third term. What I was meant to say before the turnover, they've kicked 6 of the last 8 goals, the Bombers, in the game, if you run it all the way back. So Essendon by 8 now, 14 gone, third quarter.
All individual goal kickers for the Bombers as well. So Sidebottom bangs up long, and then off hands. Richards happy to see it over. Boundary throw in half forward for Essendon. Tim Hodges.
Cal, Ned Long is he's just completed his warm-up. He's spoken to the coach, Craig McRae. I wouldn't be surprised if he's injected into this game any minute, so I wouldn't want to be the next Magpie to come to the bench, I'd suggest.
Boundary throw in. Nick Cox is into the ruck against Kruger. Crisp reads it well. A little give and go with Lipinski and gets it back on the left. And he has blazed that out of bounds on the full. So that is interesting from Jack Crisp. His first 3 goals were pretty sharp. His first 3 kicks were pretty sharp, Corbin. He kicked 3 goals in the first quarter.
Again, Essendon well set up behind the ball. The visual, when Crisp got that football, looked up, Benny Mackay sitting on his own behind the football.
Verdi long down the wing, and Kruger strong takes the mark.
Really good, strong mark, that. Just watching Nick Dacos, hasn't had a lot this quarter, but he's still running free, so Essendon's punt on that right at the moment is not bad. They're Sidebottom again.
Kruger to Dean, and Dean short to Sidebottom. Back edge of the centre square. Bombers by 8. 4 of the last 5, 6 of the last 8. After trailing by 23, the Dons now lead it by 8 themselves. Back to Dean. Short kick to Kruger. Depth of winter and some of the grass well worn in that centre square with the activity of Origin and plenty of Aussie rules as he lays it up to the hot spot, and a kick 30 out from goal. Off hand spills down to Lipinski. Hand pass to Schultz. Shoots goalward, hits the post. Behind for the Pies. Essendon by 7 points. 16 gone, third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 7.
Just 2 goals kicked in this all-important third term, and they've come from Essendon. Martin into the back pocket where Ridley marks uncontested. Howell's the man on the mark. He goes short down the line. And this is Shield back in for just his his second AFL game for the season.
He's had 9 possessions so far.
And he kicks to a contest on the wing. And that's Dean that takes the mark. So read it well. Dean, bracking board, wants to use the corridor to side bottom. And now this time to Markov. Kicks inside 50 in the area of Schultz. Flying was Howe. Schultz waited at the back. He wanted to take off. But the Essendon defenders wrapped him up. And it'll be a ball up. This time inside 50 for Collingwood.
There's McGrath there. He's been very impressive for going McGrath.
Playing his 150th game tonight, the vice-captain.
Cox doing the ruck work. More telling touch. Down to McGrath. Hand pass to Dersma. Fumbles out of bounds. Throw in half forward for the Pies.
Good set up by Collingwood behind the ball. So Dons will have to run this out if they're going to get past this wall. It's a really well-structured ball by Collingwood.
Essendon by 7, 18 gone, third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as the boundary umpire swings it back into play. One down by Myercheck, down to Schultz, got boot to ball. Shield tries to knock it away. Falls through to Myercheck. He took on the tackler and he's caught. Umpire says ball up. Same spot, 45 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Kicking to the punt road end in the third term. Dons by 7.
Bit of a stalemate. Just the 2 goals so far in this term. Pendlebury had it. He lost it. And then Perkins just from a standing start launches it to the wing. The northern wing. It spills the way of right. He tries to handball over to Langford, but there's good pressure coming from the Pies in Frampton and also Kruger. And they go for the safety of the boundary line. Just in front of the Pies bench. Bobby Hill looking to come back on. Harrison's coming to the bench. And Tim Holt just told us that the sub, Ned Long, looking to be activated very shortly. So flick back in, Nick Cox in front, straight down to Pendlebury to Crisp, quick hands, Josh Dacos back to Pendlebury. Has to wait for it to bounce. An unkind bounce. Merritt was able to pick it up with the turnover, flicks it out to Shield, and then Shield puts it out in front of Langford. It goes over his head. He had Maynard for company, the 2 number 4s. Maynard does well. Up to Hoskin Elliott. Short kick, lands a rather luckily in the arms of Josh Dacos, and then he's kicked towards the boundary line, and It looked like it might have been deliberate. The umpire says no, benefit of the doubt, boundary throw in.
There was no Collingwood player within 15 metres of that, Mick. It's every other week it's been a call, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, we're supposed to have, 4 best umpires, you reckon? Well,
Friday night football, you'd think so.
Well, we haven't got the best one.
7-point lead for the Bombers from the boundary throw-in. Shield attacks it at pace. Hand pass to Cordwell. Essendon with it. Handball to Cox. Hand pass to Dersma. One fend off. Shakes the tackle from Cameron. High half forward. Kicks the Bombers inside 50. Right hits the deck. He's down to 1 metre, Peter. There's a free kick.
No, it's coming back to the boundary umpire, I reckon.
Out of bounds.
What an anticlimax that was.
Yeah.
That was great play by Dersma, wasn't it?
He got around Nick Dacos, didn't he, Boomer?
Yeah, nice fend off and then show of pace as well.
And just slipped the tackle from Cameron, but the boundary umpire said, no, all the footy over all the line, and we'll have a boundary throw-in right on halfway. So Bombers by 7, time on third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brent Harvey, Mick Malthouse.
And in the ruck is Cox and Kruger. And a hurried kick out of there is out of bounds on the full. So it'll be an Essendon free kick. It was Jack Crisp for the second time in a couple of minutes who's put it out of bounds on the full. So Shield and Dersma team up, and then Shield with the kick right on 50. A lovely mark by Durham, floating across in front. Takes it right on 50. He's not going to back himself in. Instead, he centres it. Langford's caught behind. He's surrounded by a heap of Magpies. Kruger almost juggled the mark, and then side bottom got it, and he was tackled, standing up in the tackle. Ball up top of the goal square here for the Bombers. They're pressing, and they lead it by 7.
Right wins the hit out, but straight to Pendlebury. Hand pass to the back pocket. Side bottom under pressure. Got a handball out to Dean. Tries to clear the defensive 50. Puts it out on the full. The Bombers pressing. As Kelly said, keep it deep in their attacking half. Free kick here. Half forward. No. The field umpire says that was actually touched on the way through, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
The big stat in football at the minute too, Mick, is time in forward half.
Yeah.
And Essendon have certainly had it. Not only have Collingwood not kicked the goal, but they've only had the 4 inside 50s.
Time on third term, Essendon by 7. Boundary throw-in, right wins the hit out, follows up. First possession, handball to Merritt. Handball back into dispute to Cox. He's tackled. We'll have the ball up again, 60 metres out from the Bombers' goal.
And when that happens, Boomer, I always like to look behind and see what sort of wall clubs have got. Essendon have got the extra one, so Collingwood have got the other one, probably inside the front 50, back 50.
Cox grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it inside 50. On the bounce, reaches Langford. He's tackled and a ball up, 48 out from the Bombers' goal.
Which they have. So each side have a +1 in their back 50.
Bit of a lull here at the MCG. We've gone 12 minutes without a goal. Nick Dacos gets the kick away from the stoppage. And then there's a real scrimmage on. Applying the tackle is Kelly on Oleg Markov. So a ball up right on the edge of the centre square. Collingwood yet to score a goal in this third term. Cox beats Kruger in the air. It comes down to Durham. He breaks the tackle from side bottom. He grubbers the kick into the left forward pocket. Kruger takes on the player in Guelphy. Guelphy get him high?
It looked high from here, didn't it, Cal?
Umpire didn't blow the whistle. So yet another stoppage. We are lurching, Boomer. Stoppage to stoppage. It's stop-start footy. Right. Oh, had it all by himself and he gave it straight to Nick Dacos. Now the kick has gone right across the face. It was dangerous. Hill was there as the target. Couldn't mark it. And Dersma and McGrath wrap him up. We are locked deep inside 50 here for the Bombers. Looking for the breakthrough.
Yeah, Essendon have got a score from this. They've had so much of the football.
Kruger palms it down, passing through at speed. Gresham can't trap it. Nick Dacos does. He's clean. Handball to Frampton. Kicks to half-back. Richards the target. Langford breaks it up. Live footy inside the forward arc. And Jones just takes it out of bounds. Under a bit of pressure. Boundary throwing half-forward for the Bombers.
Outstanding pressure by Langford there. They're the outlets you don't want teams to have. Brad Scott will be super impressed with that. That's one of his things. Cut off their outlets. And Langford was right up his you-know-what to get that ball out of bounds.
14-4, the inside 50s in the quarter. From the restart, ball spits out to Merritt. Short kick to Dersma, who marks at centre half forward for the Bombers. He'll have a look. 45 out, dead in front.
Well, that came about not only because of the stoppage work and the great work of Merritt, but the structure by Essendon was, I have inner and we have outer. And this is probably, since probably halfway through the second quarter, Essendon have been able to get that balance right.
So, Mick, when you talk about, we'll talk about after Dersma has his shot.
It's a big kick to try and cash in on their dominance in quarter number 3. Dersma's drop punt is on target. And the archer from Melbourne is now shooting at Bomberland. The Dons by 13 points. 9-12-66. Collingwood 8-5-53. 24 gone, third term. Mick Moldhouse and Brent Harvey, Friday night footy on ABC.
Dersma won't be happy with that. I'm not talking about the goal. I'm talking about his celebration when he does the bow and arrow, because the Essendon players were already had his wrestling him, cuddling him and shaking his hair, so he couldn't get the bow and arrow out, Mick. Can you just explain that inner and outer?
Well, the inner is you got your nose in the trough, and
this is when we talk about the pigs, Boomer.
And that's when you put your midfielders in and have just got to go and get the football.
So you're talking the 3 metres around that clearance.
That's right, they've got to get in. Then outside of that is another layer, maybe wingers. Then outside of that has got to be your defensive players, and if a ball comes out like that, Dersma's in the right spot. If it goes forward, then the extra's in the right spot. If it goes back, the extra's in the right spot. If it goes forward, you've got to contest.
Yep.
Collingwood have gone cold at the worst possible moment. Goalless in this third term. I think they made a change. We'll get downstairs very shortly, but it was De Goey bursting out of the centre. And what a wonderful defensive mark. Mackay might have hurt himself in that contested mark. And he squares the kick to Kelly. Hodgie, has the change been made?
It has, Kel. Ned Long in for his first game as a Magpie, straight into the game on the wing. The unlucky player is Charlie Dean, who has been subbed out of this game for the Pies.
Kelly down the line, right over the top, goes for the boundary line, didn't quite get there. Long involved straight away. He sends it to the top of the goal square. Can he get a goal assist? Here's Myercheck. Handball over to Schultz, has to curl it around and misses. Still goalless. We've gone 25 minutes in the third term, Collingwood. So Essendon kicked the first of the night, and then Collingwood reeled off 5 consecutive goals, led it by as much as 23. Collingwood by 8 at half-time, and it's been all Essendon in this third quarter. They lead it by 12.
The kick-out's coming back. Crisp to Frampton, gives it to the first game along, puts it to the hot spot, broken up. McGrath for the Bombers, hand pass to Caldwell, good kick and at full stretch. Durham marks at half-back.
Outstanding kick by Caldwell then.
Kicks to 2-metre Peter. He marks in front of the benches, right down to half forward, and they split Caddy and more. In the better spot, took the intercept mark. So interesting for the Pies back line. So Long comes in. He's a big sort of midfielder, 190 plus, and yet Dean's a key back, so changes their shape a little bit. Collingwood in their defensive half. Hoskin Elliott playing a little deeper. As Moore gets it back from Pendlebury, goes wide with the kick. Quaynor able to shake Cox in the air, wins the footy. Quaynor up over halfway for the Pies, kicks down to half forward. Kruger's up, no mark. Ball slips out the back. Live footy inside the forward arc for the Pies, picked up by Merritt. Hand pass to Laverty, somehow got it away to Ridley. Handball to Mackay. Bombers calm off the back flank. Kelly, handball to Redmond. Redmond short kick down the wing, and he finds Caldwell, who marks.
Wants to go straight away, tried to go into the centre. Target was Durham. Pendlebury got an all-important touch in there. Durham goes and wins it though, and he kicks to the top of the goal square, and all by himself was Langford. Closing late was Billy Frampton, and Billy lost the plot for a moment because he just about went through Langford. Langford wins the free kick, and he's going to go back once he regathers himself and kick from the top of the goal square.
Quick.
He's going to give the Bombers an 18-point lead in the shadow of three-quarter time, Boomer.
It is amazing. And it's the ball movement again, Mick.
It is.
The one that came back through the middle.
That's
the one
it.
you were asking for in the first half.
Big Billy panicked, didn't he? And he just took Langford down illegally.
Well, he had no choice, Kel. He was absolutely stuck on that rock. He just couldn't move because the ball movement was so quick.
9 individual goal kickers for the Bombers. Langford to be the first multiple goal kicker of the night. And he kicks that with purpose. They're on a roll. They can smell blood in the water here, Essendon. They lead it by 18 points with a minute to play before three-quarter time. 10-12-72. Collingwood, 2 points for the quarter. 8-6-54, Mick Malthouse.
Well, what's that? Corby, you said before how many Essendon kicked in a row, so that must make it just about 8, is it?
They have kicked 4 on the bounce in this quarter, but if you extend that even further back, they've kicked 8 of the last 10.
8 of the last 10, right. OK, well, we said they weren't out of it, and it was basically due to stoppages and ball movement, not getting sucked too wide, so therefore they've been able to bring the ball back through the corridor, but they've squared up through the middle, which is so important.
They have. It's that risk versus reward kick, Mick. They're in the back half. They're being really methodical with the ball movement, and then when they see that one in the middle, they're just pulling the trigger and going for it.
Cameron palms it down. Pendlebury runs onto it, kicks it inside 50. What service? Bobby Hill leaps up, takes the mark, and he's unstoppable out on that kind of a lead. He's got it left half forward, and the Pies need this one to halt the Essendon charge.
If Essendon looked at that stoppage, they would see that they left the back door open and Pendlebury walked straight through it. They all got sucked into the football. You've got to hold your ground. There's a certain methodology in when you only got 3 players in the middle, and you've got to keep that 6 o'clock, if you like. It's like a locket. Just got to lock that out.
That was Caldwell that just got sucked into to go into the ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've talked all week about whether the Pies' aura of coming from behind at three-quarter time is still there. We're going to get some kind of an answer tonight. Bobby Hill misses. Near side on the drop punt from 50 out at left half forward. Essendon's lead 17. Half-hour mark, third quarter. Pulsating final term on the way. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport.
It's all set up for a grandstand finish on ABC Sport on this Friday night. What a way to start round 17 in the 2024 AFL season. Bombers, they're going to say, catch us if you can. They've got possession on the last line of defence. Kick out looking for Draper, standing strong in the pack. That's a huge mark from the big man.
He's had a good quarter, Draper.
Excellent.
And there's warm applause and there's belief from the Bombers fans. They're up on their feet. They've got belief. They lead it by 17 points at three-quarter time after booting 4 goals in a row. 4 goals to none in that third term. It's 10-12-72. Collingwood 8-7-55. Langford the only multiple goal kicker, and then it's singles to Merritt and Stringer and Caddy, Jones, Gresham, Draper, Wright and Dursma. And for the Pies, Crisp kicked 3 in a row in the first term. Howe has chipped in with 2. Harvey Harrison, Pendlebury and Shorts. Might just go down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, an update with those changes in regards to the subs.
Cal, I'm actually just watching Isaac Quaynor. He's down right in front of me here. He came off in real pain. They've taken their boot and sock off. He's had his entire left the bottom of his left foot strapped. He's in a real degree of pain. So, yeah, he's going to have to fight on through the pain, because just moments before that, Collingwood actually activated their sub. Charlie Dean came out. Ned Long came on for his first game in the black and white. And you'll see out there at the moment, Nick Hind. I saw him before. He's that rugged up. It's freezing down here, Mick. I hope you don't mind me saying that. But he's got 2 pairs of tracksuit pants on. That's how cold he is. Nick Hind, fresh legs will come on for the Bombers in the final term at some stage.
Thanks, Hodgie. Under Craig McRae, 28 times they've trailed at three-quarter time. They are 14-14, which is incredible that they've won that many. 14 wins, 14 losses under McRae's tenure. And they still have that aura about them to be able to reel in any deficit, while the Bombers, they've won all 8 games this year. They've led at three-quarter time. They're protecting a 17-point buffer.
Timmy, I've got to say, Nick Hind, just go over and clip his ear and just tell him where he come from. I think from what I can see, he's growing up in Ballarat. Now, that is real cold.
It's not a 2 tracksuit pant top.
It's certainly not 2 tracksuit. So perhaps sitting on the aluminium might actually go through you.
The thoughts from Mick and Boomer coming up with the game on the line. Essendon by 17 points at three-quarter time as we turn for home. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Are we ready, ladies? First floor, ladies' apparel, shoes, hats and model gowns.
Let's create the best dressed women in Sydney.
Welcome to Goods Department Store, 1961, in a brand new series.
Is harsh lighting an Australian thing?
Somebody is copying our most expensive designer gowns.
I built model gowns and I'm demoted to ladies' shoes.
Ladies in Black. Streaming all episodes now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
So he wins the free this week, does Draper. And this to level it up. The last time we said it was level between Essendon and Collingwood was that famous Anzac Day Classic earlier this year. Can Draper get it done? He can. We're all tied up.
Draper, the goal kicker, can launch Essendon inside the forward 50 from 23 down at one stage. Kicks to the hot spot. Peter Wright. The juggled mark is paid. Collingwood threatened to blow this game wide open in the opening term. They led by 23 points. That lead is gone. Now for an Essendon advantage. Wright's kicked it. The Bombers are in front. It's a big kick to try and cash in on their dominance in quarter number 3. Dersner's drop punt is on target. And the archer from Melbourne is now shooting at Bomberland. The Dons by 13 points.
Pendlebury got an all-important touch in there. Durham goes and wins it though, and he kicks to the top of the goal square, and all by himself was Langford. Closing late was Billy Frampton, and Billy lost the plot for a moment because he just about went through Langford. Langford wins the free kick. Langford to be the first multiple goal kicker of the night, and he kicks that with purpose. They're on a roll. They can smell blood in the water here, Essendon. They lead it by 18 points.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 17. Collingwood down at three-quarter time, where they've been so often and reeled in dramatic final term comebacks in the past under Craig McRae. Can they do it again tonight? Brent Harvey, Mick Malthouse, our record breakers through three quarters.
Mick, I just want to mention the Essendon midfield that quarter.
Yep.
So Durham 8, Merritt
and 8 kicks too.
Yeah, Merritt 8, really important that quarter.
Absolutely,
Durham was
best quarter for him.
Merritt 8, Shield 7, Caldwell 6.
Yep.
They got on top of the Magpies. The only really big ball winner for them was still Sidebottom, and he won most of them.
Oh, back half.
As you mentioned, in the back half. Whereas in the first quarter, he was winning in the middle of the ground and kicking inside 50. So Nick Dacos, no one really went to him. I was really surprised.
Well,
and he only had the 4 touches.
Yeah, at the stoppages they're going to. They'll do some work at the stoppages.
Still had 3 clearances.
Yeah. So
4 touches, 3 clearances.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Go and stamp him at the clearances.
10 will that'd be at least 10 he's had for the...
Yeah, it would be very close. Very close to 10.
Yeah, it's caught him. It
10.
Is 10 clearances.
10 clearances. So this quarter, you have to put some time and some effort into Nick Dacos at the clearances.
Well, he doesn't care what stage of the game is. He's just a beauty, winning or losing. He just knows one pace. He's a tackler.
Yep.
He's a chaser. He does all the things.
Mick, the other...
And you said Draper got right on top.
He did. And in that quarter, 39 to 16 marks. They controlled the game.
Again.
Anzac Day 2023, Essendon's lead was 28 at three-quarter time, and the Pies...
Are you talking yourself out of it there, Corby?
7 goals to zip in the final term.
7 to zip.
Essendon by 17 points. High stakes, winner in the top 4 tonight. Loser back in the pack in that mid-table treadmill in an incredibly tight season. Final term underway. Draper wins it down to Stringer. Fought through the tackle, hands it to Shield. Bombers with an early break. Kicks down to half forward. Clean bowls Gresham. Guelphy goes and collects it. Hand pass to Durham. Durham sweeping. Polly Farmer hand pass inside 50. No one at the drop. Durham goes in and wins it again. Tackled a second time.
Wow.
Pack forms around him. 25 out from the Bombers' goal.
That was a weird decision, Mick.
What, hand pass the ball to no one?
You know what? He had to kick the ball around his body. I'm not sure if he thought he had the distance maybe, and he just handballed.
It's like the handball version of a little chip and chase from rugby league. As Cameron palms it down for Collingwood, close to the boundary line. Caldwell throws his boot at it. Live footy, top of the goal square. Picked up by Hoskin Elliott for Collingwood. Short kick to Chris. Drops the mark. Shield clean. Gathers. Hands it to Guelphy. Guelphy goals!
Oh, big.
The Bombers with the first of the final term. And their lead balloons to 23 points. A 46-point swing in this game. And now it is a game-high margin Essendon's way. 60 seconds gone, final turn. The Dons 11-12-78. Collingwood 8-7-55. Brent Harvey, Nick Malthouse, ABC Sport.
Well, it was a lot of pressure put on by the Bombers, but the ball, I think, was kicked by Maynard that just didn't make the distance and hit the ground. Once it hit the ground, Essendon players just really swooped on that. That was, again, reward for hard work.
Yep.
And we were critical of Essendon in the first quarter and perhaps even into the second quarter a little bit, but their work ethic in that forward line now has turned this game around for scoring.
So Collingwood hasn't kicked a goal since Lockie Schultz booted one at the 24-minute mark of the second term. They couldn't lose back-to-back games, could they? Essendon right on top. They're winning it out of the centre again. Durham, who's been terrific, pumps it inside 50. Spoiling each other in the air. There were Frampton and also Darcy Moore, but they do make sure it goes over the boundary line. They're under siege, the two key backs for the Pies. And it'll be a boundary throw in right where the 50 meets the boundary line. Essendon kicking to the punt road end in this final term. That's where their cheer squad is, on the edge of their seat, trying to bring these players home.
No man behind the ball either. No spare man, Essendon.
Draper reaches up over the top of Cameron. Here's the debutant, the Collingwood debutant, who's spun around and gone, holding the ball. That's Ned Long. And it'll be a free kick to the Bombers. And the free kick is going the way of Caldwell, who wrapped him up.
9 of the last 11 goals for Essendon.
You're getting excited, Corby.
Oh, I'm more just showing they got significant momentum and they've been on top for large periods in this game now.
See, we're talking about that free kick there. Every day of the week, up until about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, that's okay.
Play on.
Yep, play on.
Why wouldn't it be? They haven't really grabbed, they haven't stopped him.
Yeah.
Jai Caldwell, huge kick. Monster kick from outside 50. Sends it on its way. It was a Hail Mary. And he's come up trumps the number 6 in the red and black. What a turnaround in this match. His chest is out. His teammates respond. And it's the Bombers by 29 points. 12-12-84. Collingwood 8-7-55. The reigning premier going up and down in quicksand.
Mick, that goal, and I know what you were talking about, the free kick, and I think that's come around.
It's happened anyway.
Yeah, I think that's come around just because people are trying to fight through the tackles, then they're getting dumped.
Yeah.
But that goal is on the back of pressure again.
Yeah.
That's how Essendon have got themselves in the game.
Exactly.
I'm looking at my board, my paper, and it says pressure, second, third, and now start this quarter, it's pressure. That's what's got them back in the game.
Yeah, it has. Well, Collingwood have had only one possession this quarter.
Bombers with the last 6 goals in the game, 29 points. Essendon's lead a new game high, but no lead is safe against these Magpies. Pemberbury soccers it forward. Shield intercepts for Essendon. Hand pass to McGrath. Kicks wide. Hoskin Elliott spoils. Down to Lipinski. Hand pass back to Hoskin Elliott. Hot handball to side bottom. So Calm finds space and time as he kicks down to Crisp, who takes the mark. Hand pass to the run of Lipinski. Closes to 60 out. Kicks for Myercheck. He turns Laverty inside out. No mark. Bobby Hill trying to soccer it back into the field of play, and it ricochets the torso of Kelly and out of bounds. Throwing forward pocket for the Pies.
Yeah, this will be interesting now. I'll be really interested to see how this setup is the inner and outer, whether Essendon can maintain their discipline or Collingwood can also maintain their discipline and just work at the ball.
Myercheck in the run. Oh, here's Nick Dacos. Impossible angle from the left forward pocket. Throws it on the boot. Misses everything.
Well, the fact that he got through there, Kel,
yeah,
tells me that there wasn't a lot of work done on him because he got through very quickly.
Through with ease, didn't he?
Myercheck just the 4 possessions. No shots on goal tonight.
So Essendon. It was Cox that takes it, bombs it out of the defensive 50, and here they go again. Now this is Stringer. He's bursting clear. Awkward-looking kick, but it pays off. Taking the Marcus Gresham handball to Merritt. Quick hands to Durham. Oh, that was exquisite skills. And he stabs the pass bullet-like straight down the chest of Langford, who was charging out from goal. He's marked 40 metres out on his chest, directly in front, to make it 3 goals in a row to start the 4th and just about put them to bed.
Well, there's no hope for was it Frampton there?
Yeah.
Absolutely no hope for him there. That's not his fault. He was looking for the longer kick. He's played in behind him, up on his shoulder.
Well, Mick, there's no pressure on the ball kicker.
No, none.
There's
None
zero.
at all.
He had 30 metres around him, Durham.
Langford, the only multiple goal kicker. He's lining up from his 3rd. Directly in front. And the crowd response you heard was that it sprayed right out to the left.
I'll tell you what.
Just squeezed through for a point, Boomer.
Merritt makes some unbelievable decisions by hand and by foot. He's quick and he's precise.
Essendon by 30 points. They did concede 5 goals in 18 minutes in the opening quarter, so we've seen Collingwood do it tonight, let alone throughout their history under Craig McRae in the 2.5 years he's been in the top job. Side bottom from the back flank, kicks down the wing and an intercept mark for Essendon again. Ridley with it on the logo. Launches them back inside the forward arc. Stringer flies for it in the air. No mark. Hits the deck. Maynard. Hand pass trying to link up with Long, and Merritt knocks it out of bounds. Throwing 30 out from the Bombers' goal.
They're looking good, Mick. They're looking good. They only need 1 more goal. You can never write off Collingwood. And there's still plenty of time left. But if they kick 1 more goal, it can't happen.
I think you just got to play the game right out. It's just like, don't jump the net too soon.
Draper palms it down. Guelphy, hand pass out to Caldwell. Tight angle. Shoots goalward. It won't score. It's whacked through on the line by Hoskin Elliott. And that game high advantage grows by 1. Essendon by 31 points. 7.5 gone. Final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
After Collingwood led by 23 late in the first quarter. Now they've gone straight down the centre from the kick into go. He marks, gives it to Maynard. To Harrison, who marks right in the bullseye to Pendlebury's caught. Great tackle by the opposing skipper. It was in Merritt. And now the kick went the way of the Bombers as a result of that brilliant tackle by Merritt. Dursman was able to scoop it up and then kick up to the last goal kicker in Caldwell.
Just watching players like DeGoey got to get into the game. He's been really off most of the night.
Yes.
If they can get him back in the game, this game's not done by any stretch the way Collingwood play.
Oh, well, it's Essendon by 31 points, 15 minutes to go. Mick Malthouse says there's still a chance for the Pies.
Well, they just need their midfield. Collingwood need their midfield just to start to break out. We've had Nick Dacos, we know how good he is. He's been down a little bit. Crisp has gone right off the boil. They've got all their heavies right now at the ball. That's the way to do it.
Essendon worked it out of bounds. Boundary throw in right in front of the Pies bench. It's knocked down. Can Perkins keep it in play? He goes to ground. Crisp does well on underground handball, but when unable to control it there is Richards. So it'll be another boundary throw in as they creep closer to goal here. Collingwood.
Yeah, they've got all their best players, all their ball-getting players are on the ball. Now, this is the test. Now, if the Pies can score out of this.
Boundary throw in, Rucks miss it completely, spills to Chris, Pam pass it high, half forward to DeGoey, trying to run through traffic, got a handball out to Long, hot hand pass, turnover, picked up by Durham, squeeze the kick out, Stringer through the fire, hand pass all the way out to right, he goes back by hand to Kelly, few exhausted Bombers back behind the play, not a heap up ahead, Kelly gives it back to right, kicks along the boundary line, Moore spills it, trying to take the intercept mark and knocks it out of bounds, but a throw in 70 metres out from the Bombers goal. Collingwood led this game by 23 time on in the opening quarter. From that point on, Essendon have kicked 11 goals to 3, and the Bombers lead it by 31 themselves, so a 9-goal swing in proceedings.
Including the last 6 to the red and black. Kruger in the ruck, assumes front position and beats Draper to it, gets it down to Josh Dacos. And he's tackled.
Here's another one. Josh hasn't a great day. It's been an average day.
Must be that Corky. Mick, here he is, getting involved. Flicks it to side bottom. Maynard faked the handball. Instead he goes the kick. Straight down the centre corridor, one-on-one, and Mackay outmarks Howe. In a better position, Betty Mackay flares the kick wide to Durham. Could use Ridley instead. Oh, the short, sharp kick. Perkins didn't see it. Almost bounced off his face. Allows the Pies to get involved. Here's a chance for Richards to Harvey Harrison. He takes off. He has a bounce. Unguarded goal square. Can Harrison bounce it through? You bet he can. There's life in these premiers yet. He's got 2, the young gun. Mick Moldhouse says it's not over yet. And the Pies have hurt him. They get it back to 25 points. 12-14, 86. Collingwood 9-7, 61. After 10 minutes played in the final term, there's still another long 13 and a bit to play. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Cal, an important goal for the Pies, but an important man has just gone down to the rooms. Darcy Cameron got injured at training on Wednesday. It was a rib injury. He left the training track. He's just come off complaining of the same ribs around to his back. The doctor took one look at it, didn't like what he saw, and he's gone straight down to the room. So I think it's touch and go whether you see Darcy Cameron again tonight, which is going to make this task ahead unbelievably impossible and difficult now for the Magpies.
Well, it depends on now. You're right, Timmy. This is where Draper has to take over.
Draper and Kruger back in the middle. 25-point lead for the Bombers. Draper leaps up, whacks it forward to Shield. Hand pass releases Guelphy. Got it at half forward. Guelphy into the pocket for 2-metre Peter. And Peter Wright marks against the boundary line, left forward pocket.
Great composure by Guelphy.
Well, I reckon how smart, I'm not that big on how smart ruckmen are, but that was such a smart thing by Draper. Like, he knew he was going to win it, so why not just drive it forward?
Yep.
So his players know what's going to happen. There's no 50-50 in that one. You whack it forward over a centre-half back.
To take some of the anxiety out of it after the Collingwood goal, the drop punt is perfect. The Bombers are airborne. Peter Wright with his second of the night. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. 12 gone final term. Essendon by 31. 13-14, 92. Collingwood 9-7, 61. Dons by 31. Brent Harvey, Mick Moldhouse, ABC Sport.
You can make a rhyme every time, Corby. Well done. Mick, they've just taken Draper off. Now, would you leave him on if you're coach now? You've only got to kill another 5 minutes. If Collingwood don't score for 5 minutes or Essendon kick one more goal, the game is done. Do you leave Draper on and say, mate, give me 5 more minutes, let's win this centre bounce? Now you've got Kruger against Peter Wright.
Oh, the answer to that is very simple. When you're up and you're on top and you're running, and you've got a goal from his play, you leave him on.
Yep.
And what you're doing, you're dampening the secondary ruckman because he doesn't know what's going to happen. Now he can just go head to head.
Right, wins it, flicks it into space. Pendlebury pounces. Handballs to Dacos on the outside of the boot. Can he hit up Markov? Markov was twisting and turning in the air. Couldn't take the mark, but he was taken high. He'll win a free kick. It was Guelphy that got him. It's got to come back. Markov has got it. True centre wing on the southern wing. Southern side of this magnificent MCG that's heaving at the moment. Kicks down to half forward. And the umpire says the Collingwood player, Bobby Hill, was holding Essendon. So it'll be a free kick going the way of Kelly, who's had the match up on Bobby Hill tonight.
He's been good too, Cal. Bobby Hill's had the 8 possessions and 1 shot on goal, only kicking the point.
The son of the CEO of the Pies, Jake Kelly, son of Craig. And, of course, Magpies premiership player goes long down the wing. Off hands it spills to the goal. He's tackled immediately in a ball up southern side. Bombers by 31 halfway through the final term. Just picking up on Hodgie's point, of course, Cox, Begg and Steen all on the injury list for Collingwood. So not just a problem tonight with Darcy Cameron hurt, but who's their ruckman going forward for Collingwood? Kruger left to do it for now. Out on the wing from the restart. Markov hand pass back into dispute. Nick Dacos somehow got it out, but straight to Merritt. Hurried kick forward for the Bombers. Chase on for the footy. 70 out, half forward. Langford trails to the footy. Collected by Maynard. Hand pass to Quaynor. Steadies up on his feet. Handball to Long. Long does a U-turn and can send Collingwood into the front half. Great kick under the chest of Hill, who takes the mark on halfway for the Magpies.
Look good. Long too. Look very, very good.
Hill, beautiful delivery to the charging out Howe. And he marks right in front of his eyes. Hill wanted it back as he rushed past. Howe ignores him. Howe launches from 55. Has it got the carry? It's marked right on the line by Myercheck. The umpire's going to check it.
Well, pretty close this one too, I think.
So it looked like it was going to be offline, the long bomb from Howe. And Myercheck right on the line between the point post and the goal post claimed the mark. There were two Bombers around him, Laverty and also Ridley in front of him.
My bet is, I'd say now that it's come out of his hand, that's a point.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mick. I think there's a tiny, tiny little fumble, isn't there?
Yeah.
So it wasn't a clean mark. He didn't wrap both hands around the Sherrin.
No, there's an inch between just the first grab and the second grab. And I reckon the second part of it is just over the goal, the point line.
Oh, absolutely.
So Brodie Myercheck, who's usually so reliable up front and consistent, is going to be denied an opportunity to kick his first of the night.
Well, it depends when they freeze the ball, but if they're looking at the same clip we've looked at, we think it's behind the line.
The whole ball's got to be behind.
Did you see what was the call, Cal?
The ball is controlled before or after crossing the back of the behind line. Decision on the scoreboard.
It's a mark.
So insufficient evidence to overturn it, and it was called a mark, the initial call, Boomer.
Umpire's call. It's a mark.
Wow. Oh, controversy here. 11 minutes to play. And Myercheck, so he's only 5 metres around from the point post, but he's on the right side for a right footer. He's in the left forward pocket at the city end. Don't worry where he is. All you need to know is that he's put it through for a major. And they're starting to wear the Bombers down. Back to within 25. 13-14-92 Essendon, Collingwood 10-7, 67, 11 minutes to play.
Yeah, well, there's half a quarter, which is plenty of time. It's amazing you can get a goal. We've seen a couple of goals scored in Adelaide. It was Port Adelaide, I think.
That's right.
Chris kicked threes tonight on his own in 4 minutes.
Yes, that's right.
They kicked two in 30 seconds.
That's right. That's right. Deny that game there. So it all depends on how on the setup. Wright doesn't know what he's doing because he's gone down to the goal square. Now he's got to come back in the ruck. But is that Cameron back on? Is it?
He's no, that's Kruger still.
Oh, Kruger's still there. So I'm just a bit mystified, like you are, Boomer, why you just wouldn't get your ruckman on that's dominated.
I think if he's hurt, as Hodgie was sort of alluding to downstairs as to whether he's back, we'll get an update in a moment. Collingwood with some go forward anyway, and it's Nick Dacos out of the middle, takes a bounce, hands it off late to brother Josh, kicks across the ground, and Pendlebury marks, but it's in Collingwood hands, and that'll make Essendon's defence a little nervy. A long time still to play. 25 points Essendon's lead. Kick to the hot spot. Flying Howe, no mark. Falls to McGrath. Locked up straight away by Schultz. And a ball up 30 out from the Collingwood goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
Yeah, still no sign of Darcy Cameron. He remains in the rooms. Just the look on his face when he came off the ground. You really worry that he won't be coming back on.
From the restart, bobbles out towards Mackay of Essendon. Hand pass to Cox, just got boot the ball. Marking chance inside 50. Jones spoils, down to Nick Dacos. Oh, he runs it straight out of bounds. It has to be insufficient intent, and it is. Ran out of room, took it over the boundary line and hands possession back to Essendon. Halfway through the final quarter, Bombers by 25. Can the comeback Kings in Collingwood reel another big deficit in?
So the long kick, wonderful mark by the youngster, by Caddy. He's outmarked Darcy Moore in that marking contest, but there are about 6 of them in the pack. And he's taken the mark, true centre wing on the northern side. He bombs to another big pack, and this time Draper. Wow, a glimpse into the future for Essendon fans. Pack mark by Caddy, and then by Draper, who sends it to the hot spot. Can't quite finish it off. Dersma flying in the air at the top of the goal square, and mopping it up is the all-experienced veteran in still side bottom. He goes short to Kruger. So no Darcy Cameron, he's off injured. Kruger's going to play a vital role. He topples that one. It's a bouncing ball, Lux of Fortune. It gives straight to Myercheck, who gives it to Harrison, who flares it wide. Unable to take the Marcus Richards, but he's got time to gather. 55 out, steadies, kicks back inboard to Howe. Stabs the pass, spoil from Merritt, getting in front of Nick Dacos. That was good. And then a hurried kick into the centre of the ground, and it's all Collingwood. They'll reload and go again.
Markov out to the wing. Pendlebury collects. Hand pass away to Hoskin Elliott. It is all Collingwood. That kick not good. Perkins breaks it up, takes the intercept mark, half back for Essendon.
And he's got about 6 teammates just saying, slow it down, take your 6 or 7 seconds, hit a target.
You know what? But they've gone to their shell.
They have, Mick, they have.
They really have gone.
Oh, that is a dangerous kick. Goes back to Redmond. Just marks in front of Myercheck. Crash landing for the Collingwood key forward. Now the Bombers try out the members' side. Gresham marks, pokes the pass out to Cox, who marks in front of Schultz. Hand pass away to McGrath. Now the inside 50 kick. Caddy gets across. Moore just whacks it away with the spoil. Into the path though of Shield. Hand pass to Durham. Shocking kick across the half forward line. Turns it over cold. Fumble from DeGoey. Gets a hand pass out anyway. Picked up by Harrison. Met in a heavy tackle. Hand pass to Long. Gets a handball out to Hoskin Elliott. And now the Pies are streaming forward on the counter-attack. Short kick to Howe. And Howe marks out a corridor. Essendon by 25, time on final term.
Handballs over the top to Hoskin Elliott. Goes to a one-eye wide. It was Ridley and Nick Dacos. And Nick Dacos got rid of Ridley. And then he fumbles it over the boundary line.
The game itself has deteriorated by Essendon's. They've dropped their, not only their intensity, but they've dropped their daring, and they're now second-guessing themselves. Yep. Collingwood now, they know they've got nothing to... I know it's a terrible thing to say, nothing to lose. They've got the game to lose, but they are now just throwing everything forward. Even the setup here, it's just a terrible setup by Essendon.
Crowd posted at 81,711 as the Collingwood goes forward again. Kruger from 55, he unloads. I think he's got it. Was it touched on the line? The umpire says no. So Darcy Cameron's been down in the rooms. We said Kruger would have to stand up. Played much of the year in the VFL. He hails from Victor Harbour in South Australia. And all of Victor Harbour, they're probably camping down there at the moment for school holidays, would be enjoying watching Nathan Kruger put one through from 50. And they're back to 19 points. Their will to win, Collingwood, is extraordinary. But there's some big news happening down with an injury to Collingwood on the sidelines. Hodgie, what's the latest?
Well, there's plenty happening on the Magpie bench. So Darcy Cameron is back from the rooms. It's like a pillow that's been put under his jumper. I'm not sure. Can you take a jab in the ribs, Mick or Boomer?
Yeah, you can.
So he's back on the ground. He doesn't look right, but he's out in the middle. And then Brodie Myercheck, who was crunched in the goal square just before and then did the shepherding to allow that goal through, he came off the ground and the doctors have taken him straight to the room. So plenty happening for the Pies.
Collingwood with back-to-back goals for the first time since the opening term. Durham took on the tackle and lost. Picked up by Nick Dacos. He wants to take the advantage. He won't be able to. This is coming back. Hill's taken a mark inside 50 and a little hobbled on the landing too as he has to adjust his boot. He won't be getting this kick. It's coming back to Nick Dacos in the middle of the G.
This is where sides, once you set up an aura about we come back, sides then become frightened of the result as opposed to the process. Boomer, I just get confused about this.
Kicks to Cameron at centre half forward, scored away by Draper, racing onto it. Shield for Essendon. Hand pass to McGrath, handball away to Kelly, feeds a hand pass back to Shield, kicks off his right peg, down the wing, hand on it from right, no mark, Frampton spoils, down to Crisp, hands it back to Frampton, kicks inside 50 at full stretch. Shield takes the intercept mark, 7 minutes to go. Essendon by 19 points. 24 gone, final turn.
All these kicks are wobbly, deep in defence. Laverde.
This is what Collingwood love, is just sides making this sort of decision to stay on the short ball.
Ridley, Maynard in front, thumps it down. Markov with his head over the ball. Was he taken high in a tackle by Guelphy? Yes, he was. Sliding in tackle, slips over the shoulder. Markov's got it right in front of the Pies bench. Essendon by 19, but the Pies are coming with a flurry. Shorts it to the debutant Long.
He's a good build, isn't he?
Heart must be pumping through his chest, playing for the black and white for the first time tonight. He just bombs it as long as he possibly can. Howell with the launch from behind. Spoil was good. Right, clever. Down to Mackay. He dumps that kick outside 50. If it bounces over, it could be deliberate. But Billy Frampton's there, bearing down was Caddy. Handballs to Moore. Handballs to side bottom. Underground handball, ambitious, but it comes off to Long. And Collingwood sharing it around before the quick kick inside 50. Mackay outmarking Hoskin Elliott. A big, relieving defensive mark from the big key defender.
Yeah, he's been good. He had a couple of mishaps early by foot.
He wants to go back and across. Sorry, Boomer, as Mackay goes short to Dersma, marks at half back, and he'll go wide with a kick to right. So Essendon by 19, 25 gone final term, 5.5 on the game clock. And the seconds just won't peel off the clock quick enough for the Bombers.
Well, Essendon have gone in only 7 times this quarter, and really it's their own fault. They just really have gone into the shell.
Well, kick down to half forward. There's a whistle on the play. It's a hold, and it's a free kick for Cameron. So Collingwood get possession back. Still over 5 minutes to go. And importantly, Collingwood believe they can win. You can sense it as the kick from Cameron's not a good one. With his banged-up ribs, turns it over. Intercept mark for Nick Martin. There's nothing up ahead. He's going to go boundary side and using the whole perimeter. Here's Dylan Shield. Collects on the half volley. Tries to get around Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Dersma. Handball to Shield. He goes back to Redmond.
So what Essendon are doing, Mick, you're right. They're looking at someone and in the first half they were seeing it and hitting it.
Yeah,
now they're looking and trying to take 3 or 4 seconds off the clock and missing that target.
You know, Collingwood will still be aggressive in the back line. That's why if Essendon get forward,
Redmond inside the forward 50. Caddy flies, spills out the back to right. Hand pass to Durham. Handball to a teammate. Langford under the pump. Ball comes out. Perkins had it, lost it. Now side bottom. Back pocket. Hand pass to Maynard. Clears defensive 50 for Collingwood. Boundary line southern side. Redmond sees it out. And a throw in between wing and half forward for Essendon. Bombers by 19. Still 4.5 minutes to go.
Sidebottom's been outstanding behind the ball.
Yeah.
He's just smart. He knows how to get in the right position, then set play up. They're the danger players, and Pendlebury.
An intriguing mental battle. Essendon leads it, and yet they've gone into their shells. Collingwood trails, and they are throwing every single punch that they possibly can at the Bombers. Let's get down to Tim Hodges. I think the change been made with the subs.
Hind is in the game, Kel. Hind is in the game for the Bombers. Caddy has been subbed out.
Okay, so play back underway. Off half back with a chain of handballs goes the Magpies. Maynard into space. Foot races on. Hind, the sub, straight into the action. Dodges round one way, weaving, ducking, and then delivering a side kick into the corridor to Mackay, to Laverde. Kelly's in some space right in front of the bench for the Pies. Hind went to wait and leave it, but eventually a little bit of miscommunication. They mop it up again. These are anxious, tense moments for Essendon. They cannot go into their shells. They're kicking backwards. They're retreating. They lead it by 19 points with 3.5 minutes to play. They led by as much as 31 earlier in this final term.
The Pies sign up for 80. You got to play the minutes against Collingwood. Long kick down the wing. Caldwell has it. He's tackled. He's looking to score a try. Knocks it out of bounds and a throw in front of the interchange gates.
I think it's more the opposition than Collingwood in many respects. They just fear. They fear fear.
Well, if they every opposition do what Essendon are doing, absolutely.
The Bombers have put it into sleep mode, and there's still 3.5 to go from the boundary throw in. Comes down to Long. He's tackled. Ball up on the wing.
Yeah, it's really surprised me. I just thought they'd be a bit braver, Essendon.
Bombers by 19. Draper grabs it out of the ruck, hands it to the sub-hind. Kicks to centre-half forward. Dersman needs to be clean, left it behind. Josh Dacos extracts it, hand pass to Maynard. Whack forward by Frampton, clever. Handball to Markov. Drew the defender. Gives it to Sidebottom. Hand pass over halfway. Unkind bounce momentarily, but Long made it look good. Hand pass to Kruger. Sets his sights on the big sticks. He's got it there. Kruger with another final quarter goal. And the Magpies are not done yet. Yep. Essendon's lead cut to 13. The better part of 3 minutes to play. 12-7-79. Essendon 13-14-92. And the back end of your seat is redundant now. Brent Harvey, Mick Malthouse, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, if they win this clearance and kick a goal straight away...
you'd almost say Collingwood are going to win the game. It's just quite staggering. I haven't seen a lot of Collingwood's games where they've come from. I've watched a bit on TV, this and stuff, but I thought last year when I watched Adelaide play against them when they had a 4-goal lead, I thought, what are they doing? All of a sudden they've changed their whole structure to defend 4 goals. You can't defend 4 goals in today's footy. So what you've got to do is you've got to play the game that you've played. And that's what's got to... So right now Essendon are playing directly into Collingwood's hands, and Collingwood know this. They've smelt some victory here. You know, I look at Sidebottom back on the back line. He's just forgetting his player.
They've lost themselves here, Mick. They've got the zone all wrong. They don't know where their 666 is. They have
this will go to Collingwood. This will be a Collingwood free kick.
They had 1 too few in their back 50, and Nick Martin was trying to run into the front half where there was already 6 players there.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. You talk about panic.
Nathan Kruger into the ruck. An unlikely hero, maybe. He's booted 2 in this last term. Draper slaps it. Easily beats him in the air. Down to Durham. Can't control it because of the pressure. Stringer gets involved. Had it. Lost it. Caldwell plays for the free. Umpire's not falling for it. Ball up. Centre wing right in front of our broadcast box here at the MCG. In front of the members. Draper again. Straight down to Caldwell. Kruger knocks it clear. Picking it up is Chris. Throws it on his boot. Almost juggled a mark down there. Was Long. Keeps going. It'll flick out here for Lipinski as he bends over to pick it up. He's been taken high and he wins the free kick. He played that beautifully. It was Kelly that gave it away. Lipinski wants to go. He's 70 out. He stabs it short all by himself. No one saw him. He's the best player on the park. It's Nick Dacos who's got it. Yeah. He's marked uncontested 40 metres out on a tightish angle.
Well, I know what I'd have my money on. That is quite remarkable. Again, Essendon, just the panic.
Nick Dacos. He's a proven match winner. He slews that off the side of the boot and it's going to be knocked over. It went right across the face. And everyone in the MCG, 87,000 of them wearing red and black, just collectively let out a big sigh of relief. The margin is 12 points with less than 2 minutes to play.
101 seconds to decide it. Essendon by 12. Of course, they played out that draw earlier in the year. Long kick to half-back, lands on the back of Crisp on the way down, spills to Stringer, his tackle.
Well, Essendon just throwing players in behind the ball, which has left Collingwood now the opportunity to run the ball up. They've got the runners. Darcy Moore's going forward. Good move. Just running forward.
Minute 30 to play. Draper leaps up, wins the hit out. Perkins tackled. Umpire circles, eventually hands it out. Crisp tries to knock it into open space. Stringer runs out of room. Boundary throw-in.
And Essendon have not worked out that Darcy Moore's now going to the 10-yard square, and they've still been able to keep their players.
Matt Guelphy's followed him, but he's not the matchup, is he?
No, well, it's a terrible matchup.
So Moore standing at full forward, and now Langford swings onto him. Bombers protecting a 12-point lead, a minute 16 to go from the boundary throw-in. Essendon first telling touch. Caldwell, hand pass to Stringer. Just jams it on the boot, kicks it up in the front half. There's no one back. Intercept mark for Frampton. Here go Collingwood. Hand pass to Crisp. Kicks inside 50. There's all the Bombers, and Guelphy takes an intercept mark at centre-half back. Yeah. Final minute. Bombers by 12 points. 33 gone, final term.
Well, they've hung on, Mick, but it's to their own detriment that they nearly lost the game in the end, isn't it?
Well, they're lucky they're 4 in front, because any closer, I just can't. There's no reasoning to this.
Last line of defence, Langford's got it, and he kicks it around to Peter Wright. It was the right option because he was in a one-on-one with Markov, and he takes that mark, and then he goes short, and he shorts it to Redmond. And now the black and white fans are up and they're leaving. They're streaming out of the MCG. Sit up and enjoy this one, Essendon fans. 20 seconds to go. They haven't beaten Collingwood in their last 5 games. The last time they beat Collingwood was in 2021 when Robert Harvey was coaching them after Nathan Buckley had left, and all the black and white scarves are waving, Kevin Sheedy style. It's going to be a famous win for the Bombers. We're down to 8 seconds. It'll be a boundary throw in on the southern side. They've held their nerve under extreme pressure. We're waiting for the siren. The sweetest sound that Bombers fans have heard all year. The biggest win for 2024 Essendon. The biggest win under Brad Scott's era. And they have taken a giant step to playing finals this season.
Our boys who play this kind of game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They'll try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
Final score 13-14, 92 Essendon. Collingwood coming home with a flurry as they always do, 12-8-80. But just like last week, they left it too late and the reigning premier dropped 2 in a row. And the margin for error is now very slim. They could be out of the 8 by the end of this round. Final margin, 12 points, a crowd of 81,711.
See the Bombers fly up, up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They'll try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly on.
It wasn't without a bit of turbulence, but the Bombers are going up. 13-14-92, Collingwood 12-8-80, a game with wild momentum swings. Collingwood led by 23 in the opening term before Essendon rattled off 11 goals to 3 thereafter. They built a 31-point lead themselves before conceding the last 3 goals of the game in a few nervy moments, but sans a few fingernails, the Bombers are there. They win to get the 10.5 wins. They shore up a spot in the top 4 while the Magpies fall back into the chasing pack, which is bulging in that mid-table. Oh, there's a bit to work our way through. We've got another 40 minutes before we're off air. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges will be in both rooms. Ben Cameron's going down there. Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey are up here. Nick, the Bombers by 12 points. Finally get it done against the Pies.
Yeah, 12 points, and it sounds okay, 12 points, but at three-quarter time it was, let's go first 2 goals, I've got a feeling.
Yep, up to 31 points, yeah, Essendon.
So from there on in, I think if there's going to be a learning stage by, and not necessarily Collingwood, because I think they know how to do things, if Brad will take them away, hopefully, and look at the last quarter and go, right, we've got ourselves in front. Why did we stop? Collingwood didn't do anything exceptional, but when you overuse the football defensively, you generally work your way back inside your own back 50. And Collingwood then just squeezed up on that and forced the error, and time again it just opened up the door for Collingwood to score their goals that got them back in the game. So they have full faith that they can get there. It's they'll walk away and go, only time beat us. Essendon will say, well, we won the game and it's over 4 quarters of football. We did give them a big start, but on the same token, when you've got that sort of lead and you're playing the sort of football that really brought Collingwood undone, and then it just dissolves in front of you. So Merritt only had 2 possessions, but
is that coaching or is that leadership on the ground?
Oh, well, it wouldn't be coaching. It wouldn't be sitting up in the coach's box saying, this is what you've got to do. And I don't think it's leadership.
They shut it down really early, and they did the same thing against Adelaide earlier this year, and were lucky in the end. Draper was on the footy at the end when that game finished.
That's right. Look, I watched Merritt closely in the last quarter. He had 2 possessions.
Yep.
And you go, well, that's a bad quarter. He tackled and chased and ran and put himself in positions that only a great captain will do. He's going to be a very, very good captain. And I thought he was fantastic, even though he only had 2 possessions. But you go into the last quarter even further and you think, how could Collingwood, in that last quarter, get back in the game? Because Sidebottom played half-back and played very well. Nick Dacos had 8 possessions, but they weren't a great 8. They weren't something that you'd stand up. There's nothing in the 87 possessions. Clearances weren't much different. Inside 50s eventually were 14-9, but it would have been probably 7 or 8 to 3 or 4 until Collingwood started taking this. All of a sudden, the mentality of Collingwood was, we know if we press, the side will make mistakes. Essendon have said, we've read the papers, Collingwood keep coming at you. And their whole game style dissolved in front of them. And it was quite remarkable. You just needed people to say, hey, let's settle. And why are we getting extra players behind the ball? Because what we did, we were able to score against Collingwood because of quick ball movement, one.
Yep.
And we had forwards in position. 2/3 way through that quarter, the Essendon forward line was non-existent. So therefore, whatever came out of the back line was going up against a Collingwood wall and just getting punched back at you. So who makes those decisions? I don't know who makes those decisions.
They had 8 inside 50s in the last quarter, Essendon. If they had played their normal game style, because they had the ball 70, 80 metres out at times and went backwards. So if they had played their normal game style, that 8 inside 50s probably goes to 13, 14, 15, and they get more opportunities to score. Collingwood know what they're going to do because they shut the game down too early, as you said, Corbin.
Yep.
So then they start pressing, and they put Sidebottom in the half-back. He's not there to defend. He's there to give them the launch, the ball movement. So Essendon fell into a trap of just going way too slow. They marked the ball, they turned, they seen an option, but they thought, I'll take 3 more seconds off the clock. You don't need to. Just kick the ball. Just play some football. Do exactly what got you in that position in the first 3 quarters. So they did go away from their game style nearly to their fault.
So when we talk about Collingwood's aura and coming from behind at 3/4 time, a lot of that is the impact that it has on the opposition.
Oh, it's on the opposition.
And their fear.
And how they play.
Yep.
Collingwood do play. They'll throw their side around. But once you start reading about the yellow peril coming down, up, all of a sudden we start to put things at our border. This is what's happening here.
So 7 times now they've trailed at 3/4 time this year, the Pies. They've won only 2 of those games. The roar you can hear downstairs is that Essendon are making their way off the narrow race, which is closer to us on the northern side of the ground. So the Essendon fans that are still here have gathered around to give them a big cheer. It is a Collingwood home game, and it must be said that she had emptied out quick, Mick, towards the back end.
With 2 minutes to go.
They haven't heard the Essendon theme song in 3 years or something like that, and they didn't want to change that tonight, despite the result, the Bombers by 12.
And look, there's going to be so much to dissect in the next few minutes, and Tim Hodges will go from one rooms to the other, but there is talk maybe Brodie Myercheck might look like a torn pec, which is a 10 to 12 week injury. So anyway, we'll get more on that.
Right. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, Zach Merritt and Andrew McGrath lead the Bombers in. I must say, normally the rooms are packed on a Friday night. There is about 9 Essendon supporters, and that's it. And then a bunch of media, and that's all. But right now, the Bombers are up to 3rd on the ladder. And for a 10th time this year, they are going to build out this song. It means much more, you think, on a Friday night, and especially against the old enemy, Collingwood. Well, that meant plenty to the 23 out there. I think we're going to get Sam Durham very shortly, guys. And just as you mentioned, the Collingwood fallout will be enormous. Just the fact that they've lost back-to-back games, but also that looked like a really bad injury to Brodie Myercheck. And I'm not sure if Darcy Cameron might not have a cracked rib as well. So plenty of issues for the Magpies, let alone their form after tonight.
Thanks, Hodgie, and we'll see them next Friday night against the Cats. That's Collingwood's next assignment, while the Bombers play Saturday night back here at the G against the Ds. It was a test of their legitimacy coming into tonight. All the talk about they haven't had a win against a top 8 team, and that is true. Those numbers don't lie. Their previous wins, 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th twice, 17th and 18th. And part of the reason for that was GWS getting knocked out of the 8 last week. But this is clearly their best win of the season so far, taking down the reigning premiers. They had to survive a little fright towards the back end, but they did themselves, Mick, turnaround momentum in play to come from 23 down. Looks like they were getting threatened to be blown off the park in that opening term. And, they rallied from that point on and were able to build what proved to be a match-winning lead. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. The Bombers by 12 points. Tim Hodges.
Sam Durham has been good enough to join us. What a fantastic, song performance. That meant plenty for your team.
Yeah, the song was one of the best I've seen, heard, to be honest. But the win was it was great. Finally put 4 quarters together. Apart from that last 7 minutes, we sort of just fell asleep. But that was good to get the win.
Can I ask you about the first 7 minutes? How much concern was there out in the middle when Crisp got firing and kicked those 3 goals in 4 minutes and they blew out to an early lead?
Yeah. Well, once Collingwood are doing that, it's a bit scary. But we had to stick to our process, and we knew if we got on top of the pressure and stuff like that, it'll start to turn our way, and it did.
Before I send you upstairs, can I ask you about yourself? Did you cop a corky in the calf or the shin, or what was that early on?
Last week I copped a cork to the calf in the first 5 minutes, so it's still hanging around. So.
And you were really struggling towards the end of the second quarter, and then even straight after half-time. I was watching and you were struggling to get going.
Yeah, no, it wasn't good, but battled on. Bit of deep heat.
There was never any fear that you might have to be subbed out or anything?
No, they know I'll just keep going, so it's good.
Beautiful, magnificent. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey. Sam's got the cans on.
Sam, well done. Fantastic result and a great game yourself. Just let's look at the 2 stages. The first one, and I think that Tim's already asked you about the start that Collingwood had. Was there any thought of changes or Nick Dacos was just so dominant, and I know you were at him and Zach was at him at stoppages, but he was sort of breaking and getting a lot of that ball outside of that. Is there any thought process of perhaps someone going to him permanently?
It wasn't. The idea was around stoppages, but we obviously knew as a collective that he does like that link-up ball, and we had to stop their run, but he's such a good player that he'll just keep going, fighting through those things. So he's a hard player to stop, but it's a hard one because if you run with him all game, he can pull you apart in different ways. So you got to stick to your system, I guess, a little bit.
Okay, Sam. Okay, let's look at the first quarter. They got such a big jump on you, and all of a sudden you started to get yourself back. What got you back, do you think?
I think our pressure, just I think sticking to our process. We know in those games that it's a big momentum shift, and we just got to go with them. And Collingwood are massive with those momentum shifts, especially with the crowd. So we had to get the Bombers fans up and about. Okay,
on the last question, just now let's flip this over to the last quarter. You kick the first couple of goals, all of a sudden you're 30-odd points in front. Who then controls the tempo of the game? Does the captain control that? Does just the players? Because it just seemed to me that Collingwood started to come at you and you went back. I thought Essendon went right back into a shell, and the shell was basically your back 50, and that's Collingwood eat upsides when you start to throw the ball around there. So at what stage do you think that you should have put more pressure on and get that ball in the forward line more often?
I think that is a big one. We go into our shell and we think it's done. But Scotty's and Zach, he drives it, that we just keep playing footy. We want to put the foot on the throat, and I don't know what it is with our group, but sometimes we do go into our shell and think, okay, we don't want to take risks when we're up by 40 points, but we should be just keep going at them. And then if there is 5 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go, then we lock up the shed. But I don't know. We need to work on that as a group.
Sam, Brent Harvey up here. Congratulations individually and collectively as well. I just want to ask you about 2 players, and one that came back into the team tonight in Dylan Shield. You must be really happy just to have another. I know Darcy Parish is not there, and I thought at times you guys lacked depth through the midfield. You add him in, and all of a sudden Darcy Parish comes in, and then now you've got abundance of midfielders. He was fantastic tonight. Great to have him back in the team.
Oh, it's awesome. And when Sheely's driving out of those stoppages like he is with the yellow fluoros on, it's great to watch. But we, as a midfield group, we need to feed off each other and not just one person do it each week. It's everyone gets a lick of the ice cream.
And the last one, the other player is Benny Mackay. Obviously come over with a few other players as well, but a little bit shaky with ball in hand, but intercept mark. You must be pretty happy to have somebody like him come to the football club and control that back line.
Oh yeah, he's been awesome. He's been awesome for the footy club and the playing group as well. And you should see the size of his hands. Like, no wonder he's clunking them. But normally his kicking's really good off that one step, but I don't know, it's a little bit shaky. But they'll turn around next week.
Sammy Durham with us on ABC Sports. Sam, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Mid-season recruit in 2021. You're now playing your 64th game as the chippy from Seymour has come to the big smoke and now running around for the Bombers with this huge supporter base, playing primetime footy in the engine room at the MCG. How do you process that? Is that part of you where you think all of a sudden in the space of 3 or 4 years now I'm here?
I get reminded pretty quick if I go home that you don't have life accomplished, or you can't get too ahead of yourself. If you go home, they sort of knock you back down a few ranks. So always to Seymour, I'm Sam from Seymour and the chippy, so I keep taking that at my stride.
Do you get a chance to get home much?
Yeah, I try to over the weekends and watch my brother still play footy and Seymour, and we got Big Dave Mundy playing at Seymour lately, so that's a good inclusion for Seymour.
You got the world at your feet. You haven't even had your 23rd birthday. I understand that's coming up on Tuesday. Have you got any plans this weekend?
No, quiet. Scotty's put us on the lockdown, so...
Hopefully it's an exciting 7 weeks ahead, Sam, and what can potentially follow thereafter. Well done tonight. Enjoy these moments. Appreciate your time.
All right, thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
Sam Durham in the Essendon rooms on the back of a 12-point win over Collingwood. It's an amazing story, isn't it? Mid-season draftee. Basically came from Seymour as a chippy to play Richmond VFL, and then ends up getting picked up and
could win their BNF this year.
Well, I think he started. Does he come from up on the Murray? I've got a funny feeling he does. So, Murray under 18. Perhaps that's where he started his footy, and they go up there to play their football. What it does tell you, though, players mature at different levels, at different ages. You've got to keep an eye on players that do very well at different competitions. Find out what makes them, and just see whether they've got to have certain pace. You can hear what he just said there. He knows that they know he can get through. So straight away, you've got this confidence to go, okay, I've got a bit of an injury, but they know I can get through, so I've got to get through. So it's a great belief in yourself. It's an outstanding opportunity for him. I was quite impressed in young Long there. He come on late.
Yep.
And he didn't disappoint. He'll play a lot more football for Collingwood.
Mid-season recruit as well. Yeah. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brent Harvey and Mick Malthouse in the box. Tim Hodges downstairs. The Bombers by 12 over the Pies.
So all the talk coming in to Mick and Boomer was, does Sam Durham, they don't tag, but does he go to Nick Dacos? And the two of you in the pre-match are like, you can't let Nick just run around. And he stood next to him at the first bounce. Tell the listeners out there, if they're just tuning in, what actually happened over the process of those 4 quarters with the Bombers winning by 12 points. Sam Durham was fantastic.
Yes, but so was Nick Dacos. And I reckon if they were going to get back, Nick Dacos was the one that was going to get them back, and he did. He's ended up having the most clearances on the game, Nick Dacos. I'm not a believer that you just run with someone and hope that the team can do it, because when you've got a team, 3 or 4, they're not as prepared to take responsibility. One will, the next one says, oh, no, it wasn't me, it was him. The next one goes, oh, look, I was on him for 5 minutes, only 5. And the coach goes, oh, well, you all played pretty well. And everyone nods, but secretly going, oh, hang on, he just destroyed me for 5 minutes. And it's like Jack Cripps, who was on him for those 5 minutes? Well, they walked away from him. So, no, there's responsibility. I still believe that to get to the big dance, you have to have a player that you know you can go to, and that's why I like Hawthorn at the moment. I think Hawthorn have got to look. No one's expecting to make the 8. They may not make the 8, but they've got a midfield that is very accountable.
Yep.
They know they can throw someone in there that can actually stop someone.
System based.
Very system based, and you work sides over. Now the fact is that they are still sitting on 13th on the ladder. So. But they've won a lot of games that people didn't think they'd win. I don't really think that they can honestly get to Carlton and Sydney. This is Essendon.
Yep.
And play them in a final and go, well, we're just going to let these players just run around and we'll take them on.
So they're third at the moment. There was 6 points, which is only a game and a half, separating 3rd to 13th on the table leading in. Where do they sit? I know they're currently 3rd. They're on top of that chasing pack. But in your mind, if you're sort of establishing a hierarchy, where do the Bombers sit in the picture?
So they've got 6 points out of 8 against the reigning premiers.
Yep.
Yep.
And, yes, the thing will be, we haven't got our full Collingwood, there's a few players missing from Collingwood. Yes, that is a simple fact. Life happens like that. You're going to have players that come and go into your side, particularly when you've won a premiership. You don't always have the same luck of injuries. They have put their hand up to say, we are a genuine top 4. At this round, at round 16...
17 done.
Rounds, yep.
For them.
They are legitimate top 4.
Even though they've only beaten in the top 8, it was the Giants heading in tonight.
No one tonight.
Yeah.
They had 0 wins leading into the evening.
Yeah, because the Giants aren't in the 8.
Now out.
So this is the first genuine team that they've beaten in the top 8.
Okay, this is who they play. Played Collingwood and won. They play Melbourne, who are out of form. They play Adelaide. You don't know what you're going to get at Adelaide. They play the Saints. There's 3 they should win. Fremantle will be a great test for them. Fremantle's been flogged before and has come away and beaten the top side.
And it's here at the MCG against the Dockers.
Most games are. Collingwood and them are both at home, virtually at home. Then they play Gold Coast. They play Sydney to be big test and Brisbane big test. So the Sydney-Brisbane, remarkably, Collingwood plays Sydney-Brisbane around about the same time.
Yeah.
Those games could determine whether either one of those finish top 4.
Where do you see Boomer?
I understand what Mick's saying, and they'll win those games that they should win, and potentially they could finish in the top 4. I seen them play last week, and they were much better tonight. If I'm going to rank them right now without worrying who they play and everything, I think they're a 5 to 8 team. I don't think they're a top 4 team.
Who's the top 4 then?
It's a great question.
Well, Carlton and Sydney are certainly top 4. Let me have a look at this ladder, Mick.
Just while you do that, a couple off the SMS.
Over the top of there, mate. Just up the top left-hand side.
Brendan from Hobart. Injuries have finally caught up with the Pies. Rod from Hobart. Bombers full of run. No run for the Pies. Could be coming off a Queensland trip. Martin off the SMS. Hey, Grandstand team. Early grand final catering tip. Extra sandwiches with the S and Don big and small goods. And no pies in September. Jeez, that's a drawing a long bow, but I could see what he was getting at, Martin. Appreciate that. Barry in Port Adelaide says the 666 warning meant that the ball had to be thrown up, which meant Draper gets a clear tap, no variable bounce. Could it have been planned? Basically saying, hey, did the Bombers run a little set play by
that's smart.
Holding play? They didn't look like they were that organised. Rob from Newport, Mick, can Essendon make a preliminary final? 0437 774 774 before Boomer answers your query. Can they make a prelim?
Top 4?
Yep.
That gives them a big chance to be in a prelim.
Yep.
But I reckon 5th to 8th, it's a flip of the coin.
All right, well, he stumped me because I've got Sydney, I've got Carlton. The other one you're going to laugh at, but I've got Brisbane as a top 4 team for me. And then the 4th position, Mick, is up for grabs. If Fremantle get enough wins at home, which potentially they can, I don't rate Fremantle as a top 4 just looking at from afar. They've lost too many games. So Essendon can continue to play okay. Maybe they are the 4th.
SMS number 0437 774 774. Bombers by 12 points over the Pies. Might just pivot if we can and get into the Collingwood rooms. Tim Hodges is down there for us. Hodgie.
Corbin, it's still plenty of supporters as always with a Collingwood home game, so plenty of people in here. Darcy Moore's with his family at the moment. I'm just watching. He's already had his shower. They're tossing up whether to give us Scott Penderbury or Jeremy Howe, so clearly the veterans only are going to be put up to speak to the media to try and explain tonight's performance. Looking at Bobby Hill, he's hobbling around. He tweaked his ankle in that marking contest that didn't count when the ball was going back to the middle for Nick Dacos. We've already spoken about Brodie Myercheck with a bicep injury, a pec injury, and Darcy Cameron with that rib injury. So, yeah, they're going to have some serious concerns on top of their form issues. So, hoping to get a player for you in the next 5-6 minutes. As soon as they're showered, they'll come out and hopefully will join us on ABC Grandstand, guys.
Timmy, just ask you did say that Quainar come off with an ankle. How does he look?
Yeah, he had the bottom of his foot strapped up at three-quarter time. Actually, stick with me, guys. Jeremy Howe's just coming over. I think he's going to join us. He is. Hey, Jeremy. How you going? Can we put the cans on there, mate? Thanks for joining us. We're live on ABC Grandstand. A penny for your thoughts after that performance.
Oh, yeah, disappointment's probably a true reflection of that game. I think we started well. Don't get me wrong. I felt like we got our game going, pretty efficient going forward with the ball in hand. second quarter started getting a little bit out of hand. They started chipping the ball around and getting uncontested marks, and we knew that was going to happen. So the inability to be able to stop that was probably frustrating. And then, we came out at half-time with a pretty clear plan of what to do, and we didn't execute it. So, it's a little bit flattening because I reckon we took a step back.
Yeah, this was my next question. Are you worried?
I'm not worried because I feel like the things that we were doing, they're fixable, and they're fixable really quickly. It's just unfortunately that, we're just too inconsistent tonight, and, there's a bit of a flattening feel in here at the moment because it just wasn't a true reflection of how we feel like we should be going.
I'll send you upstairs. Thanks for putting the cans on. Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey are upstairs for us.
Okay, Jeremy, just a few observations. Just one, is this the forward line for you now for the rest of the year, do you think?
I don't think so.
What's that mean?
I don't know. I don't think Checkers received overly positive news on what's going on with him. So
Checkers, as in?
My check.
Yep.
Is it a torn pec, Jeremy?
I think that's what we're believing so far. So
wouldn't that mean more? Wouldn't that be more than that you will play forward?
I haven't got a crystal ball, Mick, but there's every chance I might spend some time down there and pray for Dan to come back. But look, I'm not real sure. It's like, I know we're pretty encouraging in terms of flicking a few rolls around and trying some different things, and it's obviously my turn to play up forward at the moment, and we'll see how it pans out and what the team looks like going forward. But I'm more than happy to play down there for as long as they need.
Yeah, Tim on the bench was saying that even at quarter time, the animation between the two coaches, you would have thought that one was trailing, the other one was winning. The other one was it seemed to be back to front. Brad Scott seemed to be a little bit more composed as opposed to your coach in Craig McRae, who just wasn't happy with that first quarter, even though that you're in front. Was there anything in particular that sort of he was, I guess, had you talking about crystal ball, perhaps he had the crystal ball out and thinking, we're opening ourselves up here?
Potentially saw a couple of cracks that we might have got away with that he felt like might have influenced the game going forward. But and to be honest, the second quarter, if you obviously saw that they probably started chipping around a little bit, then they got away with it in the second, and I think they took 40 uncontested marks or something in the second quarter, and it's sucks the life out of you because you just feel like you're defending for long periods of time, and we knew that they were going to do it. So,
well, how do you stop that? What was the plan to stop that?
We've got some mechanisms around. Once they take it, we want to protect the middle of the ground like a lot of teams do, and once they get it towards that boundary line, that's pretty much all systems go to not give them any more. And we just failed to potentially overcommitted at times, and we knew that they were going to hit everything that we gave them, and I think we just let it slip there in the second.
And what about the last quarter? You just seem to be again this ogre that everyone looks at and goes, they're coming, and you seem to be like panic sides. Would that be fair to say?
I think, given the history, teams understand that we're going to throw some pretty curly things going offensively, and potentially it looks a little bit unpredictable and a bit chaotic, but I think we were all a bit over chasing teams in the last quarters. It'd be nice to really set the game up early. We had every intention to try and get out of the blocks early. We felt like we did, but we just let it slip in that second and third, and Essendon capitalised.
Jeremy, you talk about maybe potentially with my check going down, you're going to have to play a number of roles. Have you got anybody coming back from injury over the next month? And I know you guys as players don't look too far forward. Up here we can. You guys have got Geelong, Hawthorn, Richmond and Carlton. You've got a tough month coming ahead. Have you got any players that can come back and actually spring back into that team and give you a bit of a boost?
I'm not the doctor, but Dan McStay's moving pretty well.
Yep, good.
He's obviously one that comes to mind straight off the bat.
There was some talk he might be ready to go as soon as next week. Are you hearing that?
I'm certainly not across that, but I would encourage that. He's been training really well. He's done a mountain of work, but I guess for those pretty solid injuries, especially ACLs, there's potentially a little bit of caution towards the end there, but he's ticked every box. He looks as good as he ever has. But I don't think you don't want to get pressured into playing him early. I think they've still got a plan in place, whether that's building him up for another couple of weeks and see what happens. But it'd be nice to get him up because he's done a mountain of work.
And Jeremy, have you got any update on Darcy Cameron for us?
I've got no idea. Apologies, I've got no update for you. But I didn't even... Is he injured, is he?
Oh, he came off. He had a big sort of, almost like a mattress when he returned to the ground in the last quarter on his ribs. So.
Probably just a cork or something, he'll be right.
Yeah. And do you still feel like you can win it in season 2024 and defend your premiership?
Always. I feel like we need to click it into gear and get going. But, like you said, you touched on our projection with our games going forward. I think we've got another 7 games or 6 games at the G out of our last 7, and it's really strong. Some strong teams in there on the run home. So if we want to make a push, we better get going ASAP, and we'll be playing some solid competition on the way through.
Your time's always appreciated. We'll see you next Friday night. Thanks,
Much
Jeremy.
Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, mate.
Jeremy Howe in the Collingwood rooms. The Bombers by 12 points.
He's always an optimist, and it's refreshing to hear a player be quite open after a loss and understands. Certainly lost. No, they've lost. They believe because they believe.
Yeah.
You know, I think when you've got that belief, you're always going to be in it.
We were talking before about who the top 4 teams are. It feels like even after tonight that they get a few back and everything else. They probably won't finish top 4 now, but if you're looking at the teams that can win it, I think a lot of people would say, well, Sydney, Carlton in whatever order. A lot of people would still have Collingwood third.
You have it thereabouts when you. Yeah. I tell you what though, if there's one bloke that goes out of the team, Myercheck.
Yep.
He is a big loss, and I know he didn't kick a goal tonight. But I don't think Collingwood can kick big enough scores. Bobby Hill's got to have a monster game, and De Goey's got to hit the scoreboard. Schultz doesn't really kick his 4 or a lot like that. Myercheck will be a huge out if it's what is it? Torn pec.
Torn pec. So he'll be done for the season. So they could miss the 8. The injuries could actually catch up with them.
I'm not 100% sure about the
torn pec. Depends how much it's torn.
I realise
whether
that.
it's off the bone.
Alan Didak did his and played the next week, and
right.
I mean, he's a different player. I understand that, but
and then Adam Reynolds did it for the Brisbane Broncos and has missed the entire second half of the season.
Right. Yeah. So
it depends how much. I guess it's torn. But he was telling us straight away the news isn't great.
No. Well, once you've got one, then you've got to work it out.
Yeah.
But McStay is. He's a million miles off. I mean, I don't care what people say. A knee is 12 months physically and 12 months mentally on top of. Not just. And he's, it's a 24-month thing. So
is McStay the answer?
Oh, I don't think he.
Like he's a pressure forward, bring the ball to ground.
He takes a mark.
And if he doesn't mark, he can bring it to ground. But he's not a Myercheck. We've seen Myercheck tear games apart where he kicks 4 or 5s consistently.
Yeah,
he's a good player. If it is a peck, and I hope it's not, because I like watching him play. It's different to Didak for a reason that he goes up and marks the ball. He's got to have his hands up in the air to mark the football. That's what he does. He competes.
Well, the fact is, Boomer, at probably the best, he's going to miss 3 or 4 weeks. And you've just said the 3 or 4 the next 3 or 4
Geelong, Hawthorn,
their runs
Richmond,
hard.
Carlton.
Yeah, they'll go over Richmond, but the other 3 sides, you just don't know what you got because it is tight. The disappointing thing for me with Collingwood tonight was the way the midfield just disappeared, because in that first 10 minutes or so, it looked like. Well, I was always thinking that Essendon only needed 1 goal to stay in the game because they're winning enough of the football. Yep. When you don't win the football, you go, well, I don't care what you say, how good they are. If they're not getting the footy, you're in real trouble. They were getting a lot of the footy, the Bombers, and as it turned out, they ended up having about 40 more possessions, I think. What's that say there?
I suppose it was
60 more possessions, 40 more marks. So let's go back to first quarter. They were going to get back, but the disappointing thing for me was that when Essendon got a bit of dominance, we only saw one player, and that was Dacos. I mean, Josh Dacos disappeared. De Goey was quiet,
wasn't he? He got caught quite a few times.
Well, he plays in tight, so and they're going to make sure they hit him. He's not one of these blokes that's going to walk around. He's going to go over the top of you. But their depth in the middle all of a sudden started to become a little bit of an issue. And Scotty Pendlebury, as good as he is, can't defend unless he's behind the ball now, because he can't defend coming out of the pack.
Yep.
Once Draper got on top, you said it, Boomer. Draper got right on top there.
Third quarter.
And he made all those stoppages start to look, hello, we're defending from his hits.
Well, in that third quarter, 4 goals to zip, and it was on the back of Draper giving him first use.
Yeah.
And we spoke about the clearance and how dominant Collingwood were in the first half. It ended up being 33-36. their 33 clearances.
And
You
inside,
just- you
what was
just think-
inside 50? 48 to 33, was it?
45-48.
Yeah.
If,
Contested footy.
If Darcy Cameron goes for a week or two as well, like just when it comes to ruckman.
What's-
Kruger was
what-
good. He
what-
kicked
what-
two.
What's he got?
It looked like
Oh,
ribs.
ribs, yeah.
Where's
But
Cox?
he's the injury.
He had a knee.
virus.
He had a knee.
Yeah.
If he's got a knee...
Remember, he had the multiple injuries. He had
Yeah, the two.
lungs and all
That's
sorts
right.
of things, and the
Yeah.
fractured ribs. So
So they've got the Cats here next Friday night, right? And so you got Cats, Hawks, and Richmond is their next block of three,
Hawks, right.
right? And then their next block of three is possibly the top three teams in the comp, according to you, Boomer. I'm going to quote you. Their next block of three is Carlton at the MCG, Sydney at the SCG, and the Lions at the MCG, that grand final rematch
It's a tough
in
run.
round 23. That is a tough run.
Very tough. And if you've got injuries,
If you've got
Amaya
injuries,
checks out.
I just think after what we've seen tonight, and they've dropped it against the Suns and now against Essendon, left the comeback too late. They are shaky to make the 8.
I totally agree. Oh, I
Yeah.
think that the
Yep.
run home is... Tonight was the biggest game of the year, nearly just because it was a big 8-point game sort of thing.
Yeah, the stakes.
Next
yeah.
week, Collingwood Geelong.
Yeah.
On a Friday night again.
Yeah.
That's the new biggest game.
Yep.
Well, they
That'll
play
be
every
huge.
game. They play every game here, I think.
Yeah.
Except Sydney.
Right.
Yeah, the SCG.
just on the injury list, Mason Cox knee 2 to 4 weeks away. Jamie Elliott's been listed as 2 to 4, but it feels like a rolling 2 to 4. It feels like every week it's not getting any closer. Bo McCreary just went down, so he's 4 to 6 away with a properly torn calf. Dan McStay's any day. Tom Mitchell is still 3 to 5 weeks away.
Won't help them.
They should get Noble back from concussion. So he's another one. And then
Halfback.
the injuries tonight. The Cameron one is significant given the fact that Cox, Steen and Begg, who are their other 3 ruckmen on their list, are all injured. And so Kruger was rucking tonight, but they won't get help week to week if that rib complaint is significant for Darcy Cameron. And then, as we learnt a short time ago, Jeremy Howe telling us on ABC Sport in the Rooms that it's a torn pec for Brodie Myercheck.
Well, they'll get away with ruck next week because
it's the Cats.
Geelong haven't got what I believe a top-class ruckman, albeit the fact that he has played a premiership. So, and you'll get away with a ruckman that can be competitive so long as your midfield holds up and you've got some relief for him. So it's not a matter of just going in with one ruckman. You've got to go in virtually with a substitute as well that can play 15 or 20 minutes for the game.
Can they still make the 8?
The Pies?
Yep.
Oh, I think yes.
They'll find a way there.
Yeah. There's a couple of sides in there that really, when you look at some of the teams in there, Port. I still don't like the way Brisbane play the game. I think Brisbane kick mark. They get down here and they get smashed in the contested front.
I think their good's really good.
Yeah.
They just haven't been good this year to date.
Round 17, it's a fascinating round of footy. It starts with a sensational game here at the MCG in front of 81,711. The Bombers by 12 points. They did fall 23 behind early, then took over the game in quarters 2-3 in the early part of the fourth. They led by as many as 31 themselves and then had to survive a little fright at the end as Collingwood kicked the last 3 goals. The Bombers by 12 points. Full time in the NRL tonight, round 18 action. The Titans upsetting the Sharks 20 points to 16, and in the other game, it was the Panthers 14-6 winners over the Bronx.
Now, Boomer, welcome to Friday night because Mick never, ever, I'm not sure what he gets paid to do here sometimes.
Not
he
much.
never
I'll give you the tip.
He never does the votes. He
Never does the votes.
ever wants to do the votes. So, are you doing them tonight?
Oh, apparently.
Oh, you are?
Oh, we've had a little discussion about
Oh,
it. We've
you-
sort of come
now,
up with a
look,
good
How
streak.
did you
He's the
how did you
captain.
talk him into it when Lingy has been trying for years?
Lingy wasn't his captain.
So there's
No,
more love
we
for
agreed.
Boomer.
No, we did
more
have a
love
we did
for
have a
Boomer
chat.
than Lingy. I've never known you to do the votes.
I haven't. No.
He's finally earning his money here.
I think
No, what I did, I showed what I thought, and the great Boomer, just nodded his head, said, "Take it."
As if he's going to
take it
disagree
over.
with you.
No,
Brave person that disagrees
no,
with you.
he's actually threw up a couple there. And we,
Yeah, there's
we
one maybe that's a bit stiff that missed out, but
Okay.
he was
the three's
good. I like him.
The three's pretty straightforward.
Can't wait for
Agree.
Lingy tonight. Lingy when we see him next.
3, 2, 1 of the ABC Footballer of the Year with Mick Malthouse.
Well, 3 is to merit, and even though he only had 2 positions in the last quarter, it was his efforts. I just loved his grunt and maybe that leadership, maybe he's got to start to zero in on what should take place late in the game. So that's another step for him, and he's only a young captain.
Best captain in the league?
Best captain in the league is Bontempelli and Cripper, and one of my favourite players is Green from
Toby Green.
Toby Green.
Okay. All right, just a quick question. But continue on.
They're my... I think they'd march into any side, wouldn't they, those three?
Good three.
He's such a coach, isn't he? Little RFI on the way out that maybe he can control things again. He was sensational tonight. 3 votes for Zach Merritt.
Nick Dacos, he's an incredible player because I've seen players around who get a lot of the football and they're out on the receiving end of hand passes and they look good and they run down the ground. He goes and gets the hard football.
He does both.
He's left and right side of the body. He can turn the game. He's fair. He just works so well.
Mick, can I just quickly jump in? I know we haven't got too long, but Nick Dacos kicking efficiency. These stats say he went at 30%.
I saw that before,
which is the second worst on the ground behind Kruger. Behind Frampton, who had 3 kicks at 0%.
Right, okay.
So we spoke about that before the game, though. He can't just get on the leash and just hit people willy-nilly. It didn't feel like that, though.
No.
I thought he used the ball okay.
If I said that Schultz had 40%, which one would you have?
That's a no-brainer.
And Ridley on the back line, I thought was outstanding. When Essendon needed to stand up and they were under siege, he was the one that regularly was able to settle them down, take a nice mark, use the ball reasonably well. I think there was only one occasion where he didn't, but was able to set the play up. And then when they were on top, he was one of the few players that actually did play on and got the ball going from the back line and virtually just said to them, just get the ball going, because that virtually turned the game for them.
He's had 15 marks.
Yeah, I like to see him in contested marks too, because he took a lot of those.
15 marks.
Yeah. So that's the 3.
I don't mind it, and you went in reverse order, but I'm happy to see you sort of do your own thing with it. So
I'm not used to doing it.
3 for Merritt, 2 for Nick Dacos, 1 for Ridley.
Don't host the Brownlow.
Well, I tell you what I would do. I'd just there would be no pause before who they know is going to win it.
Yes.
And
Dacos.
And it's funny how that game ended up at the end instead of Friday night game. You know?
The magic of TV, Mick. You can't spoil it.
Mick, you'll be with me tomorrow, 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time, AFL Saturday. But we'll have a Bomber with us, so we'll go back inside the Bombers camp tomorrow. We've got a fair bit to discuss.
And we're at Docklands?
We are.
Right. I've got to find out because I walked to the wrong areas.
Ahead of your boys, North Melbourne up against Gold Coast, so we'll be there for that game tomorrow. And Boomer, you're back on Sunday.
Sunday, yes.
With Mick again.
Beautiful.
Yes, Sydney and
Kilda.
Record break.
Favourite.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Kel, see you on Offsiders Sunday.
Yep. We'll be talking a bit of tennis, I think. Demon or in action.
10 a.m. in your market, ABC TV. Thanks to Kelly Underwood. Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs. Thanks to our record breakers, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Harvey. To Ben Cameron, holding it all down for us. I've mentioned Tim Hodges downstairs. Thanks to Stu Hollywood Baker as well at the controls. And Adam the Cult Figure Jones would be pretty happy with that result. The Bombers by 12 points over the Pies. 11 a.m. SA Grandstand tomorrow.